is Justin Wieland, and I am sitting here at the Gold Stars Tribute Wall in Oakley, Kansas. This is a traveling display that features the names of 7,200 service members who gave their lives in the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan War. And I have the night shift. I haven't done a night shift guard duty since I was doing Homeland Air Defense over the U.S. Capitol in Camp David in 2001 after the September 11th terrorist attacks. And so I always liked our night shifts. They were kind of a enjoyable, peaceful time of the 24-hour cycle to protect the country. And the one thing is that we always had to have something to do. Like if you were doing the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. vol, you get really tired about 3 or 4. And so we play games or tell jokes or do things between the two ships of fighters that were out protecting the country. And so tonight, what I thought I'd do is there's 7,200 names on this wall. And so to help keep myself awake and to try and spend some quality time with these 7,200 people, I thought I'd just read all of their names. And I did the calculations. If I do 900 names an hour, then I'll do my 8-hour shift. And I think I can do 900 names I timed it with 30. And I think I can do that in about 30 or 40 minutes. And then I'll have like a 20-minute break for every hour. So anyway, I guess without further ado, we'll see how long this first 900 takes, and I'm glad to be able to learn the names of all of the people who gave the ultimate sacrifice in our country's most recent wars. So starting with the A's: Aaron S. Amat, Roberto Abad, Sergio Abad, Matthew T. Abate, Christopher P. Abayeta, Joseph Acevedo, Ramon A. Acevedo Aponte, Omar Aceves, Michael D. Ackland II, Edward J. Acosta, Gennaro Acosta, Rudy A. Acosta, and Stephen Acosta, James L. Adair, Clayton L. Adam Cavicius, James F. Adamuski, Algernon Adams, Brandon E. Adams, Brent A. Adams, Christian M. Adams, Clarence Adams III, Daniel R. Adams, Leonard W. Adams, Mark P. Adams, Michael R. Adams, Michael S. Adams, Roger L. Adams Jr., Ryan C. Adams, Sean G. Adams, Thomas M. Adams, Frank E. Adams, Shane T. Adcock, Jamal R. Addison, Charles L. Adkins, Dustin M. Adkins, Trevor B. Adkins, Vincent B. Adkinson III, Patrick R. Adele, Christopher S. Adelsberger, Daniel J. Agame, Randy S. Agno, Francis X. Aguila, Amaru Aguilar, Andres Jr. Aguilar, Anthony Aguirre, Nathaniel A. Aguirre, Eugene M. Aguon, James M. Ahern, Clinton W. Alquist, Shane H. Ahmed, Jeremy A. Ailes, Jesse W. Ainsworth, Tristan N. Aitken, Spencer C. Akers, James C. Aiken, Kevin D. Akins, Sagoon F. Agantade, Andy Alanese, Paul C. Alanese, Ivan V. Alarcon, Philip R. Albert, Omar M. Albrecht Jr., Jesse B. Albrecht, Juan M. Alcantara, Raymond C. Alcarez Jr., Christopher M. Alcozer, Zachary M. Alday, Nicholas J. Alden, Nicholas N. Aldrich, Erica P. Alexson, Nicholas J. Alleman, Eugene H. Alex, George T. Alexander Jr., Joseph Alexander, Leroy E. Alexander, Matthew L. Alexander, Tobias C. Alexander, Alexandre A. Alexiev, Carlo E. Alfonso, Marcus R. Alford Sr., Tracy L. Alger, Wilson A. Algram, Azar Ali, Rivera A. Alicia, Jeremy D. Alba, Joseph T. Alba, Jacob H. Alcott, Michael B. Alleman, Frank C. Allen, Aaron M. Allen, Chad M. Allen, Charles D. Allen, Howard P. Allen, John E. Allen, Justin B. Allen, Lonnie C. Allen Jr., Louis E. Allen, Neki B. Allen, Ronald D. Allen Jr., Terrence P. Allen, Thomas C. Allers, William A. Allers III, Christopher M. Alger, Brian D. Allgood, Glenn R. Allison, Thomas F. Allison, Daniel J. Allman II, Jeremy O. Allman, lost my place, William E. Allman, Michael J. Allred, Eric L. Alton, David C. Almazan, Joseph D. Alamar, Joshua C. Alonzo, Ember M. Alt, Ahmed K. Alte, Estevan Altamirano, Joseph J. Altman, Adriana Alvarez, Conrad Alvarez, Kenneth C. Alvarez, Nicanor A. Alvarez, Daniel R. Amaya, Philip D. Abard, Jason E. Ames, Matthew R. Emmerman, Jeffrey A. Amon, Jason G. Amors, John D. Amos II, Nicanor Amper IV, William M. Amundsen Jr., Michael J. Anaya, Mabry J. Anders, Paul E. Anderson, Andy D. Anderson, Billy G. Anderson, Brian M. Anderson, Bruce Non X. Anderson, Carl L. Anderson Jr., Christopher A. Anderson, Danny L. Anderson, Ian C. Anderson, Joshua R. Anderson, Mark A. Anderson, Michael C. Anderson, Michael D. Anderson Jr., Nathan R. Anderson, Nicholas H. Anderson, Nicholas R. Anderson, Norman W. Anderson III, Philip R. Anderson, Stuart M. Anderson, Timothy S. Anderson, Travis W. Anderson, Victor A. Anderson. That's a lot of Andersons. Edwin A. Andino II, John E. Andrade Sr., Michael Andrade, Roberto Andrade Jr., Joseph J. Andres Jr., Darren D. Andrews, Evander E. Andrews, Harley D. Andrews, Scott A. Andrews, Yoey M. Anieros, Levi T. Angel, Edward J. Anguiano, Brett E. Angus, Daniel M. Angus, Theophilus K. Ansam, Christopher J. Antonique, Charlie C. Antonio, Joseph J. Anzac Jr., Carlos A. Aparico, Feo L. Apinero, Martin R. Apolinar, Matthew S. Apuan, Tony R. Applegate, Carlos A. Aragon, John D. Aragon, Curtis D. Arcala, Eldon D. Arcand, Tamara L. Archuleta, Michael A. Arciolo, Dustin B. Ard, Brian D. Ardron, Julian M. Arachaga, James J. Arellano, Carlos H. Arellano Pandura, Derek M. Argel, James D. Argentine, Jan M. Arganish, Mark A. Ariz Mendez, Roberto Arizola Jr., Reynold Armand, Santos R. Armajilo, Bradley T. Arms, David C. Armstrong, Travis M. Arndt, Jason R. Arnett, Andrew T. Arnold, Daniel L. Arnold, James L. Arnold, Larry R. Arnold Sr., Afrin Arachaga, Alexandro S. Arredondo, Richard S. Arriaga, Jimmy J. Aroyabe, Rafael R. Arruda, Brian K. Arsenault, Robert R. Arciaga, Aaron M. Arthur, Nicholas A. Arvantes, Brandon S. Arsbury, Evan A. Ashcraft, Benjamin J. Ashley, Joshua R. Ashley, Vincent W. Ashlock, Trevor D. Aston, Stephen E. Atherton, Paul J. Atim, Julia V. Atkins, Sean M. Atkins, Travis W. Atkins, Bradley W. Atwell, J. T. Aubin, Stephen E. Achman, David L. Addo, Matthew J. August, Jesse A. Alt, Corey J. Altz, Jeffrey O. Osborne, Aaron C. Austin, Alan J. Austin, Barrett L. Austin, Shane R. Austin, Garrison C. Avery, Jeffrey A. Avery, Adrian L. Avila, Andrew J. Aviles, Matthew G. Axelson, Alejandro Ayala, David Ayala, Louis G. Ayala, Jonathan R. Ayers, Eric A. Ayon, James A. Ayube II, Brock A. Babb, Travis A. Babbitt, Howard E. Babcock IV, Christopher J. Babin, Travis T. Babine, David J. Babino, Andrew J. Basevich, Selem Bakar, Travis S. Bachman, Brian J. Backus, Henry A. Bacon, Andrew J. Baddick, Daniel A. Bader, David J. Beatty, Cesar O. Baez, Miguel A. Baez III, Roberto C. Baez, Charlie Bagwell, Lakeisha M. Bailey, Michael C. Bailey, Michael V. Bailey, Nathan J. Bailey, William L. Bailey III, Joe L. Baines, Brian K. Baker, Cody G. Baker, David R. Baker, Jeffrey C. Baker, Riley E. Baker, Ronald W. Baker, Ryan T. Baker, Sherwood R. Baker, Zachary D. Baker, Dane R. Balkin, Juan C. Baldeosing, Dylan C. Baldrich, Kevin B. Baldoff, Joel E. Baldwin, Robert F. Baldwin, Stephen P. Baldwin, Chad Bales, Paul Ballant Jr., Scott R. Ball, Terry W. Ball Jr., Kenneth M. Ballard, Edward Bali, Ryan A. Balmer, Michael A. Baloga, Michael C. Balsey, Christopher S. Baltazar Jr., Jesse M. Baltazar, Deborah Banasak, hold on, did I mess up? Deborah A. Banasak, Matthew W. Bancroft, Scott M. Bandholt, Matido A. Bandonil, Solomon C. Bangayan, Barbarellian Banks, Derek R. Banks, George A. Banner Jr., Dominique R. Barragana, Thomas J. Barbieri II, Philip C. Barbosa, Pedro A. Barbosa Flores, Mark A. Barbette, Collier E. Barkus, Jason N. Barfield, Michael C. Barkey, Patrick O. Barlow, Levi K. Barnard, Shane S. Barnard, Eric M. Barnes, Jonathan P. Barnes, Matthew R. Barnes, Nathan S. Barnes, Rocco M. Barnes, Charles Y. Barnett, Christopher W. Barnett, Jeremy D. Barnett, Scott G. Barnett, Edward C. Barnhill, Michael S. Barnhill, Jeremy A. Barrow, Lester D. Baroncini Jr., Eric J. Barr, Ricardo Barraza, Michael P. Barrera, Martin R. Barreras, Ortiz E. Barreto, Brandon A. Barrett, Chad A. Barrett, Robert J. Barrett, Brian E. Barron, Michael C. Berry, John P. Barta, Daniel D. Bartels, Justice S. Bartelt, Christopher A. Bartkiewicz, Daniel B. Bartle, Benjamin B. Bartlett Jr., Michael P. Bartley, Christopher R. Barton, Jacob D. Barton, Robert N. Barton II, Paul R. Bartz, Douglas E. Bascom, Robert J. Basham, Aram J. Bass, David A. Bass, Jordan S. Bastine, John Luke Bateman, Brian R. Bates Jr., Todd M. Bates, Jonathan Batista, Rayvon Battle Jr., Michael Battles, Philip E. Bacchus, David A. Botters, Joseph A. Bauer, Justin L. Bauer, Nathan S. Bogman, Larry J. Boggess Jr., Mark C. Baum, Ronald E. Baum, Ryan J. Baum, Tane T. Baum, Ryan P. Bauman, Taylor J. Bown, Matthew E. Bayless, Stephen G. Bayo, William M. Bays, Thomas A. Basor Jr., Lucas T. Beechnaw, Jason J. Beatles, John C. Beal, Joshua Z. Beal, Alan N. Bean Jr., Matthew A. Bean, Jordan L. Bear, Bradley S. Beard, Daniel J. Beard, William J. Beardsley, Bobby E. Beasley, Clifford E. Beatty, Jonathan S. Beatty, Clayton R. Bayokamp, Cindy M. Bayoden, Bo R. Baylou, Ryan A. Bayopre, Michael A. Beckert, Gunnar D. Becker, Shane R. Becker, Michael J. Beckerman, James L. Beckstrand, Andrew D. Bedard, Gennaro Bedoy, Brent E. Beeler, Brock A. Beery, Joseph O. Benke, David W. Burley, Jacob W. Beasel, Gregory A. Bellinger, Lee A. Balas, Christopher W. Belchick, Thomas P. Belkofer, Katrina L. Bell Johnson, Aubrey D. Bell, Brian R. Bell, Christopher R. Bell, Jerome C. Bell Jr., Ricky L. Bell, Russell R. Bell, Rusty W. Bell, Ryan M. Bell, Timothy M. Bell Jr., Vincent J. Bell, Nicholas P. Bellard, Wilfred D. Bellard, Joseph P. Bellavia, Jose O. Belmontes, Donnie R. Belser Jr., Jason A. Benford, Stephen C. Benish, Carlos A. Benitez, Adam F. Benjamin, Marine Corps, not the Adam Benjamin I know, Robert N. Benedson, Alexander J. Bennett, Daniel R. Bennett, Durrell L. Bennett, Keith A. Bennett, Kenneth W. Bennett, Richard A. Bennett, William M. Bennett, Derek C. Benson, Derry Benson, Jonathan L. Benson, Keith D. Benson, Michael A. Benson, Robert T. Benson, Anthony K. Bento, David J. Bentz III, Stephen E. Benslin, Ryan R. Berg, Bradley J. Bergeron, Matthew J. Bergman, Julian L. Beresford, Brian D. Berkey, Joseph R. Berlin Jr., Anthony C. Bermudez, Joshua M. Bernard, Eric J. Bernholtz, Nicholas P. Bernier, David R. Bernstein, Richard J. Berrettini, Campos H. Barrios, David R. Berry, Richard L. Berry, Sean B. Berry, Joel R. Beltoldi, Matthew L. Bertolino, Stephen A. Bertolino, Brian P. Bertrand, Corey J. Bertrand, Jeremy E. Bessa, Marvin L. Best, Bradley H. Best, Ray M. Bevel, Alan R. Bevington, Kevin R. Bewley, Paul A. Byer, Nathan R. Byers, Mark A. Bibby, Stephen D. Bicknell, Joseph P. Beer, Austin L. Beeran, Mario J. Bevray, Baez R. Bigay, Ethan J. Biggers, Charles E. Bilbrey II, Brian R. Bill, Randy L. Billings, Robert J. Billings, Tremaine J. Billingsley, Gregory J. Billiter, Dustin V. Birch, Alicia A. Burchett, Joshua H. Birchfield, Christopher J. Birdwell, Tracy R. Berkman, Jason L. Bishop, Jeffrey A. Bishop, John C. Bishop, John T. Bishop, Keith R. Bishop, Ryan A. Bishop, Stephen J. Bishop, Benjamin W. Bishke, Jeffrey D. Bisson, Benjamin F. Bittner, Robert L. Bittaker, Albert Bitten, Michael E. Blitz, Evan A. Bixler, Stephen R. Bixler, Jared W. Black, Justin R. Blackwell, John D. Blair, Jonathan F. Blair, Robert E. Blair, Thomas A. Blair, Michael T. Blaise, Joseph R. Blake, Richard A. Blakely, Jesse A. Ramirez, Aaron R. Blanchard, Ernesto M. Blanco, Joseph A. Blanco, Brian D. Bland, Christopher T. Blaney, James D. Blankenbeckler, Jeffrey S. Blanton, Aaron J. Blasjo, Matthew D. Bleskowski, Stephen P. Blass, Melvin L. Blazer, Jr., James P. Blacksmith, J. A. Blessing, John P. Blessinger, William S. Blevins, Joseph M. Blickenstaff, Kamisha J. Block, Clinton C. Blodgett, Nicholas H. Blodgett, Nicholas W. Blome, Alan R. Blome, Gerald M. Bloomfield II, William A. Blount, Sean M. Blue, Aaron C. Bloom, Trevor A. Bloomberg, Ronald C. Blystone, Cody A. Board, David A. Board, Daryl W. Boatman, Michael L. Boatwright, Alvin A. Boatwright, Brandon K. Bobb, Amos C. Bach, Michael A. Bach, Philip A. Box, Timothy A. Bodie, Jeremiah J. Bamer, James D. Belk, Jason M. Bogar, Henry W. Bogret, Thomas A. Bohal, Jeremy S. Bohannon, Bradley S. Bowley, Peter C. Bowler, Matthew C. Bowling, Jeremy L. Bowman, Jeffrey E. Bohr, Kyle G. Borenson, Brian E. Bolander, Matthew T. Bowler, Todd J. Bolding, Edward H. Bolin, Dennis J. Bowles, Craig A. Bowling, Holly R. Bolinsky, Doyle W. Bollinger Jr., Kelly M. Bowler, Timothy A. Bolyard, Louis M. Bonacasa, Robert R. Bonifaci, Jerry L. Bonifacio Jr., Perez A. Bonilla, Orlando A. Bonilla, John E. Bonnell Jr., Daryl D. Brooker, Hold on, making sure I didn't lose my place. Daryl D. Booker, Isaiah L. Booker, Kenneth R. Booker, Stephen A. Booker, Christopher K. Boone, Clarence E. Boone, Joshua L. Booth, John G. Bourbonos, Michael J. Bertolone, Jeremy S. Border, Raymond J. Border, Christopher D. Bordoni, Russell P. Boria, John J. Boria, David A. Boris, Federico G. Borjas, Val J. Bourne, Joshua A. Bourne, Jeffrey A. Boscovich, Kirk J. Bosselman, Andrew L. Bossert, Kenneth E. Bostick, Thomas G. Bostick Jr., Rachel K. Bosveld, Samuel M. Boswell, Brian A. Botello, Nathan K. Bochert, Jeremy P. Buford, Matthew G. Boule, Elvis Bourdon, Matthew J. Bourgeois, Michael E. Bathat, Joseph A. Bovia, Jeremy D. Bowe, Joshua J. Bowden, Matthew C. Bowe, Clayton P. Bowen, Colin J. Bowen, Samuel R. Bowen, Jamal H. Bowers, Timothy L. Bells, Jonathan W. Bowling, Theodore A. Bowling, William G. Bowling, Brian R. Bowman, John E. Bowman, Larry R. Bowman, Treverius R. Bowman, Hesley Box Jr., John T. Boxler, Timothy R. Boyce, Christopher J. Boyd, Joshua M. Boyd, Noah L. Boyle, Aaron R. Boyles, David T. Brabander, Edward W. Brabazone, Nal T. Bradich, Brian J. Bradbury, Michael C. Braden, Hobie F. Bradfield Jr., Wantry T. Bradley, Kenneth R. Bradley, Mark A. Bradley, Anthony M. Bradshaw, Brian N. Bradshaw, Lloyd D. Bratt, Michaela A. Bragg, Randy R. Braggs, John R. Brainerd III, Emerson N. Brand, Stacy C. Brandon, David J. Brangman, David M. Branning, Artemis D. Brassfield, Joel K. Brattain, Jeffrey F. Braun, Nick Bravo Regules, Raul S. Bravo, Sean E. Brazas, Joshua T. Bratzi, Lucas M. Bragg, Dale G. M. Bram, Joshua C. Brennan, Julian T. Brennan, William I. Brennan, Christopher R. Brevard, Adam N. Brewer, Brian A. Brewster, James L. D. Bridges, Michael P. Bridges, Stephen H. Bridges, Deshaun J. Briggs, Dean R. Bright, Scotty L. Bright, Roger P. Berlinski, Jr., Kyle A. Brinley, Pablito P. Briones, Jr., Francisco A. Braceno, Jr., Dustin R. Brisky, Benjamin T. Britt, Sandy R. Britt, Andrew Mahalo, Andrew T. Britton Mahalo, Billy D. Brixley Jr., Jordan M. Brochu, Sean L. Brock, David L. Brodeur, Philip J. Brodnick, Michael J. Brodsky, Matthew J. Broem, Adam R. Brooks, Corey W. Brooks, Edward L. Brooks Jr., Paul F. Brooks, Rashane E. Brooks, William J. Brooks, Sid W. Brookshire, Thomas F. Broomhead, Benjamin K. Broche, Jonathan P. Brostrom, Barry D. Brown Weeks, Adam L. Brown Jr., Alan E. Brown, Andrew W. Brown, Bruce E. Brown, Christopher L. Brown, Daniel J. Brown, Demarcus D. Brown, Dominic C. Brown, Donald S. Brown, Harrison Brown, Henry L. Brown, Houghton O. Brown, James E. Brown, Jared W. Brown, Jason L. Brown, Jeffrey S. Brown, Jeremy A. Brown, Jeremy L. Brown, John E. Brown, John G. Brown, John W. Brown, Joshua D. Brown, Kevin R. Brown, Kyle W. Brown, Larry K. Brown, Larondo Brown Jr., Lunsford B. Brown II, Matthew W. Brown, Menelik M. Brown, Michael D. Brown, Milton W. Brown, Nathan P. Brown, Nicholas P. Brown, Oliver J. Brown, Philip D. Brown, Scott J. Brown, Soteria L. Brown, Tara R. Brown, Thomas J. Brown, Timmy R. Brown Jr., Timothy D. Brown, Timothy W. Brown, Tyler H. Brown, William D. Brown III, William E. Brown, William R. Brown, Andrew D. Brownfield, Brian A. Browning, Charles R. Browning, Daniel A. Brozovich, Travis R. Bruce, Nathan B. Brukenthal, Gavin R. Brummond, Thomas L. Bruner, Scott W. Brunkhorst, Cedric E. Bruns, Jock E. Brunson, Benjamin S. Bryant, Frank D. Bryant Jr., Jamal A. Bryant, Jack R. Bryant, Todd J. Bryant, Stephen L. Bryson, Andrew S. Bubaks, Daniel S. Bubb, John T. Bubek, Raymond R. Bacan, Ernst G. Bucklew, Gregory T. Buckley, Roy R. Buckley, Ryan J. Buckley, Brock L. Buckland, Paul J. Bush, Paul G. Buge, Charles H. Buring, Arden Joseph A. Benagua, Christian E. Bueno Galdes, Richard A. Huertada, Brian R. Busing, Lauren M. Buffalo, Travis W. Buford, George E. Buggs, Jimmy D. Buell, Douglas J. Bull, James D. Bullard, Joshua I. Bunch, Christopher Bunda, Larry D. Bunn, Brian M. Bunting, Michael J. Burris, Michael L. Burbank, Richard A. Burdick, Jerry C. Burge Jr., Dale A. Berger Jr., Alan J. Burgess, Brian A. Burgess, Brian K. Burgess, Jeffrey C. Burgess, Ryan J. Burgess, Scott H. Burgess, Ulysses Burgos Cruz, Taylor J. Armour N. Burkhart, Timothy R. Burke, Donald A. Burkett, Tamario D. Burkett, Travis L. Burkhart, Jason E. Burkholder, Peter H. Burks, Nicholas B. Burley, John F. Berner III, Dustin K. Burnett, James R. Burnett Jr., Jason K. Burnett, Kyle W. Burns, Antonio C. Burnside, Richard B. Burris, Eric T. Bury, David P. Burridge, Jeremy W. Burris, Ryan D. Burris, Dennis J. Burrow, Joshua C. Burrows, Brandon C. Berry, Jesse R. Burige, Charles E. Bush Jr., Matthew D. Bush, Damian S. Burchart, William W. Bushnell, Marlon A. Bustamante, Serena N. Butcher, Steve Butcher Jr., Jason M. Butkus, Tommy D. Butler, Rhett A. Butler, Adrian J. Butler, Jacob L. Butler, Kenneth J. Butler, Kenneth T. Butler, Rhett A. Butler, Thomas J. Butler IV, Anthony E. Butterfield, Brandon L. Buttry, William T. Butts, James A. Butts, Justin L. Buxbaum, Adam J. Baez, Keith T. Buzinski, Jason J. Buzzard, Andrew D. Byers, Casey Byers, Joshua T. Byers, William J. Byler, Henry G. Beard III, John T. Bird the second, Jordan M. Bird, Thomas H. Bird, Stephen F. Bias, Christopher F. Cavacoy, Eric Caban, Shane M. Cabino, Michael C. Cable, Juan C. Cabral Banuelos, David E. Cabrera, Jonathan D. Cadavero, Marshall H. Caddy, Frank L. Cady III, Daniel P. Cagle, Mark R. Cagia, Joel E. Cahill, William J. Cahir, Justin J. Kane, Marcus A. Kane, J. S. Cajamet, Louis T. Calapini, Cody S. Calavan, Roland A. E. Calderon, Juan Calderon Jr., Pablo A. Calderon, Chad A. Caldwell, Charles T. Caldwell, Eric T. Caldwell, Nathaniel A. Caldwell, Jeffrey R. Calero, Derek A. Calhoun, Marvin R. Calhoun Jr., Bobby T. Callahan, Keith A. Callahan, and Sean T. Callahan. So those are the first 900 alphabetical names of the men and women lost to our nation's most recent wars. That's a lot. And let's see, where's my time here? 37 minutes. Okay, so I'll start with the next 900 at the top of the hour. So I started that at 10 o'clock. So I'll do that at 11. And let's see if I can figure out how to look at comments on this. I've never done this on my iPhone before, so if there's any comments here. Oh, Justin Jeffus is watching. Nope. Okay, hide. Gail Park. All right, I got smiley face from Gail Park and Justin Jeffus. So I'm glad you two tuned in. I'm going to be here all night. I got 7 more hours of this. I've got some sparkling water. I've got snacks. It does take me back to flying ocean crossings when we had like 8-hour flights. And on those, we got the prescription, what they call go pills, which are, prescription amphetamines. They were amazing for keeping you awake. And I would definitely be addicted to those if they were available in real life and not illegal. So it's good that they're a controlled substance because they keep you up. I would land after a mission and do I could get 2 weeks worth of OPRs, or performance reports, for other people done in the time when in the few hours after landing if I'd used some of those go pills. And so anyway, I was just thinking about that, about how I'm going to get through 7 hours until the morning. But if this weather holds, it should be good. It's a gorgeous night here in Oakley, Kansas. And this wall is just beautiful. I've just met the gentleman that founded it, created it, gave me his card. So yeah, Samuel Nikora is the president and founder of the Gold Stars Tribute Wall. And I'm really interested to actually talk to him a little bit more about how he created it, how it came about. There is no memorial for the service members that have lost their lives to these wars in Washington, D.C. yet. Those things usually take time. And, the World War II memorial didn't happen until, 50 years later, I think. And thanks to my fellow Kansan, Bob Dole, I think that was a big way that we were able to honor that war's veterans and those who gave all. It's a beautiful exhibit. And I think what I'll do, I might read, this is the Gold Stars Tribute Wall. This is a little plaque they have that sits out in front of this wall here. It says, dedicated to those who gave the ultimate sacrifice during the Gulf War, Iraq War, and Afghanistan War. This wall is a symbol by which we pay tribute to our servicemen and women who stepped forward and gave their lives to defend the many freedoms we enjoy today. It is because of these soldiers, sailors, airmen, Coast Guardsmen, and Marines who never returned to their loved ones that this monument stands before you. The Gold Star Tribute Wall is an affirmation of our respect and gratitude to the men and women who died in the service of our country. It stands as a reminder to us all to keep the spirit of these noble dead in our thoughts and prayers. We must never allow the sacrifice of our Gold Star mothers, fathers, and family members to fade into obscurity. They represent the legacy of their fallen sons and daughters who died in the service of our nation. These families carry with them a pain and grief that most of us cannot imagine or understand. In the midst of all their grief, they stand as beacons of sunshine to those of us who understand that freedom is truly never free. We as Americans can never forget that the freedom we enjoy every day is often paid for in the blood and tears of others. We can never allow those thousands of soldiers, sailors, airmen, guardsmen, and Marines to be forgotten, nor lose sight of their sacrifice. We as a nation should also never forget that those servicemen and women who currently serve are an integral part of the fabric that makes us the greatest country on earth. Yeah. This is how it always goes on these long night missions. You get sleepy during your first hour. So, and it's getting a little chilly here. I might put on my jacket. I brought, I'm wearing, actually, I didn't wear my Air Force uniform out here. I'm wearing, my friend Memphis sort of mentioned that she's like, oh, you're a temple guardian. Because we helped build the Empyrean Temple at Burning Man this year. And we were part of the temple build crew. And when the temple is done, the temple at Burning Man has inscriptions from everybody that goes to the event goes, and they put pictures of their loved ones that they've lost, and they inscribe them on the walls of the temple. And then that temple is burned in a solemn ceremony at the end of that week. And so the temple has guardians. They have temple guardians that just make sure that the people that visit it 24 hours a day during that event are respectful of the crowd and of the memory of the people that are there. And she was like, you're a temple guardian tonight. And I kind of am. This is definitely sacred ground. I think, there are 7,200 names here, representing not only those men and women, but their families. And it's kind of a special time to be able to sit here and honor their sacrifice and their family's sacrifice. And so I think that's all my commentary for this first hour. I'm going to go put on my jacket and I'll be right back. Okay, well, I tried my Air Force fighter pilot leather jacket and it just wasn't very warm. So I have this sort of Burning Man type of a jacket. Still trying to be respectful with those here. And I got a little blanket. And I got some snacks. I got my ruffles. I don't have any MREs with me. I wish I could make I'm just showing this on my iPhone. So I hope that my iPhone actually lasts the night. What's our time here? Okay, so I got 10 minutes till my next 900 names. And I didn't really think about having to fill 20 minutes of airtime in between each of the readings. If I brought a external charger, I guess if any family members are watching this, Mom, you said you'd probably check in around midnight. So, which I guess you just have to actually tune in right when I say this. But I brought an external battery for my iPhone. Right now, the phone is fully charged. My battery shows it has 4 lights on it. So I just don't know. I don't know if my iPhone is going to last for an 8-hour live stream. But if it doesn't, I'll just sit here by myself reading the names. But Adam Benjamin, I flew with a pilot named Adam Benjamin. So I assume, and he was in the Air Force, of course, not the Marine Corps like the Adam Benjamin that's on here. Reading through all of the names makes you think about, all of the education and upbringing and love and basic training, and it really is. Ken Burns and that Working Prayers of Centuries have brought us to this place. That's American Anthem with Norah Jones. I don't think she wrote the lyrics to that song, but it is so true. And it's just important to study history, to remember the sacrifices that people have made, and really the way that we can all come together and collaborate, um, and work together towards a common goal and towards a common purpose. It's one of the greatest parts about being in the service, is you get to experience that with really amazing people. So I think it's kind of why, I definitely experienced a number of years of kind of depression and aimlessness. Not really aimlessness, but just it hurt to leave the service because it's just such an enjoyable profession to be part of. In my experience, it was. Um, of course, I didn't die, and I didn't have really a lot of friends that died, so I didn't have to endure the pain that so many other people have experienced in the service. And so I think that's part of the reason I'm out here tonight, is this country has been the best as far as my personal experience has been. Grew up in this cool town in the middle of the country, Oakley, Kansas. Had an outstanding education, outstanding family. Um, I was whisked off to the Air Force Academy right after I graduated from high school, and they gave me all kinds of adventure. We got to go to ride on we got to ride on uh, the Air Force airplane that took Kennedy's body back to D.C. after he was killed in Dallas. And the Air Force has these sponsor programs for the Air Force Academy, and our sponsor squadron was the VIP squadron at Andrews Air Force Base. And so we were, I think it was our second year, it might have been our third year at the academy. They come pick us up in this luxury jet. And we've got this great picture of me and Jesse Smith and Jeff Cannon and Matt Ayers. I mean, our whole squadron was on that airplane, and they're giving us like hot towels. We haven't done anything to serve our country yet except go through basic training. That was just an amazing trip. And that's just kind of what the Air Force was like for me. Got to serve I served with the 1st Infantry Division as an air liaison officer, which is like a forward air control person, when we were in Iraq. And that was around in the 2005 time frame. And that was a really, it was a good experience. It was great to, see what was actually happening, to be part of the group that was over there, to meet some Iraqis who I really enjoyed, the ones that we interacted with, and to we drove all over that country. I remember this one 3-hour, it was like a 6-hour convoy. I can't remember, it took forever. And my mother sent me this like 2-pound bag of Jelly Bellies. And who was I with? I'm trying to remember. The name will come to me. And I ate almost that entire bag on that convoy, and I was so sick. But it passed the time, and we were very fortunate. We didn't hit any. We had some breakdowns and things, but we didn't have any, ambushes, or convoys weren't ever attacked by an IED or anything. The ones that I was in were just lucky. I'm squinting because I can't see the time on my phone. Yeah, I got 5 more minutes. I'm going to get my second page out. (10 to 11). This is my 11 to 12. We're into the names that begin with C. I think I need a Coke Zero. the lighting on this exhibit is really cool. I was thinking it'd be amazing if they would just adopt this exhibit as the exhibit in Washington, D.C., but at the same time, not everybody can get to D.C., so maybe it would be better if it just tries to visit every town in the country, as it's kind of doing. Although I looked at its schedule and it seems like there's going to be decades before it visits every town. They only do one place every week or every 2 weeks. But it's really cool this weekend, the Run for the Wall, which is the motorcycle group that travels from California all the way to DC. They stop in Oakley for lunch on Sunday, and then we'll be going to, they leave from here and they head east and they end up in Junction City on Sunday night this week. And then by next Friday, is today Friday? Yeah, today's Friday. A week from today, they'll roll into Washington, D.C., and they end at the Vietnam Veterans War Memorial. And so it's really cool that Marshall Ray is the commander of the leader of the Oakley VFW Auxiliary, and he really spearheaded the effort to get this memorial here, the Gold Stars Tribute Wall, and thought it was really thoughtful and smart that he timed it to be here the same weekend as the Run for the Wall stops in Oakley. I'm proud of my community for supporting the memory of people who have served this country. Okay, got a little caffeine for my second hour. I love Coke Zeros. I have a problem. Okay, what's my time here? 58. Looks like we got 2 people viewing right now. If you're just joining me, I'm reading all of the names of the U.S. service members that have been lost to the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan Wars. And I've read 900 names so far. And here at the top of the hour, I'm going to read the second 900 names. I'll be here till 6 a.m., which is when I was planning on leaving, but I found out they need me to stay till 7 a.m. So I'm see what I can do to stay awake for that last hour. And hopefully my phone and my battery and the setup, I don't even know if Restream and all of the streaming services that I'm using will allow an 8-hour stream. That's a really long stream. So I don't know how all that works. So I'm just going to stay live and we'll see what happens. All right, here it looks like top of the hour, 11 o'clock. Starting with next names. William J. Callahan, Isaiah Calloway, Jason D. Callow, Rivera C. Camacho, Anna M. Camacho, Lee R. Camacho, Joseph Camara, Lyle J. Cambridge, Christopher L. Camaro, Matos R. Camillo, Anthony C. Campbell Jr., Christopher G. Campbell, Damian G. Campbell, Jamie L. Campbell, Jeremy M. Campbell, Joshua R. Campbell, Carl A. Campbell, Michael C. Campbell, Ryan M. Campbell, Marvin A. Campos Silas, Emilio J. Campo Jr., Adrian M. Campos, Gerardo Campos, Juan F. Campos, Isaac Campoy, Mahias I. Candelaria, Stephen I. Candelo, David C. Canagato III, Dustin L. Canam, Adam L. Can, Kelly M. Canan, Wesley J. Canning, Jackia S. Cannon, Mark R. Cannon, Oscar E. Cannon, Ryan J. Cantafio, Joseph H. Cantrell IV. Hey, Donita. Thank you. What'd you give me?
Cough.
Oh, yeah, appreciate it.
And you can just get that cut back to Luke.
Okay, thanks. Well, do you remember the last name I said?
No. Have a good night.
Okay, I'll see you later. Thanks very much. Okay, I know I said Marvin A. Campos Silas, pretty sure. So I'll start there. Emilio J. Campo Jr., Adrian M. Campos, Gerardo Campos, Juan F. Campos, Isaac Campoy, Mejias I. Candelaria, Stephen I. Candelo, David C. Canagata III, Dustin L. Canham, Adam L. Khan, Kelly M. Canan, Wesley J. Canning, Jackia S. Cannon, Mark R. Cannon, Oscar E. Cannon. Oh, I think I repeated a bunch of these. Ryan J. Cantafio, Joseph H. Cantrell IV, Shane W. Cantu, Anthony L. Capra, Morales A. Caraballo, Pietre J. Carabello, Irvin Carradine Jr., Libardo E. Caravero, Mario D. Carazzo, Adolfo C. Carballo, Alessandro Carbonaro, Anthony M. Carbulido, Sean T. Cardelli. Okay, that with H was kind of rough. Edgar E. Cardenas, Michael P. Cardenas, Michael D. P. Cardenas, Louis F. Cardine, Anthony O. Cardinal, Kevin Cardoza, Michael M. Carey, Dyson K. Cariaga, Richard P. Carl, Ryan G. Carlock, Daniel L. Carlson, Frederick A. Carlson IV, Michael C. Carlson, Benjamin R. Carmen, Edward W. Carmen, Nicholas R. Carnes, Scott M. Carney, Joseph T. Caron, Andrew P. Carpenter, Jason C. Carr, Robert M. Carr, Tony Carrasco Jr., Jocelyn L. Carrasquillo, Miguel Carrasquillo, Casey S. Carricker, Alejandro Carrillo, John Carrillo Jr., Rafael R. A. Carrillo Jr., Jacob C. Carroll, James D. Carroll, John A. Carroll, Patrick R. Carroll, Paul D. Caron, Nathan B. Carse, Sean P. Carson, Curtis A. Carter, David R. Carter, James Carter, Justin B. Carter, Lawrence J. Carter, Mark T. Carter, Charles I. Cartwright, David M. Caruso, Cody M. Carver, Dane O. Carver, Jacob R. Carver, Mitchell K. Carver Jr., Ross S. Carver, Frank T. Carville, Donald C. Carwile, Casey L. Casanova, Jose Casanova Jr., Virgil R. Case, Nicholas A. Casey, Thomas J. Casey, Clarence A. Cash, Christopher S. Cash, Alwyn C. Cash, Kenneth Casica, Justin A. Casillas, Joseph D. Caskey, Ahmad A. Cason, James A. Casper, Jesse A. Casada, Michael P. Cassidy, Paul J. Cassidy, Christopher J. Castaneda, Stephen A. Castellano, Benjamin P. Castiglione, Louis J. Castillo, Mario A. Castillo, Samuel T. Castle Sr., Roger D. Castleberry Jr., Stephen W. Kastner, Andrew J. Castro, Jesse J. Castro, John P. Castro, Jonathan Castro, Roland L. Castro, Rommel Catalan, Sean K. Catadella, Stephen C.T. Cates, Michael A. Cathcart, Alec E. Catherwood, James J. Caffey, Matthew R. Catlett, Sean L. Kaufman, Thomas D. Kaufman, George W. Colley, Roberto Casser Jr., Forrest D. Cawthorn, James W. Colley, Jessica L. Covey, Joffrey R. Kayer, Roberto Cazares, Sanchez Sedeno Jr., David A. Sedergren, Willie P. Celestine Jr., Christopher A. Solis, Joseph B. Camper, Irvin M. Ceniceros, Manuel A. Ceniceros, Rick J. Santani, Bernard L. Seal, Aaron N. Capedo Sr., Michael A. Cerrone, Richard Ceros Jr., Ramirez G. Cervantes, Victor H. Cervantes, James E. Sheffin III, Daniel B. Chairs, David J. Chambers, William C. Chambers, Donald E. Champlin, James Chemarone, Daron Chan, Kemafun A. Chanawangsi, James A. Chance III, Christian J. Chandler, Jeremy A. Chandler, Jeffrey L. Cheney, William D. Cheney, Robert W. Channel Jr., Cornell C. Chow, Chris S. Chapin, Christopher D. Chaplot, John A. Chapman, Nathan R. Chapman, Jason K. Chappell, Holly A. Charette, Joe G. Sharfaros Jr., Sean P. Charles, Robert K. Charlton, Andrew S. Charpentier, Philip G. E. Chart, Julian C. Chase, Lance M. Chase, Brock C. Chavers, Avedon A. Chaves, Daniel Chavez, Chavez, Javier Chavez Jr., Stephen M. Chavez, Leonard E. Chavez, H. Kyo Che, Jonathan M. Cheatham, it would have been Kyo H. Che, Jonathan M. Cheatham, Stephen Checo, Nicholas D. Check, Danny Chen, Yiji L. Chen, Nicholas O. Chirava, Craig W. Cherry, Marcus M. Cherry, Brian L. Chevalier, Stephen L. Chevalier, Shannon Chihuahua, Cody S. Childers, Daryl S. Childers, Kyle W. Childress, Gregory L. Childs, Roberto J. Chiomento Jr., the second, Benjamin G. Chisholm, Tyrone L. Chisholm, Jonathan B. Chisholm, Adam J. Chichian, Florence B. Cho, Min S. Joy, Andrew F. Chris, James M. Kristen, Curtis A. Christensen Jr., Jeremy E. Christensen, Ryan D. Christensen, Thomas W. Christensen, Brett T. Christian, Eric D. Christian, Rusty H. Christian, David R. Christoph, Stephen J. Christofferson, Caleb P. Christopher, Jordan L. Crabot, Theodore U. Church, Dominic J. Ciermitaro, Michael J. Cifuentes, Ernesto G. Cimarusti, Michael A. Cinco, Rosado J. M. Cintron, Marcus A. Cintron, Christopher R. Serasso, Alvarez J. C. Cisneros, Jason S. Clairday, Lillian L. Clemens, Aaron R. Clark, Bruce K. Clark, Carlton A. Clark, Shazray C. A. Clark, Corey L. Clark Sr., Donald F. V. Clark, Eric D. Clark, Jeffrey L. Clark, Lance M. Clark, Matthew W. Clark, Michael J. Clark, Michael K. Clark, Philip P. Clark, Regina R. Clark, Ryan J. Clark, Ryan G. Clark, Theodore Clark Jr., Todd J. Clark, Barry M. Clark, Beverly S. Clark, Kevin M. Clark, Joel D. Clarkson, Don A. Clary, Herbert R. Claunch, Daniel J. Clay, Daryl P. Clay, James M. Clay, Hayes Clayton Jr., Hilda I. Clayton, Michael J. Cleary, John J. Cleaver, Brian M. Clemens, Sean M. Clemens, Chad D. Clements, Brad A. Clemens, Nathan B. Clemens, Thomas W. Clemens, Adair W. Cleveland, Ross A. Clevenger, Richard G. Cliff Jr., Karen N. Clifton, Richard C. Clifton, Donald J. Klein Jr., Kenneth E. Clodfelter, Peter J. Clore, Justin R. Klaus, Zachary R. Klauser, Jesse G. Clowers Jr., Christopher R. Cobb, Junot M. Cochilius, Kenneth E. Cochran, Benny G. Cockerham III, Kyle W. Cotner, Keith A. Coe, Ronald L. Kofelt, Keaton G. Coffey, Christopher D. Coffin, Christopher J. Coughlin, Mark A. Cofield, Walter F. Cohey III, Michael R. Cohen, Gavin J. Colburn, Brent S. Cole, Jennifer L. Cole, Jeremiah S. Cole, Timothy B. Cole Jr., Bradley S. Coleman, Bradley N. Coleman, Chad D. Coleman, Gary B. Coleman, Justin D. Coleman, Mark W. Coleman, Dominique R. Coles, Benjamin J. Colgan, Matthew C. Collin, J. T. Collado, Joseph P. Collette, Russell L. Collier Jr., David S. Collins, Gary L. Collins, James S. Collins Jr., Jeremiah M. Collins Jr., Jonathan W. Collins. Randy D. Collins, Robert W. Collins, Ryan D. Collins, Sean M. Collins, Ray M. Collins, Clifford R. Collinsworth, Kyle A. Colnott, Pedro J. Colon, Lawrence S. Colton, Zeffirino E. Kalunga, Robert E. Colville Jr., Julian L. Colvin, Casey D. Combs, Kurt J. Comio, Anthony S. Cometa, Kyle A. Comfort, Chase J. Comley, Matthew A. Commons, William C. Comstock, Adam C. Conboy, Gabriel D. Conde, Kenneth Conde Jr., Matthew D. Conley, Paul E. Conlin Jr., James D. Connell Jr., Mark A. Connelly, Brian M. Connelly, Bradley D. Connor, Brian R. Connor, Timothy M. Conaway, David S. Connolly, Ryan J. Connolly, Kelly P. Connor, Stephen D. Conover, Timothy J. Conrad Jr., Matthew G. Conte, Aaron J. Contreras, Andres J. Contreras, Curran P. Contreras, Pedro Contreras, Jason C. Cook, Michael B. Cook Jr., Nicholas S. Cook, Robert J. Cook, Ryan J. Cook, Eric F. Cook, Barry T. Cook, Sean M. Cooley, James J. Kuhn, James C. Coons, Charles S. Cooper Jr., Christopher M. Cooper, David A. Cooper Jr., Arden B. Cooper, David K. Cooper, Jeffrey D. Cooper, John E. Cooper, Keenan A. Cooper, Travis S. Cooper, Troy D. Cooper, William J. L. Cooper, Gregory T. Copes, Jeffrey W. Corbin, Jason J. Corbett, Douglas L. Cordo, Sean M. Corlew, Clark A. Corley Jr., Salvatore S. Corma II, Kevin M. Cornelius, Todd R. Cornell, Wayne R. Cornell, Lance Cornett, Lance S. Cornett, Marcelino R. Cornell, Bernard P. Corpuz, Dennis A. Corral, Joshua D. Corral, Richard V. Correa, Isaac T. Cortes, Victor M. Cortes III, Caesar Cortes, William E. Cortes, Kenneth A. Corzine, Christopher B. Cosgrove III, James F. Costello III, Jeremiah D. Costello, Richard Costello, Victor M. Cota, Bud M. Cota, Michael S. Cota Jr., Derek J. Cothran, Niall W. Cottesers, Christian S. Kotner, Grant A. Cotting, Robert J. Cuttle, Eric D. Cottrell, David J. Collard, Alexander S. Coulter, Kyle A. Comas, Peter J. Corsi, Daniel W. Cornelia, Nicholas R. Corneyor, Kelly Courtney, Matthew R. Cortus, Kyle J. Coutu, Matthew S. Coutu, Dwayne A. Covert Jr., Robert B. Cowdery, Leonard M. Cowherd, Daniel L. Cox, Gregory A. Cox, Jason N. Cox, Nathan M. Cox, Nathan W. Cox, Ryan R. Cox, Simon T. Cox Jr., Daniel B. Crabtree, Alexander B. Crackle, Adam D. Craig, Andre Craig Jr., Brandon M. Craig, Brian T. Craig, Clay A. Craig, Heath N. Craig, James E. Craig, Richard M. Crane, Leighton B. Crass, Casey J. Crate, Alan B. Craver, Johnny K. Craver, James K. Crawford, Timothy R. Krieger, Tyler L. Creamine, Zanai C. Creamer, Matthew W. Creed, Michael R. Creighton Weldon, Andrew J. Creighton. Christopher R. Sean, Cribben B. Stephen, Jose, sorry, I was reading those backwards. Sean R. Creighton, Stephen B. Cribben, Jose S. Crisostomo, Ricardo A. Crocker, Michael T. Crockett, Ricky L. Crockett, David A. Croft Jr., David N. Crombie, Brud J. Cronkrite, Duncan C. Crookston, Bradley S. Cross, Kenneth M. Cross, Peter K. Cross, William J. Crouch, William H. Krause IV, Robert W. Crow Jr., William W. Crow Jr., Terrence K. Crow, Thomas A. Crowell, Kyle D. Crowley, David R. Crumby Jr., Adam J. Crumpler, Josiah D. Crumpler, Michael J. Crutchfield, Aaron B. Cruttenden, Dominique D. Cruz, Joseph Cruz, Serlo C. Guarasema, Clinton W. Kubert, Basilo E. Cuellar, Ray D. Cuervo, Kevin A. Cueto, Daniel M. Kuka, Russell G. Culbertson III, Justin E. Colbreth, Ari R. Cullers, Joshua J. Cullens, Ronald W. Culver Jr., Kevin A. Cumming, Brandon C. Cummings, Ryan J. Cummings, Daniel F. Cunningham Jr., Darren J. Cunningham, Jason D. Cunningham, Joe L. Cunningham, Timothy W. Cunningham, Carl F. Curran II, Joseph F. Curieri, Eric D. Courier, Christopher W. Curry, Michael S. Curry Jr., Michael E. Curtin, Jonathan M. Curtis, Kurt R. Curtis, Christopher E. Cutchell, Sean R. Cutsforth, Brian K. Cutter, Paul O. Kazupi II, Brandon L. Sear, Joseph D. Augustine, Edgar P. Dacklin Jr., Michael K. Dowling, John K. Daggett, Anthony D. D'Agostino, Joel A. Dahl, Michael A. Dahl Jr., Jason S. Dalkey, Mark J. Daly, Gregory T. Delisio, Ryan S. Dallum, Ernest W. Dallas Jr., Nathan S. Daly, Leopold F. Damas, Joel P. Dameron, Patrick D. Damon, Grant A. Dampier, Corey A. Dan, Andrew S. Dang, Jason B. Daniel, Montarius T. Daniel, Danny B. Daniels II, Michael D. Daniels, Devin J. Daniels, Nicholas A. Daniels, Tori J. Dantzler, Carrie M. G. Danluck, Paul J. Darga, Norman, where's Paul J. Darga? There he is. Norman Darling, James M. Darrow, Eric B. Doss, Stephen P. Dougherty, Andrew P. Dahl, James R. Davenport, Seamus M. Davey, Timothy A. David, Wesley G. Davids, Sean M. Davies, Jesse Davila, Manuel M. Davila, Adam J. Davis, Anthony Davis, Anthony D. Davis, Anthony J. Davis Jr., Brad A. Davis, Brandon L. Davis, Bryant L. Davis, Carletta S. Davis, Chris Davis, Craig Davis, Daryl A. Davis, David A. Davis, David J. Davis, Donald N. Davis, Edward G. Davis III, Gloria D. Davis, Jefferson D. Davis, Jonathan F. Davis, Jonathan D. Davis, Joshua M. Davis, Justin R. Davis, Marty R. Davis, Kevin D. Davis, Michael W. Davis, Nathan T. Davis, Raphael S. Davis, Robert G. Davis, Stephen A. Davis, Timothy P. Davis, Todd E. Davis, Wilbert Davis, William N. Davis, Zachariah S. Davis, Darius J. Dawson, Ezra Dawson, John M. Dawson, William B. Dawson. David F. Day, David P. Day, Jared W. Day, Jeffrey F. Dayton, Kyle Dayton, Scott C. Dayton, Edwin H. Dazakion, Mark R. de Alencar, Armando A. de la Paz, Ivan E. de la Peña, Fernando de la Rosa, Jesse Dan de la Torre, Lauro Garcia de Leon Jr., Joseph D. Demores, Lee H. Deal, Jonathan W. Dean, Patrick D. Deans, John W. Deering, Stephen F. Dearman, Michael L. Dielson, Darren A. DeBlanc, Dane A. Debier, Coter B. DeBose, Jermaine L. Debro, Kurt E. Decken, Matthew L. Deckard, Mark P. Decato, Justin W. DeCrow, Roger W. Deeds, Michael S. Deem, Joshua Deese, Robert W. DeFazio, Jason DeFren, Bernardo L. Degend. Christopher R. DeGiovane, Derek E. Den, Jason L. Diebler, Alejandro D. Del Castillo, Luis F. De Leon Figueroa, Mario K. De Leon, Alberto J. Delgado Arroyo, George Delgado, Mark A. Delgado, Felix M. Del Greco Jr., Jerry L. Deloche, Stephen J. DeLuzio, Jacob A. Demand, Michael R. Demersico II, Robert H. Dembowski Jr., Kevin J. Dempsey, Jason F. Denny, Jason C. Denfrund, Tenzin Denkim, Anthony J. Denier, Mike A. Denis, Jacob A. Dennis, Jared R. Dennis, Preston J. Dennis, John R. Dennison, Daryl T. Dent, Corey R. Depew, Jeremy E. Depote, Jeffrey F. DePrimo, Leon B. Derups, Garnet R. Derby, Robert V. Derenda, Dustin A. Darga, Brian K. Dirks. Leroy Deronde III, Gabriel G. Deroux, Andrew J. Derrick, Irvin Derveshi, Daniel A. Dessens Jr., Joshua D. Desforges, Travis R. DeCiato, Benjamin D. DeSlitz, Douglas C. DeHardines, Bruno G. Desolene, Nathaniel E. DeTemple, Michael R. Duell, Michael J. Deutsch, Patrick A. DeVoe II, Garcia, or I. Devor Garcia, Victor A. Drew, Richard A. Duater, Brandon C. Dewey, Nick A. Dewhurst, Daniel M. Deyermine Jr., Matthew J. DeJong, Aria T. Diaz, Dane D. Danulal, Sean D. Diamond, Roberto E. Diaz-Boria, Sergio R. Varela, Carlos J. Diaz, Christopher Diaz, Isaac E. Diaz, Douglas A. DiCenzo, Tyler J. Dickens, Christopher M. Dickerson, Nicholas M. Dickert, Joshua M. Dickinson, Michael A. Dickerson II, Scott E. Dickerson, Christopher W. Dickerson, Adam Dickmeyer, Kevin R. Dixon, Richard A. Dixon, Jackie L. Denier II, Nicholas J. DeRoof, Trevor J. Deasing, David E. Dietrich, Jesse W. Dietrich, Danny P. Dietz Jr., Albert E. DeFederico, Jeremiah J. DiGiovanni, Alan N. Dixis, Anthony A. DeLisio, Christopher W. Dill, Benjamin C. Dillon, Young M. Dillon, James R. Dillon Jr., Matthew V. Dillon, Catalin D. Dima, Jeremy M. Dimarian, Joseph W. Dimmock Jr., Joseph W. Dimmock II, Scott G. Diamond, Joshua P. Dingler, Michael P. Dinterman, John P. Dion, Michael A. Diramondo, Jason A. Disney, Dwayne W. Dively, William T. Dix, Anthony J. Dixon, Christopher R. Dixon. Derek C. Dixon, Donnie D. Dixon, Edward F. Dixon III, Robert J. Dixon, Adam E. DeBeriner, Derek A. Dobagi, Dudley T. J. Dodds, Philip A. Dodson Jr., Thomas K. Durflinger, Jacob P. Durenwend, Daniel G. Dolan, John G. Doles, Patrick R. Dolphin, Ryan E. Doltz, Christopher B. Domesh, Alejandro A. Dominguez, Carlos Dominguez, Chadwick O. Domino, Alex F. Dominion, Max W. Donahue, Michael J. Donahue, Christopher B. Donaldson, Jacob B. Dones, Robert J. Donevsky, Dustin R. Donica, William J. Donnelly IV, Mark H. Dooley, Michael E. Dooley, Jason E. Dorr, Patrick D. Dorff, Richwell A. Doria, Nathaniel J. Doring, James P. Doherty, and James M. Dorsey. Trace W. Dossett, James D. Doster, Sean C. Dosty, Thomas J. Dosty, John Duangara, Scott E. Doherty, Daniel L. Duville, Robert J. Dowdy, Mark J. Downer, Michael A. Downey, Stephen P. Downing II, William B. Downs, Devin J. Doyle, Jeremy W. Doyle, Jonathan K. Dozier, Chad H. Drake, Christopher R. Drake, David A. Drake, David J. Drakulich, George R. Drawn Jr., Robert E. Drawl Jr., Dwayne J. Dreesky, Stephen T. Dries, Justin W. Dries, Sean E. Dressler, Daniel P. Drevnick, Jeremy L. Drexler, Charles A. Dreyer, Brandon R. Dronet, Stacy A. Dryden, Robert L. DeSang, Curtis J. Duarte, William H. DuBois Jr. That's Pyro. Thinking about you, Ham, and Donna, and Devin. Pyro's family, and Matt Ayers, and Sylvia. I know that was I should be that touched by all of these names, but when you know one, it hits. Continuing on, Eric T. Duckworth, Casper A. C. Dudkiewicz, Joseph J. Duenas, Amy A. Duerksen, Scott E. Duffman, Christopher M. Duffy, Justin J. Duffy, Shane P. Duffy, Joseph C. Dumas Jr., Joshua R. Dumas, Paul E. Dumont Jr., Jonathan J. Dunbar, Spencer C. Duncan, Thomas F. Duncan III, Alan J. Dunkley Jr., Jason L. Dunham, Robert E. Dunham, Joe L. Dungingen Jr., Sean M. Duncan, Brent W. Dunkelberger, Brian E. Dunlap, Clayton G. Dunn II, Jeanette T. Dunn, Kaylin T. Dunn, Terrence D. Dunn, Stephen J. Dunning, Arnold Duplantier II, Kevin A. DuPont, Stephen L. DuPont, Danny Dupree, Joan J. Duran, Jerry M. Durbin Jr., Wesley R. Durbin, Russell M. Durgin, Patrick K. Durham, Ciara M. Durkin, Sean M. Durkin, William D. Disenberry, Michael S. Duskin, Michael J. Dutcher, James E. Dutton, Seth J. Devoren, Jason B. Dwelly, Robert J. Dwyer, Robert E. Dias Jr., Edward J. Dykus, Christopher J. Dyer, Scott W. Dyer, Philip J. Dykeman, Scott D. Dykeman, Donald W. Eco, Lance O. Eakes, Carl A. Eason, Christopher L. Eastman, Richard S. Eaton Jr., James H. Ebers, Kevin R. Ebert, Blaine M. Ebert, Christopher S. Ebert, Thomas P. Eccles, Christopher W. Eckert, Gary A. Eckert Jr., Robert F. Eckfield Jr., Christopher M. Eckert, William C. Eckert, Jonathan W. Eds, Jason K. Edens, William A. Edens, James C. Edge. Donald R. Edgerton, Marshall L. Edgerton, Kevin F. Edgin, Benjamin C. Edinger, John J. Edmonds, Chad A. Edmondson, Philip C. Edmondson, Amos C. Edwards Jr., Chase A. Edwards, Corey A. Edwards, Mark O. Edwards, Michael I. Edwards, Sean C. Edwards, William L. Edwards, Michael Egan, Daniel W. Eggers, Kyle A. Eggers, Brandon F. Eggleston, Cody J. Eggleston, Jody L. Egner, Jeremy W. Ely, Robert W. Anney, Andrew C. Ehrlich, Nicholas D. Extion, Wyatt D. Eisenhower, Azuzi L. Farid, Gregory L. Elam, Aaron C. Alant, Dylan J. Elchin, Elias G. Elias, Adrian M. Elzalde, Emigdio E. Alizares, Michael D. Elledge, Kevin J. Ellenberger, Daniel L. Elliott, and Terry J. Elliott. All right, that's 1,800 names. And I am tired. Where are we at here? At 35. So I read through those a little bit faster. We're at 25 minutes until top of the hour. Looks like there's some cloud cover. I see a couple of stars, but not as many as there were out earlier. So there must be A few clouds. I'm gonna have to walk around. I'm gonna step off screen and try and get my blood flowing. I feel like I need to do some push-ups or something. Thanks for the coffee, Donita. Ooh, that's nice. It's hot. I don't normally drink coffee, but I appreciate this. I had a small glass of wine from Larry Mellon before I came out here. I didn't want to drink much because I got to figure out how to stay up for 8 hours in the middle of the night. But anyway, this new bottle that you sent, my mother said it was just a red wine, and anyway, it's just really outstanding wine, and appreciate the thoughtful gift, and did a toast to all of these fallen soldiers and their families before I came out. Now let's see, is there any comments? No comments. Hope you guys can see me. I think you can. I hope you can hear me. It'd be sort of pointless if you couldn't hear my voice. How's my battery doing? Still says four bars on the external battery. Okay, I'm gonna move around and get some blood flowing in my legs. I'm tired, Lord. Use the strength. Second wind. Well, I'm experiencing some psychological pain because I'm. It's like if you're doing a mile, I should be finished with the first lap, but I still have 20 minutes to go before my first lap is over. I'm tired. I tried to sleep this afternoon, but it was not really successful. So I just sort of laid in bed and closed my eyes and rested a little bit. But I don't think I slept. Thought about taking an afternoon Ambien. That would have been probably, it might have been advised, but then I'd be groggy. I wanted to be alert. I'll try to remember these names. So Pyro, when we got to William Du Bois, there's a website out there called Pyro's Wings. I think it's .com. Might be pyroswings.org. Probably it's .org. I can't remember. Anyway, I worked on that website with Pyro's father, Ham, and his mother, Donna, his sister, Devin. This is a great, great family. They host this run every year in honor of Pyro, out at the place they live in Colorado. And he served under my friend Matt Blitz Ayers, who was his squadron commander when they went to war in Afghanistan. And he was killed in that conflict. And based on, you just look at the website and the stories, he just seemed like such an awesome, amazing person. And all service members are, but when you meet his family, you'll see that he just comes from a group of people that are just so dedicated to this country and such thoughtful, public servant mindset type people. I just want to say how much I admire the entire Du Bois clan and the way that they honor the memory of their son, and sort of trying, their website or the run is that they're trying to inspire the next generation of pilots, the fighter pilots, and they really believe in that tradition and believe in his passion for his country and his passion for his military profession. And I'm just really lucky to know that group of people, and wish I would have met Pyro in life and not just in spirit. But I'm glad that you're with us, protecting us from the great beyond, Pyro, and that I'm glad that I get to spend some time with you tonight here at this sacred place that these people built. People are awesome. I love this country. I love its people. I wish we could get back to the spirit of camaraderie and mutual respect, I guess, would be something I'd like to see more in this country. We've got such a, what's the word I'm looking for? We just have such capacity for love and cooperation and inventiveness, creation. You travel around the country and you've got artists and movie makers and scientists and just people doing amazing things. And I don't see why we have to have such conflict amongst ourselves. We live in such an abundant and beautiful world. It's got all the resources we need. There's a movie called The Platform. Nate Downing loves this movie. And we watched it when I was at a gathering with all of our Air Force friends. Nate's an Air Force Academy classmate of mine. And the premise of the movie is that there's this magic levitating platform in this sort of prison environment that you can volunteer to go into. And I think maybe it releases your debts. It seems like, what was that other Netflix series that was like that? And anyway, this uh, you don't know what level of this platform you will wake up on. You stay on each level, I think, for a few weeks or maybe a month, and there's two people on each level, and the platform it drops down to your level once a day, and it has food on it that you can eat, but you only get you take whatever you want when it gets to your level, and it starts at if you're down on like level 60 or 80 or 120, there's not much food left, and people start fighting, and there's violence, and it's also just it's very cruel that when it starts at the top, at the very very top level, it's this gorgeous buffet of food, and it's like like you'd see it like a $200 meal at a buffet at a five-star hotel or something, and but then the people at the top just eat it, and they're gluttons, and they don't care about the people on the levels below. And then every month uh, they gas everybody and they put you on a different level. And even though people move around when they're at the top, they never there's enough. The premise of the movie is just like an indictment of the way our world is actually structured right now, is that there's more than enough for everyone to have a beautiful life and to have abundance. And um, if we just if the people at the top are thoughtful about the people lower down the socioeconomic ladder. And despite the abundance of the resources in the movie, just like we have in our country or in the world, uh, people are selfish. And that gets disheartening, I guess. When you think about Bastogne, or you watch Ken Burns' The War. Uh, I watched Turning Point the other day. That's this Netflix series on how we got Bin Laden, and what we've done in these most recent wars. And it shows mistakes that we made, but it also just shows the real uh, level of cooperation and thoughtfulness and dedication and persistence that the um, American people, the American government, the American military can have when we're at our best. And it's just fantastic. And it also, I thought that the first couple of episodes, especially the first episode of Turning Point, it just really captures what actually happened on 9/11 in this way that I think it's important. There's nothing really that surprising in it. Um, but man, if you were young enough to not remember that you weren't born at the time that happens, the way my recollection of the events, I happened to be in D.C. On the morning that happened, on a mile or two from the Pentagon, and I just feel like that this Turning Point documentary really captures what it actually felt like, and what this the shock and the surprise, um, and then the sort of national unity that we experienced in the moments after that was uh, refreshing. It's like when we had a common enemy, when we had December 7th. Um, and September 11th, when these shocking moments of somebody disrespecting us as a people, we have this ability to come together. But in our current political climate, our global geopolitical climate, we had a common enemy. We had a virus, and so we had a non-human enemy, and yet we're tearing ourselves apart. Um, that's disheartening to me. And I guess the cool thing about having I moved back to Kansas 3 years ago, and been in Oakley, my hometown here. Um, I really have the sense that the sky is not falling. It's only falling because we're tearing. Like it's just humans. We're being unkind to each other. Uh-oh, have I? Nope. I've got 10 more minutes of me just talking about whatever I'm thinking of. And we can get back to greatness and to curiosity and exploration and science and discovering the beauty, the majesty of the oceans and nature and the heavens and the skies. Oh, what did I see? I saw this. I saw the greatest thing on gorillas on Netflix. I just only saw the first episode. Oh, I can't look at my phone because it's the thing that's recording this um, live stream. Um, there's this Netflix documentary on the way that gorillas are towards each other, and they're magnificent and beautiful and thoughtful and so emotional. And there's the big uh, king gorilla in this series is named Jackson, and it's interesting. But he's got to make sure that he protects his power. And I love how they one of the ways that they uh, form alliances and figure out how they or who's going to work together in terms of the power structure of the males in that society. And I think probably also to some extent the females, but is that they groom each other, that they spend time thoughtfully looking through each other's hair and grooming each other. And that's the way that that's done uh, determines who is just how their society is structured. And I thought it's just so interesting. There's so many amazing things about this world. Kind of reminded me of. I want to see the rest of that series. I just haven't had the time. Um, my octopus teacher. That was the favorite thing I saw. I feel like that came out during the pandemic, and that octopus and the relationship it developed with the diver was just magic. Just one little creature, one magical creature in this giant planet. Um, you have such a rich and interesting um, interaction with the environment that we were given. It's just so cool. Anyway, that's me just gushing on what an awesome planet and what an awesome existence we have, um, and how fortunate we are to live in a country with such prosperity and opportunity. Um, I guess that's what it's been for me. And I realize that I am a very privileged person in this society. The other thing that I saw recently is uh, the work we do or the way we work. It's this brand new Netflix documentary. Um, Barack Obama created it, and they interview and follow 12 people from different walks of life. And it's like service industry people, people in hospitality, people in healthcare, home healthcare, and people in tech. And that didn't make me, it made me angry, I guess is what I would say, in the way that uh, our current socioeconomic system treats people that are at the lower rungs of economic opportunity. I mean, it's kind of like that movie, The Platform. Just, it makes you so, it makes you so angry that that our corporate structure does that, you know? Um, it doesn't care about people. They care about numbers. They care about, uh, profitability. There's kind of a critique of Milton Friedman in that. And I don't know, I haven't studied much of Milton Friedman. I don't know if they cast him in an overly negative light. But when you look at the actual day-to-day lives of the people that do the work in this country in home health care and in hospitality, they're so resilient. They're so, they're always around the table. They're always having a prayer, breaking bread together, laughing, but then they're all talking about how they have to have 3 jobs just to barely make ends meet. And it just doesn't seem like, I guess, their life experience has not, they haven't been afforded the kind of opportunities and freedom and privilege that I enjoy. And I hope that we can try and make a wider, if not everyone, in this country and in the world have an opportunity to live an abundant and joyful life that isn't just a slog every day. That's what I hope that I fought for. I want to be free, and some of these people, the socioeconomic position that they are in, doesn't feel like they're free in the way that we could be. It's my time here. I got 4 minutes, 3 minutes. Need to find my next set of names. Midnight to 1 a.m. it says. I'm coming up on midnight. Still got a little coffee from Donita. Oh, this is a good thermos. This is still really hot. Chase that down with a little Coke Zero. But anyway, on that, just outstanding work, President Obama. That's an amazing documentary. I mean, I think Ken Burns is the best documentary maker in world history, but you really crushed that series. So whoever you were working with, and all of the people in it, I want that. Can't remember her name, but the person that was interviewed first, and she wants that. She has this house that she wants. She describes it, and I want her to have that house. we should make it that everybody should be able to have that house, that oasis that she's talking about. I really can't see. How's my battery? Battery's looking good. We're still live. I don't know if we're live on all the platforms, but 900 more names. Thank you for your service. Everybody that's on these pieces of paper, all of the families, for your family's sacrifice. Legit. So proud of you. So thankful that you chose to put your own life on the line. I hope other people in this country are honoring your sacrifice and remembering. Glad I brought a blanket. It's getting cold out here. Okay. Oh, shit. Sorry. Lost our coffee. Back's getting a little sore with this chair. Okay. Everything's okay. Don't worry about me. I should not be complaining about my back sitting here on a beautiful, calm night in my hometown where everything is safe when I'm reading the names of 7,200 people that made the ultimate sacrifice. Do not get to sit and have a cheeseburger with their mother before they come out and spend a beautiful evening celebrating the lives of those who made the ultimate sacrifice. So, okay, now we're back to it. James D. Ellis, Jessica A. Ellis, Joseph J. Ellis, Robert W. Ellis, Vincent J. Ellis, Justin M. Ellsworth, Michael D. Elm, Nathan R. Elrod, Stephen R. Elrod, Kenneth B. Elwell, William R. Emanuel IV, Jonathan D. A. Emmerd, Lucas W. A. Ebsch, Matthew J. Emerson, Blair W. Emery, William E. Emmert, Richard C. Emmons III, Ebby F. Amello, Eric M. Emmond, Jordan B. Emmerich, Adam Q. Emule, Corey M. Endlick, Zachary R. Ensley, Mark E. Engel, Christian P. Engeldrum, John W. Engeman, Matthew J. England, Sean L. English, Andrew T. Engstrom, Carl P. Ennis, Daryl L. Ennis, Peter G. Ennis, maybe Enos or Enos family. Hopefully I didn't mispronounce your family's name. Garrick L. Eppinger Jr., Nicholas B. Erdy, Caleb L. Erickson, Ryan A. Escalante, Christopher E. Eccleston, Sergio H. Escobar, Jose R. Escobedo Jr., Daniel M. Eschba, Pedro I. Espialt, Ana Laura Esparza Gutierrez, sorry, it's disrespectful to eat while I'm reading these names. Bradley Espinoza, David L. Espinoza, Alan Mark C. Espiritu, Michael J. Esposito Jr., Philip T. Esposito, Keith E. Essary, Richard A. Essex, Raymond G. Estelle II, Adam W. Estep, James E. Estep, Justin M. Estes, Bobby L. Essel, Jason H. Estopinal, Rodriguez Y. Estrada, Kyler L. Estrada, Ruben Soto Estrella, Michael A. Estrella, Jonathan E. Ederling, Carlo F. Eugenio, Thomas C. Zeugner, Alonzo Evans, Blake W. Evans, David Evans Jr., Jerry R. Evans Jr., okay, getting tired. Kermit O. Evans, LaShawn D. Evans, Michael S. Evans II, William L. Evans, Michael S. Evarts, Christopher L. Everett, Jason M. Evie, Mark A. Evnan, Forrest P. Ewens, Anthony D. Ewing, Jeremy R. Ewing, Jared W. Ewey, Justin L. Eyerly, Lawrence D. Ezel, Troy S. Ezernak, John W. Fass, Ralph J. Fabry, Jason J. Fabrizi, David R. Fahey Jr., Aaron E. Fairbairn, Jacob J. Fairbanks, Bradley M. Faircloth, Nathan P. Fairley, Mario Fajardo, Jonathan I. Falanico, Adam R. Fales, Christopher M. Falkel, Sean P. Falter, Joseph H. Fankhauser, Daniel N. Fannin, Sean D. Fannin, Garrett A. Fant, Adam J. Fargo, John F. Farias, Daniel Farkas, Brandon W. Farley, Derek J. Farley, Stephen L. Farley, Donald B. Farmer, Jonathan R. Farmer, Colby M. Farnon, Stephen P. Farnan, Clay P. Farr, Andrew K. Farrar Jr., William A. Farrar Jr., Sean M. Farrell II, Billy B. Ferris, Joshua R. Ferris, Jeffrey J. Farrow, Michael J. Fasnacht, Huey P. L. Fassbender III, Louis R. Fastuca, Stephen W. Falkenberg, Devin M. Faulkner, James D. Faulkner, Jeremy P. Faulkner, Raymond J. Falstich Jr., Brian R. Flantz, Aaron M. Faust, Matthew G. Fazari, Daniel L. Feder, Patrick D. Feeks, Jason A. Fegler, Curtis D. Feistner, Gregory D. Feheran, Arthur L. Felder, Tiana S. Felder, Dustin J. Feldhaus, Gutierrez K. E. Falciano, Celestino E. Felix Jr., Glade L. Felix, Neve J. L. Feliz, Robin V. Fell, Paul B. Felsberg, Thomas L. Feltz Sr., Lithaniel Fender, Shelby J. Feniello, Sean P. Fennerty, Matthew J. Fenton, Joseph J. Fenty Jr., Dennis J. Federer Jr., Ryan Ferguson, C. Ferguson, Richard L. Ferguson, Christopher J. C. Fernandez, Daryl L. Fernandez, George A. Fernandez, Kyle K. E. Fernandez, Ruben M. Fernandez III, William V. Fernandez, Matthew C. Ferrara, Bruce E. Farrell, Marius L. Ferrero, Clint D. Farron, Michael H. Ferschke Jr., Gregory J. Fester, John P. Fettig, Tyler R. Fay, Damian T. Fitzek, Nathan R. Field, Lance D. Fielder, Michael S. Fielder, Aaron D. Fields, Eric A. Pfeiffer, Gabriel J. Figueroa, Louis A. Figueroa, Robert J. Fike, Vincent A. Philippi III, Jason C. Finnan, Courtney D. Finch, David D. Finch, Jason D. Fingar, Michael W. Finke Jr., Paul J. Finken, James N. Finley, Eric M. Finneganum, Jerome Furtamag, Jeremy J. Fisher, Keith E. Fiskus, Michael T. Fiskus, Christopher B. Fishbeck, David M. Fisher, Donald E. Fisher II, Dustin C. Fisher, Paul F. Fisher, Sean P. Fisher, Zachary M. Fisher, Joseph E. Fite, Crystal M. Fitz, Almer L. Fitzgerald, Dustin R. Fitzgerald, Patrick S. Fitzgibbon, Joseph P. N. Fitzmaurice, Stephen J. Fitzmaurice, Dennis J. Flanagan, William T. Flanagan, Sean M. Flannery, Jacob R. Fleischer, Scott J. Fleming, Jacob S. Fletcher, Gregory M. W. Fleury, Marion Flint Jr., Jose R. Flores Mejia, Dwayne W. Flores, Jesus O. Flores Jr., John D. Flores, Jonathan R. Flores, Michael P. Flores, Omar D. Flores, William Flores Jr., Kami Florexel, Alkali T. Floyd, Clarence L. Floyd Jr., John M. Flynn, Paul J. Flynn, Thomas K. Fogarty, Thomas A. Foley III, Tommy I. Folks, Jr., Timothy S. Fulmar, Jesus Fonseca, Jacques J. Fonten, Victor M. Fontanilla, Elia P. Fontecchio, Jared S. Fontenot, Ryan D. Foraker, Aaron M. Forbes, David H. Ford IV, Jason C. Ford, Joseph A. Ford, Joshua A. Ford, Michael L. Ford, Philip C. Ford, Richard L. Ford, Travis A. Ford, Omar W. Ford, James F. Fordyce, Mark A. Forrester, Edward W. Forrest, Jr., Curtis J. Forshee, Wesley C. Fortenberry, Joseph D. Fortin, Stephen R. Fortunato, Maurice K. Fortune, Jeremy D. Foshee, Eric M. Foster, Byron W. Fouty, Christopher S. Folks, Bradley C. Fox, Christopher T. Fox, Travis A. Fox, Dylan B. Fox, Craig D. Foytek, Dale E. Fracker Jr., David M. Frazee, John T. Fralish. I see you have a viewer. Don't have a lot of viewers. Mother, if that's you, everything's going pretty well out here. I was looking to see, yeah, my batteries on this external battery on this phone is looking pretty good. So I think my phone might make it. I don't really know if the live stream will allow me to do an 8-hour live stream. But I'm in hour 3 and I'm on, I think I said Bradley T.C. Fox, name number 2053 of 7600. So that's where we're at. And Donita brought me a coffee, which was very thoughtful, and it's hot, and I really appreciate that. I've got my snacks, and I had to go get an extra shirt and a blanket. I'm glad that they recommended I did that. So anyway, if that's you that happened to be checking in, it's going well. It's a gorgeous night out here. This display is beautiful. It's kind of meaningful to sit here with all these 7,200 people and think about how lucky we are in our family and our own life experience to be in the cool place that we are today. So anyway, I got to continue on so I stay on time. And I think it was on Bradley C. Fox, Christopher T. Fox, Travis A. Fox, Dylan B. Fox, Craig D. Foytek, Dale E. Fracker Jr., David M. Frazee, John T. Fralish, Gregory M. Frampton, Alberto Francesconi, Lakina M. Francis, Jason Franco, Craig S. Frank, Edward J. Frank II, Michael K. Frank, Philip E. Frank, Stephen W. Frank, Warren A. Frank, Benny S. Franklin, Bobby C. Franklin, Jermaine D. Franklin, Michael W. Franklin, Lucas A. France, Matthew C. France, Robert L. France, David M. Fraser, Grant B. Fraser, Vincent M. Frassetto, Daniel A. Fraser, Jacob L. Fraser, Joshua J. Fraser, Kendall K. Frederick, Nicholas C. Fredstein, Benjamin L. Freeman, Brian S. Freeman, Brian L. Freeman Jr., Daniel J. Freeman, Jamil T. Freeman, Matthew C. H. Freeman, Michael L. Freeman Jr., Ronald D. Freeman, Walter Freeman Jr., Ralph A.W. Freitas, Jason R. Freewald, Alex French IV, Carrie L. French, Jeremy J. Fresquez, Stephen W. Freund, David K. Fribley, Armand L. Fricky, and David T. Friedrich. Robert M. Freese, William E. Freese, Nathan J. Frigo, Demetrius M. Frison, Luke P. Frist, Kelly W. Frith, William R. Fritsch, Jacob N. Fritz, Adam D. Froelich, Chad D. Frokshire, Kurt R. Froscheiser, Christopher S. Frost, John D. Fry, Jason L. Fry, Nicole M. Fry, Kirk T. Fuchigami Jr., Daniel A. Fuentes, Joseph F. First III, Michael T. Fuga, Ray M. Furman II, Timothy A. Fulkerson, William B. Fulks, Alexander H. Fuller, Carl R. Fuller, Chad E. Fuller, Travis J. Fuller, Alexander J. Function, Kane M. Funky, James A. Funkhauser Jr., Donald D. Furman, Marcus S. Futrell, Raphael A. Futrell, Marilyn L. Gabbard, Michael J. Gabel, Dan H. Gabrielson, Clifford V. Gadsden, Jonathan E. Gadsden, John P. Gaffney, Charles P. Gaffney Jr., Alexander U. Gagalek, Greg P. Gagarin, Joseph A. Gage, Christopher D. Gailey, Sean D. Gajdos, Vilmar Galarza Hernandez, Max A. Galai, Justin J. Galuski, Matthew R. Gallagher, Patrick J. Gallagher, Dennis J. Gallardo, Joseph J. Gallegos, Justin T. Gallegos, Riley Gallinger Long, Arthur Galvin, Daniel L. Galvin, Jose A. Galvin, Adam A. Galvez, Taylor J. Galvin, Carter A. Gamble Jr., Garrett W. Gamble, Joseph D. Gamboa, Vincent E. Gamone III, Stephen C. Gangshweski, Lolini W. Gandy, Jerry L. Gainey Jr., Richard J. Gannon II, Brandon Gabrant, Brandon J. Garabrandt, Jeffrey J. Garber, Ryan C. Garbs, Seth K. Garcio, Thomas Garces, Juan de Dois Garcia Arana, Shil J. M. Garcia, Felipe J. Garcia Valerial, Alberto Garcia Jr., Anthony C. Garcia, Anthony R. Garcia, Christian A.S. Garcia, Israel Garcia, Adnan J. Garcia, Jair D. Garcia, Javier J. Garcia, Justin R. Garcia, Michael J. Garcia, Ruel M. Garcia, Victor A. Garcia, Curtis J. Gardner, Derek L. Gardner, Freeman L. Gardner Jr., James W. Gardner, Jose A. Garibay, Joseph M. Garmbach Jr., Mark A. Garner, Eric Garrote, Michael D. Garrigus, Benjamin J. Garrison, Joseph M. Garrison, Landis W. Garrison, Ryan A. Gartner, Corey E. Garver, Philip H. Garvey, Justin W. Garvey. Edward M. Garvin, Nathaniel D. Garvin, Joseph P. Gariantes, Damian J. Garza, Israel Garza, Joe J. Garza, Juan G. Garza Jr., Rogelio R. Garza Jr., Carrie A. Gasiewicz, Frank J. Gasper, Kevin J. Gaspers, Gerard D. Gass Jr., Jacob A. Gasson, Benson A. H. Gates, Christopher Gathercole, Bradley J. Gaudet, Sean M. Gall, Timothy L. Guana, Anthony A. Gonke, J. R. Gatherow, Aaron D. Gautier, Bryce E. Gautier, Dimitros Gavriel, Alva L. Gaylord, Daniel J. Geary, Michael E. Geary, Ronald W. Gieber, Nicole L. G., George R. Gear, Christopher P. Geiger, Wayne M. Geiger, Ian T. D. Gellig, Mark C. Galena, Christopher D. Galino, Aaron M. Genevieve, Blaine K. Gentry, Louis J. Gentry, Joel C. Gentz, Jason E. George, Matthew E. George, Philip C. George, Orville Gerena, Merlin Gurman, Scott M. Germosen, John D. Gary, Clinton R. Gertzen, Albert P. Gettings, Corey R. Guerin, David L. Giamo, Peter J. Giannopoulos, Devin J. Gibbons, Thomas J. Gibbons, Matthew V. Gibbons, Nicholas R. Gibbs, Todd C. Gibbs, Brennan C. Gibson, Christopher A. Gibson, Derek A. Gibson, Jonathan S. Gibson, Kenneth B. Gibson, Timothy M. Gibson, Nicholas H. J. Gideon, Richard B. Ginnow, Joseph R. Geese, Alan N. Gifford, Jonathan L. Gifford, Jonathan W. Gifford, Micah S. Gifford, Carlos J. Gill, Kyle C. Gilbert, Kyle E. Gilbert, Richard A. Gilbert Jr., Robert L. Gilbert II, Thomas M. Gilbert, Troy L. Gilbert, William J. Gilbert, Kevin A. Gilbertson, Landon S. Gilles, Christian C. Gilfranco, Carlos E. Gill, Stephen P. Gill, Randy J. Gillespie, Chadwick A. Gilliam, Charles C. Gillikin III, Benjamin L. Gilman, Cornell W. Gilmer, the first, Joseph A. Gilmore, Richard Gilmore III, Terrell W. Gilmer, Carlos E. Gilorosco, Adam K. Jeanette, Ronald A. Ginther, Daniel R. Gionet, Michael R. Giordano, Joshua S. Skyer, Milton A. Just Jr., Nathaniel A. Gibbon, Jesse A. Gibbons, Stephen R. Gibbons, Curtis E. Glosson Jr., Michael T. Gleason, Theodore M. Glendy. Still rolling? Still rolling. Marcus S. Glimpsey, Michael D. Glover, Ryan A. Gloyer, James M. Gluff, Shamus O. Gore, Michael J. Goebel, Lee M. Godbolt, Robert G. Godfrey, Todd J. Godwin, Christopher S. Goki, Dale A. Getz, James M. Goines, Christopher A. Golby, Marcus A. Goseniski, David J. Goldberg, Jonathan J. Golden, Nicholas G. Golding, Shane L. Goldman, Wyatt A. Goldsmith, Mihail Golin, Cliff K. Gola, Jonathan A. Goldnitz, Billy Gomez, Daniel E. Gomez, Jose Gomez, Ethan L. Goncalo, Chad A. Gonsalves, Cordova R. E. Gonzalez, Adan Gonzalez Jr., Esau S. A. Gonzalez, Joseph F. Gonzalez, Tony J. Gonzalez, Irahita F. G. Gonzalez, Jose F. Gonzalez Rodriguez, Rodrigo Gonzalez Garza, Araceli Gonzalez O'Malley, Alex D. Gonzalez, Amilcar H. Gonzalez, Armando Gonzalez, Benjamin R. Gonzalez, Carlos M. Gonzalez, Christopher N. Gonzalez, Edwin Gonzalez, Jaime Gonzalez Jr., Jesus A. Gonzalez, Jorge A. Gonzalez, Jose J. Gonzalez, Luis M. Gonzalez, Mario D. Gonzalez, Michael L. Gonzalez, Moises J. Gonzalez, Orlando E. Gonzalez, Victor A. Alicia S. Good, Jordan E. Good, Bernard G. Gooden, Brandon D. Goodine, Dakota L. Gooding, Nathan J. Goodiron, Ashton L. M. Goodman, Corey J. Goodnature, Gregory R. Goodrich, Joseph P. Goodrich, Anthony L. Goodwin, Robert S. Goodwin, Brandon D. Gordon. Brittany B. Gordon, David W. Gordon, Lyle L. Gordon, Robert D. Gordon II, Terry K. Gordon, Brian Gorham, Brett E. Gornowitz, Marcos A. Gora, Richard S. Gottfried, Dustin M. Gould, Christopher J. Gould, Gregson G. Gorley, Richard A. Goward, Mark R. Goyette, Edward S. Grace, Keith E. Grace Jr., Katrina R. Grady, Ryan J. Grady, James R. Graham III, Jeffrey C. Graham, Kevin J. Graham, Lance T. Graham, Mark W. Graham, Sean A. Graham, David J. Gramez Sanchez, Thomas J. Gramith, Alejandro Granado III, Cesar A. Granados, Brian K. Grant, Christopher O. Grant, Jonathan W. Grant, Sandra S. Grant, Zachary A. Grass, Jonathan D. Grassbaugh, Cody C. Grader, Joseph A. Graves, Jamie A. Gray, Joshua A. Gray, Michael J. Gray, Tommy L. Gray, Tori L. Gray, Walter D. Gray, Yance T. Gray, Daniel E. Graybeal, Anthony G. Green, Douglas J. Green, Jeffrey G. Green, Michael L. Green, Quincy J. Green, Ryan P. Green, Stacy A. Green, Takara R. Green, David S. Green, Frederick Green, Harold J. Green, Jeremy R. Green, Sation V. Greenlee, Christopher D. Greer, Nicholas J. Greer, Alan A. Greca, David J. Grella, Robert S. Greninger, Daniel G. Gresham, Genesia M. Gresham, Jordan L. Grez, Ronald A. Grider, Kevin D. Greco, Jarrett P. Gremel. Louis A. Grease, Christopher T. Griffin, Dale R. Griffin, Daryl R. Griffin Jr., Jeremy W. Griffin, Kevin J. Griffin, Kyle A. Griffin, Patrick L. Griffin Jr., Travis L. Griffin, Tyler O. Griffin, Donald D. Griffith Jr., John C. Griffith, Samuel M. Griffith, Travis J. Grigg, James T. Grijalva, Sean R. Grilly, Kyle J. Grimes, Sean P. Grimes, William D. Grimm, Matthew T. Grimm, Billy J. Grinder, Jesse J. Grindy, Aaron M. Griner, James F. Grissom, Casey J. Grichowiak, Chad D. Groper, Travis W. Grogan, Dustin D. Gross, Frank R. Gross, William B. Gross Paniagua, William B. Gross Paniagua. I like that. Kelly B. Groth, James T. Grochen, James E. Groves III, Francisco R.J. Guardado. Daniel F. Guastafaro, Sergio Gudino, James D. Goodrich, Jose R. Guerreca Jr., Ernesto R. Guerra, Raul M. Guerra, Joseph R. Guerrera, Mario Guerrero, Salvador Guerrero, Michael J. Guillory, Hans M. Kukaisen, Leonard J. Golsinski II, Jeremy R. Gullett, Zachary R. Gullett, Nicholas A. Gummersall, Chiron L. Gunn, Hannah L. Gunterman, James M. Gerbies, Daniel D. Gurr, Christian D. Gertner, Luis E. Gutierrez Rosales, Augustin Gutierrez, David H. Gutierrez, Javier J. Gutierrez, Jose Gutierrez, Marshall A. Gutierrez, Stephen E. Gutowski, Robert A. Guy, Shakir T. Guy, Larry I. Guyton, Christian A. Guzman Rivera, Gabriel Guzman, Miguel A. Guzman, Derek D. Gualti. Chase A. Hogg, Andrew J. Habseer, Brandon E. Hadaway, Jordan C. Herter, Richard W. Hafer, Joshua R. Hager, Roger G. M. Hager, Scott A. Hagerty, Jonathan C. Hagan, Guy S. Hagee Jr., Peter J. Hahn, Charles G. Height, Kenneth W. Hines, or Haynes probably, Samuel C. Hairston, Christopher M. Hake, Michael J. Halal, James M. Hale, John E. Hale, Benjamin J. Hall, Blake W. Hall, Brian E. Hall, Chris R. Hall, David E. Hall, David R. Hall, Jeffrey A. Hall, Jonathan D. Hall, Robert E. Hall Jr., Ryan P. Hall, William G. Hall, Derek L. Halal, Roger W. Holler, John L. Hollett III, Jesse M. Holling, Santiago M. Halsell. Andrew J. Halverson, Eric A. Halvorson, Patrick D. Hamburger, Jason R. Hamill, Adam S. Hamilton, Donnell A. Hamilton Jr., Christopher N. Hamlet, Jonathan V. Ham, Carl E. Hamar, Robert C. Hammett Jr., Nathaniel T. Hammond, Ryan D. Hammond, Kimberly N. Hampton, Joseph J. Hamsky, Kimball A. Hahn, Michael S. Hancock, Andrew L. Hand, Nicholas J. Hand, Randy M. Haney, Michael W. Hanks, Fernando B. Hannon, Sean T. Hannon, Daniel L. Hansen, Dennis J. Hansen, James A. Hansen, Jeffrey J. Hansen, John E. Hansen, Mark S. Hansen, Justin M. Hansen, Warren S. Hansen, Charles A. Hansen Jr., Jason Hansen, Joshua R. Hansen, Matthias N. Hansen. Timothy R. Hansen, Michael C. Hardigree, Ethan C. Harding, Jeremy F. Hardison, Adam J. Hart, Joshua M. Hart, Brandon M. Hardy, Nathan H. Hardy, Richard A. Hardy, Zachary H. Hargrove, Eric W. Harrio, Jason R. Harkins, James W. Harlan, Willie J. Harley Jr., Darren P. Harmon Sr., Joshua S. Harmon, Matthew A. Harmon, Antonisio Harrimaran, Andrew M. Harper, Bradley J. Harper, Gary R. Harper Jr., Marlon B. Harper, Scott D. Harper, William M. Harrell, James J. Harrelson, Stanley L. Harriman, Foster L. Harrington, Kyle J. Harrington, Leroy Harris Kelly, Adam J. Harris, Blake A. Harris, Blake M. Harris, Christopher M. Harris, Devin J. Harris, Dustin J. Harris, Jennifer J. Harris, Joseph G. Harris, Joshua T. Harris, Joshua W. Harris, Kenneth W. Harris Jr., Larry D. Harris Jr., Noah Harris, Shane P. Harris, Tareen T. Harris, Todd M. Harris, Tori D. Harris, Calvin B. Harrison, George D. Harrison, Roger T. Harrison, James W. Harrison Jr., Ronald R. Harrison, Bradley C. Hart, David J. Hart, John D. Hart, Nathaniel Hart Jr., Justin P. Hartford, Nicholas A. S. Hartgy, Adam J. Harding, Ralph J. Harding III, Jared D. Hartley, Jeffrey L. Hartley, David A. Hartman, David J. Hartman, Jennifer M. Hartman, John L. Hartman Jr., Jonathan Hartman, Joshua A. Harton, Michael L. Hartwick Jr., Robert P. Hartwick, Andrew W. Harville, James W. Harvey II, Jason D. Hassenauer, William E. Hassenflue, Travis F. Hanslip, Donald J. Hassey, Matthew D. Hastings, Jerome D. Hatfield, Stephen C. Hadamer, Brandon P. Hunnert, Ryan E. Haupt, Brian P. House, Sheldon R. Hawk Eagle, Gene A. Hawkins, Omer T. Hawkins II, Patrick C. Hawkins, Asbury F. Hahn II, Jimmy D. Hawes, James D. Hawthorne, Dennis P. Hay, Eric W. Hayes, James F. Hayes, John E. Hayes, Michael R. Hayes, William S. Hayes III, Bryant J. Haynes, Skylar B. Haynes, Bruce E. Hayes, Nathan P. Hayes, Timothy L. Hazlett, Brian D. Hazelgrove, Joshua L. Hazelwood, Daniel R. Healy, James K. Healy, David M. Heath, Anthony D. Hibbert, Justin W. Hibbert, Randy M. Heck, William F. Hecker III, Michael W. Heed Jr., Matthew C. Heffelfinger, Christopher T. Heflin, Sean P. Hefner, Damian L. Heidelberg, Keith N. Heitman, Raheen T. Heiter, Carrie P. Hine, Jeremy M. Hines, Charles T. Heinlein Jr., Eric R. Helt, and Brian B. Hellerman. So that was 2,700, named 2,700 of 7,200. So there's still a lot of names to go. Yeah, this is my midnight to 1 o'clock hour. And where's my time right now? It's like 40 minutes. Okay, so Got about a 20-minute conversation and stretching break. We're in the thick of it now, getting a little tired. But that's making me think about the type of things that people have to do. I saw that movie 12 Strong recently. Man, those guys, amazing what they accomplished. Just 12 of them. Really difficult to understand who was friendly and who was the enemy. And just incredibly difficult circumstances. Such, heroism, bravery, dedication, all the training it took for them to develop a cohesive team and then to deal with incredible uncertainty and really accomplish what they set out to do. I really loved that movie. Highly recommend. I heard some people say it was sort of boring, and the pace is sometimes a little bit slow, which I agree with. But I think they were capturing what the actual experience was like for those men that fought that particular battle. So, in series of battles and negotiations in Afghanistan. And so, anyway, really enjoyed that. Before, on my last break, we were talking about movies and documentaries. World War II stuff I love. I would say The War is probably the best thing ever made. Ken Burns documentary. It's my favorite. I also love Band of Brothers. I think it's incredibly well done. And I love how they bring in interviews with the actual guys that were in that unit. And what was the name of it? It's been a long time since I've seen that. Easy Company. They're an Easy Company. And then I remember when I was a kid, for some reason, I went to the theater in Colby. I think I was by myself and I was really young, and I saw Platoon. And I probably should not have been allowed to see a movie like that at such an age, but I really enjoyed it. I thought that it was a brilliantly made movie and really made you feel what it was like and what it might be like to join the service. And then I did. I liked We Were Soldiers Once and Young. That was a good book I read when I was younger about being in the service. And Saving Private Ryan is obviously a brilliant movie. Such a good story. Such good storytelling. I like some Civil War stuff. I'm getting so tired. It's hard for me to think about there's a couple of Civil War movies, and the music in them is so good. And the themes of right and wrong, and they'll come to me. I'll think about it as I'm on break. Okay, I'm going off screen for a little bit. Nobody's here. Oh, Colleen. Glad that you tuned in. I got about 15 minutes till I start I guess it will be the 2 o'clock hour. So I'll get out my next set of sheets, next set of names, for 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock. No, wait, what? 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock. I can't actually see the time on my phone. I can just see whether or not we're at the top of the hour. So, oh man, it's only 12. So it's what? I guess I'd make it 12:45. Whew, we got a long ways to go. But that's okay. It's worth it. We've come a long way in this country. Ever think about that? Like, we just got to this planet, all of this stuff that is electricity and flags and buildings and cars and lights and rocket ships, nuclear power, nuclear weapons, um, bullets. Everything was here. It's all here, and we figured it out. It's amazing. Like, we didn't know how to do anything. And then music and literature and art and humans are awesome. I love them. I love what we can do when we are thoughtful and kind and artistic and using our minds to further connections with each other and to discover the universe that God gave us. Love that. I don't love us so much when we just want to build wealth for our own selves or just for our family. You feel like you see more of that lately. But it's not that bad. I just feel like we're out of balance a little bit. We can do better. I feel like we can do better. We can get back to the core beauty and enjoyment of living and enjoying and just like enjoying the beauty of this world and this universe, the mystery of it all. I feel like we can do a better job of that. I mean, what a magnificent night. Now that some of those clouds have cleared out, I see one star up here. It's dead calm. Hearing some dogs bark off in the distance. You can see Alberta Aarons' home is just across the street. Great matriarch of this community. She was a service member in World War II. We also lost another great matriarch. Mildred Kuhlman passed away. And we just did her service a few days ago at the Catholic Church last week. And it was so neat. I was standing there in kind of the color guard out in front of the Catholic Church, and like 3/4 of that building was filled with Kuhlmans. She had, it said 10 children, 65 grandchildren, 101 great-grandchildren, and 6 great-great-grandchildren so far when she died. And I thought that Father Luke told this brilliant story about when he went to see her in the hospital. This is kind of like early COVID, so it'd be like 2 or 3 years ago. And she gave him the mom stare, and he was like, how could she be mad at me? I haven't even done it. I haven't even been here. And she was mad. She was angry at God because she was supposed to die on Divine Mercy Sunday, and he hadn't taken her. And then she lived like another 2 years. And it's just a really charming way that Father Luke told that story. And then it was fun to be part of the color guard to honor her service in World War II. And she and her family just filled up this whole community with Kuhlmans everywhere. And I don't think I ever met Mildred. I didn't know her personally, but I'd love to know more about her life and I kind of do know her legacy because I know so many Kuhlmans. I was just in talking to Ben Kuhlman, who runs the Buffalo Bill Bar and Grill down on Main Street, and I think looks like he's doing pretty well. Had some great enchiladas in there. And he was telling me I haven't had their prime rib. He said their prime rib is great. So if you're seeing this, and this wall is a traveling wall, but there's other things you can do in Oakley. It's a cool little town. We've got the Dairy King, and I love the Dairy King. We've got a Tres Hermanos is a new Mexican restaurant that opened up a few months ago. Maybe it's been a year. I'm not sure. really, really solid Mexican. Um, and the Community Foundation I was part of the Community Foundation last year. I was serving as executive director, and their Kyle Bloom is now the executive director of that organization, and they're about to open, renovating this building that they're calling Project 1886, which is the oldest building in Oakley, and it's going to be really cool. Going to have like a modern, not really co-working space, but a restaurant area. They're on the ground floor where they're looking at having like pop-up vendors. Like, so if you want to sell your own pies, or you want to sell chili, or you want to, have a food vendor situation, like once a week, that you could use their kitchen to uh, sell your wares. And it's right in the center of the community, and I think it's going to be really cool. And then there's a few modern office spaces that you can rent. And then upstairs was an old 3-bedroom apartment, and that's being completely renovated and turned into like a high-end Airbnb, and I think that's going to be really cool. So I was intending just to talk about Mildred Kuhlman and Alberta Ahrens, these two matriarchs that our community lost, that both served in World War II. So we'll be honoring them on Memorial Day next weekend as well. So what's my time here? I got 8 minutes at the top of the hour, so I'm going to stretch my legs before I do the 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock hour. And anyway, like I said, I've done 2,700 people's names that have died for this country in our most recent wars. It's kind of meaningful. It's kind of cool being out here alone with all you guys. I feel like I can feel your spirit with me. I hope your families know how much America appreciates your sacrifice. I really do. Okay, I gotta walk around. Okay, I'm adding a layer. It's getting colder. Oh. Oh, my back is getting sore. Sitting in this chair. Oh, what's my time here? 2:56. All right. I'm glad I brought this blanket. It's getting really chilly out here. So glad when I got out here, the guys were saying, dude, you need more clothes. You are going to get way too cold. And so I went home and got a few more layers. So I'll be here until, well, if I stay on schedule, I'll be reading names till 6 a.m. So I got 5 hours to go. 900 names an hour. I'm averaging about 35 to 40 minutes. So my estimate at the start of this, I did this, I had 30 names to estimate it earlier today, and that seemed to work out. So, it is interesting just thinking about the sacrifice of all of these people. We got to make it worth it, you know? And I think it is worth it. You think about the whole arc of human history, you know, at least the number of people, it's not, we are just not at World War II, World War I levels. And that we can be thankful for. But it also makes that there's such a disconnect between the number of people that even understand what it's like to serve. And it was great for me. I loved being part of the service. The Air Force culture, their core values: integrity first, service before self, excellence in all we do. I think that could be the core values of. It should be the core values of any company, of any organization, of any political party. I don't think you can do better than that. And I really value my Air Force training and the way they teach ethics. I just really enjoyed that. And I'm having trouble seeing 2:58. Okay, I'll start with the next names in a minute. Try not to knock over this coffee yet this time. Oh, thank you again, Donita Elegant, for bringing me this coffee. I don't even like coffee, but I did not sleep that well last night. And then this is one of those things, takes me back to the Air Force Academy of pulling an all-nighter after I've been in school all day. I did not get, in the Air Force, we had 12 hours bottle to throttle was the rule. You had to, if you drink alcohol, you had to stop drinking 12 hours before your takeoff time. And you had to have an opportunity for 8 hours of uninterrupted rest before that. So when we would do overnight shifts, like doing Noble Eagle for, like when we were doing Homeland Defense over the Capitol and Camp David in the fall after the attacks of 2001, you would be on the night shift for a week or 2 weeks. And so you would always have those 12 hours and you would get your 8 hours of sleep, and then the night shift wasn't so bad. I did not get anywhere close to that last night, and then I tried to take a nap this afternoon, but when your body clock isn't up for it. So that's why caffeine helps. It's good coffee. I think I'm past the hour. Nope, I'm late starting, so we better get after it. Sure. All right, guys. 900 more names of the, if you're joining us, you haven't been here before, I'm at the Gold Stars Tribute Wall. It is a traveling display that has the names of all 7,200 Americans. Although there's some names in here that it looks like they might be, I think they're all Americans, but they are service members, U.S. service members that lost their lives to the Gulf War, Iraq Wars, and Afghanistan Wars. And I have the night shift. This is a traveling exhibit. It's here in my hometown of Oakley, Kansas. It's here this weekend, and it's open 24 hours a day. And so they have they ask for guard duty. And my friend Memphis, I mentioned this earlier. She said, "Oh, you have Temple Guardian," because we helped build the Empyrean Temple at Burning Man last year, and it's similar in that everybody inscribes names of loved ones they've lost on the interior of the temple, and then during the event week you have guardians that just make sure that people are being respectful of the, I guess it would be the sanctity and the holiness of the space, I guess. And this is kind of a temple out here. It's 7,200 names of people that we've lost, and so I'm here to honor them, and in order to pass the time and to really kind of reflect on the magnitude of this memorial, this country, this loss, this point that we're at in history, I decided I would, for my shift, read all of the names that are written on this wall. And so if you come out and visit it, they're actually alphabetical from left to right. And so I've done 2,700 names. So I don't think we're probably on the fourth panel by now. Look. So anyway, if I don't start with this next set, I'm going to get behind. So Brian R. Hellerman, Ian K. Helms, Joseph D. Helton Jr., Justin R. Helton, Paul M. Heltzel, Kyle M. Hemauer, Terry W. Hemingway, Aaron A. Henderson, Ashley L. Henderson, Brian J. Henderson, Christopher D. Henderson, John M. Henderson Jr., Matthew C. Henderson, Miles P. Henderson, Robert L. Henderson II, Kenneth W. Hendrickson, Robert T. Hendrickson, Robert A. Hendricks, Jason R. Hendricks, Richard J. Hankes II, Melvin L. Henley Jr., John M. Henson, Jack T. Hennessy, Matthew R. Hennigan, Gasson S. Henry, Gary M. Henry, Joshua J. Henry, Lauren E. Henry Jr., Raymond L. Henry, Sean D. Hansel, Nicholas C. Hensley, Clayton W. Henson, Jeffrey S. Henthorne, Russell S. Hercules Jr., Edgar A. Heredia, Joseph J. Heredia, Marisol Heredia, David A. Herringes, Bryant A. Hurlem, Matthew D. Hermanson, Michael L. Hermanson, Ken K. Hermogino, Josue E. Hernandez Chavez, Alex Hernandez III, Armando Hernandez, Derek Hernandez, Edelman L. Hernandez, Emmanuel Hernandez, Eric James Hernandez, Frank B. Hernandez, Irving J. Hernandez, Jason J. Hernandez, Jose A. Hernandez, Joseph M. Hernandez, Robert Hernandez, Roberto A. Hernandez II, Tony L. Hernandez, Joseph F. Herndon II, Adam G. Harold, Richard J. Herrema, David L. Herrera, Evanor C. Herrera, Octavio Herrera, Pernell J. Herrera, Rocky H. Herrera, Edward J. Herget, Patrick W. Harried, Jacob R. Herring, Brett M. Hershey, Tad T. Hervis, Eric W. Hertzberg, Edward R. Hesselton, David A. Hess, Jacob M. Hess, Jordan W. Hess, Kenneth D. Hess, Robert J. Hess, Charles B. Hester, Thomas J. Hewitt, Corey M. Hewitt, Julie R. Hickey, David E. Hickman, Jason O. B. Hickman, Channing B. Hicks, Corey L. Hicks, Darian T. Hicks, Glenn D. Hicks Jr., Gregory B. Hicks, Jamar A. Hicks, Jason C. Hicks, John T. Hicks Jr., Darren M. Hidalgo, David M. Heyerholzer, Michael T. Heister, Anton J. Hyatt, Christopher A. Higdon, Andrew J. D. Higgins, James W. Higgins Jr., Tanner S. Higgins, Charles M. High IV, Stephen C. High, Adrian E. Hike, Kevin J. Hilleman, Thomas L. Hilbert, Chad R. Hildebrandt, Terrence J. Hildner, Seth A. Hildreth, Christopher K. Hill, Jason D. Hill, Joshua L. Hill, Kevin O. Hill, Micah A. Hill, Raymond D. Hill II, Ryan J. Hill, Sean F. Hill, Terrell B. Hill, Eric D. Hillenberg, Stephen D. Hiller, Casey L. Hills. You know, my battery thing's down to 3. I think it's going to still, I think we can make it. We'll see. Matthew L. Hilton, John David R. Hilty, Corey F. Hiltz, Benjamin S. Hines, Derek S. Hines, Joshua M. Hines, Keishia M. Hines, Timothy J. Hines Jr., Coleman W. Hinkefint, Michael J. Hinkle II, Faith R. Hinkley, Wesley J. Hinkley, Dominic J. Hinton, Kelly C. Hines, James D. Hurlston, Rudolph R. Heisen, Melissa J. Hobart, Brian S. Hobbs, Theron V. Hobbs, Brandon S. Hawking, Jeremy M. Hodge, Eric J. Hodges, Robert K. Hodges, Michael P. Hodshire, Nicholas M. Hodson, Nanoa K. Ho, Benjamin D. Huffner, James T. Hoffman, Justin F. Hoffman, Roselle M. Hoffmaster, Donald J. Hogan, Hunter D. Hogan, Jason E. Holbrook, and Brian L. Holden. Kyle M. Holder, Theodore S. Holder II, Manuel J. Holguin, Eric M. Holke, Christopher J. Holland, Daniel E. Holland, Derek D. Holland, Ray D. Holland, Robert L. Holler Jr., Luke B. Holler, Floyd E. C. Holly, Matthew J. Holly, Aaron N. Hollyman, Jaron D. Holliday, Lincoln D. Hollinsed, Courtney A. Hollinsworth, Josiah W. Hollopeter, Matthew W. Holloway, Eric S. Holman, John M. Holmason, David A. Holmes, James J. Holmes, Jeffrey S. Holmes, Jeremiah J. Holmes, Miguel L. Holmes, Terry Holmes, Antoine J. Holt, Paul C. Holter III, James J. Holtum, Tyler N. Holtz, Matthew I. Holtzimer, Raymond J. Holtzauer, Christopher S. Honecker, Terry E. Honeycutt Jr. Michael A. Hook, Brian A. Hoover, Darren T. Hoover, Levi K. Hoover, Ryan J. Hopkins, Brian C. Hopper, Lucas C. Hopper, Nicholas L. Hopper, Sean L. Horn, James R. Hornberger, Kelly L. Hornbeck, Clayton J. Horn, Patricia L. Horn, Manny Hornedo, Bruce E. Horner, Christopher A. Horns, Brian D. Hornsby, Robert M. Horrigan, Justin L. Horsley, Christopher D. Horton, Jeremy R. Horton, Michael W. Hosey, Chester W. Hosford, Christopher L. Hoskins, J. M. Hoskins, Jonathan M. D. Hostetter, Gunnar R. Hotchkin, David B. Hauk, Eric M. Hauk, Andrew R. Houghton, Jessica M. Houseby, Joel A. House, John D. House, Matthew P. Houseel, Thomas E. Hauser, Kevin A. Houston, Jason D. Hoviter, Abram L. Howard, Bryce D. Howard, Curtis T. Howard II, John R. Howard, Meredith L. Howard, Walter B. Howard II, William R. Howdeshell, Aaron W. Howard, Casey E. Howe, Darren D. Howe, George J. Howell, Alun R. Howells, Blake H. Howie, Christopher T. Howick, Gregory C. Howman, Bert E. Hoyer, Robert W. Hoyt, Christopher R. Herbeck, Hai M. Hasai, Mong P. Tyke, Jared P. Hubbard, Nathan C. Hubbard, Taven L. Hubbard, Corey A. Hubbard, Darren P. Hubble, Quaddy S. Hudgens, Aaron M. Hudson, Christopher E. Hudson, Arturo Huerta Cruz, Sean P. Hoy, Sam W. Huff, Jason I. Huffman, Doyle M. Stedler, Jamie L. Huggins, Bradley S. Hughes, Jeremiah C. Hughes, Jonathan A. Hughes, Buddy J. Hughey, Rachael L. Hugo, David A. Hune, John P. Hulling, Eric R. Hull, Thomas C. Hull, Michael R. Hollander, Joshua U. Humble, Barton R. Hummelhantz, Christian P. Humphreys, Travis K. Huntsberger, Jason D. Hunt, Isaiah R. Hunt, Joseph D. Hunt, Justin T. Hunt, Isaiah R. Hunt, Joseph D. Hunt, Justin T. Hunt, I think I repeated a few of those, Kenneth E. Hunt Jr., Simeon Hunty, James P. Hunter, Jonathan M. Hunter, and Matthew D. Hunter, Joshua C. Hurley, Terry J. Hearn, David R. Hurst, David L. Hurt, Gifford E. Hurt Jr., Dakota R. Huston, James B. Huston probably, Jr., James B. Huston Jr., Matthew D. Huston. Seth R. Huston, Nolan R. Hutchings, Andrew L. Hutchins, Ray J. Hutchinson, Stephen Hutchinson, John W. Hutto, Timothy J. Hutton, Gregory P. Huxley Jr., Daniel B. Hyde, Joshua M. Highland, Ryan K. Iannelli, Josue Ibarra, Vincent S. Ibarria, Nicholas R. Idalski, Michael J. Adonin, James V. R. Ide, Nicholas S. Illy, Francis D. Imlay Jr., Jesse Infante, Matthew N. Ingham, Julian English Rios, Thor H. Ingraham. First name is really Thor. That's super cool. My friend Nate used to call me Thor at the Air Force Academy. It didn't stick, but I enjoyed it when he said it. So here's a toast to you, Thor Ingraham. Matthew L. Ingram, Michael K. Ingram Jr., Rowdy J. Inman, Bradley W. Iorio, Nathaniel G. Irish, Henry E. Irizarry, Benjamin W. Eisenberg, Brett D. Eisenhower, Brandon T. Ilip probably, Brandon T. Ilip, Daniel Ishak, Aaron D. Istre, Tyler R. Ayubelt. Craig S. Ivory, Kendall H. Ivy II, Edward D. Iwan, Kenneth J. Iwasinski, Darrence W. Jack, Edward E. Jack, Dustin C. Jackson, Flando E. Jackson, Francisco R. Jackson, Isaac B. Jackson, Joe M. Jackson, Joe Jackson, Kyle E. Jackson, Leslie D. Jackson, Mark W. Jackson, Marlon P. Jackson, Timothy M. Jackson, Wakuna A. Jackson, William S. Jackson II, Jared P. Jacobs, Kenneth L. Jacobs Jr., Morgan N. Jacobs, Sean R. Jacobs, William W. Jacobson Jr., Elizabeth M. N. Jacobson, Kip A. Jacoby probably, Mary J. Jayanikin, Jaime S. Jenke, S. Jefferkani Torshizi Jr. So I will just say part of the reason that I have trouble with some of these is that the list starts with the last name, then the middle initial, and then the first name. And so I have to, I read the first name and then the middle initial and then the last name. But sometimes when there's 4 words, I have to like cognitively decide which name is the first name. And it's almost always obvious, but there's a few where it's not. Like this one, I think that the S is the initial of the lieutenant corporal person's first name. So it's S. Jafar-Khani Torshizi Jr. And so anyway, as an apology for possibly screwing up your name, I'll just read a little bit more about this person. He's a Marine Corps individual, Lance Corporal, died on January 26, 2005 in OIF. That's when I was in Iraq, I think. Sorry we didn't keep you safe. Rest in peace. Aaron D. Jagger, Jesse Jaime, Alfred H. Hirola, Michael J. Jakes Jr., Gregorts Yakoniuk, Dennis Hala Jr., Scott Jamar, Dennis James Jr., Errol M. James, Evan T. James, Lakita P. James, Leon G. James II, Lindsay T. James, Luke S. James, Richard Z. James, William C. James, Tricia L. Jameson, Michael D. Jankowitz, Charles A. Jankowski, Benjamin D. Janksy, Jamie D. Jarbo, John H. Jarrell, Justin R. Jarrett, Michael R. Jarrett, Barry E. Jarvis, Rodney A. Jarvis, Leandro A.S. Jasso, Michael J. Warige, Conrado D. Javier Jr., Ryan P. Jane, Alan B. Janes, Moises Jasmine, Raheem J. Jeffcoat, Edmund J. Jeffers, David A. Jefferson, William H. Jefferson Jr., Douglas J. Jeffries Jr., Gary W. Jeffries, Joseph A. Jeffries, Victor W. Jeffries, William A. Jeffries, Alan T. Jenkins, Corey J. Jenkins, Gerald R. Jenkins, Kenneth A. Jenkins, Philip C. Jenkins, Robert B. Jenkins, Rush M. Jenkins, Troy D. Jenkins, Darius T. Jennings, Kevin M. Jenrette, Dennis G. Jensen, Drew N. Jensen, Ryan M. Jarabek, Iveka Jirak, William K. Jernigan, Ryan Jeschke, Kevin P. Jessen, Joshua L. Jetton, Stephen R. Jewell, Albert R. Jex, Alex R. Jimenez, Linda C. Jimenez, Oscar Jimenez, Romulo J. Jimenez II, Charles S. Jertel, Andrew R. Jordan, Jason D. Johns, Adam R. Johnson, Alan R. Johnson, Alan C. Johnson, Benjamin A. Johnson, Carl W. Johnson II, Christopher P. Johnson. Christopher B. Johnson, Christopher C. Johnson, Clifton D. Johnson. This entire page is Johnsons. I know they're different families, but it just seems like that's a lot of Johnsons. Clifton D. Johnson, Courtney T. Johnson, Daniel J. Johnson, David A. Johnson, David W. Johnson, Donna R. Johnson, Dylan J. Johnson, Edwin W. Johnson Jr., Joffrey G. Johnson, Howard G. Johnson, Howard Johnson II, Isaac L. Johnson Jr., Jackson D. Johnson, Jeffrey W. Johnson, Jeremiah J. Johnson, John C. Johnson, John P. Johnson, Joseph D. Johnson, Joshua A. Johnson, Justin R. Johnson Sr., Justin W. Johnson, Kalen C. L. Johnson, Larry M. Johnson, Lavena L. Johnson, Leon M. Johnson, Marcus J. Johnson, Matthew J. Johnson, Maurice J. Johnson, Michael E. Johnson, Michael V. Johnson Jr., Nathaniel H. Johnson, Nicholas S. Johnson, Paul J. Johnson, Philip A. Johnson, Philip A. Johnson Jr., Randy L. Johnson Jr., Raymond L. A. Johnson, Rayshawn S. Johnson, Robert L. Johnson, Robert S. Johnson, Robert T. Johnson, Rodney J. Johnson, Stacy O. Johnson, Stephen F. Johnson, Stephen P. Johnson, Timothy L. Johnson, Trayvon T. Johnson, Trevor J. Johnson, Ty J. Johnson, William C. Johnson, Quinn L. Johnson Harris, Gary S. Johnston, James G. Johnston, Jason M. Johnston, Jude R. Ionis, Kylan A. Jones Huffman, Adam D. Jones, Anthony G. Jones, Charles G. Jones, Daryl R. Jones Jr., David R. Jones Sr., David R. Jones Jr. I wonder if they're the same family. Saying a prayer for all of the Joneses out there. Derek W. Jones, Devin D. Jones, Eric A. Jones, Gussie M. Jones, Jason B. Jones, Jeremy S. Jones, Joshua D. Jones, Glenn D. Jones, Kevin M. Jones, Landon L. Jones, Omar A. Jones, Peyton A. Jones, Raymond E. Jones Jr., John P. Jones, Richard K. Jones, Ricky E. Jones, Ricky D. Jones, Robert L. Jones, Rodney A. Jones, Roy L. Jones III, Ryan P. Jones, Ryan D. Jopek, Brian K. Joplin, Alexander Jordan, Kurt E. Jordan Jr., Jason D. Jordan, Jeffrey W. Jordan, Jevin K. Jordan, Michael A. Jordan, Philip A. Jordan, Richard J. Jordan, Ron J. Joshua Jr., Forrest J. Justice, Gian C. Joya Mendoza, Kevin B. Joyce, Mark D. Juarez, Tyler A. Juden, David D. Julian. Anthony T. Justison, Alan J. Justice, Austin J. Justice, Dylan M. Jutras, Matthew R. Kading, Henry K. Kahalewa Jr., Matthew R. Collar, Raymond T. Kayapat, Adam W. Kaiser, Anthony A. Kaiser, Christopher E. Califut, Anthony N. Kaladine, Vincent G. Kamka, Elaine L. Kamalvathan, Hall J. Cam, Macanini E. D. Kanakaoli, Dennis E. Kankler, Jeremy M. Kane, Joseph M. Kane, Matthew G. Cantor, Christopher N. Karch, Jason A. Carella, Brian C. Karam, Spencer T. Carroll, Edward Carollas, Paul D. Karpowicz, Michael G. Carr Jr., Mark J. Kasecki, Michael M. Kashkush, David E. Kashmir, Robert P. Casson, Daryl K. D. Casson, Hatim S. Katharira, Christopher M. Katzenberger. Jeremy A. Katzenberger, Charles A. Kaufman, Eric M. Kavanaugh, Jeffrey J. Kaler, Jason C. Kazarik, James C. Kearney III, Benjamin D. Keating, Charles H. Keating IV, Thomas O. Keeling, Chancellor A. Kiesling, Chad L. Keith, Quinn A. Keith, Andrew J. Keller, Dwayne M. Kelly, Matthew G. Kelly, Michael J. Kelly, Brian P. Kelly, Dale J. Kelly, Nigel D. Kelly, Paul M. Kelly, Robert M. Kelly, Sean P. Kelly, Jonas B. Kelsel, Samuel E. Kelsey, Andrew J. Kemple, Dustin L. Kendall, Aaron M. Kennefick, Cortland A. Kennard, Adam P. Kennedy, Brian M. Kennedy, Joseph A. Kennedy, Kyron E. Kennedy, Nathan P. Kennedy, Stephen C. Kennedy. Thomas E. Kennedy, Morgan D. Kennan, Christopher J. Kenny, Joseph P. Kenny, Patrick B. Kenny, Aaron A. Kent, Shannon M. Kent, Chadwick T. Kenyon, Rex C. Kenyon, Jonathan R. Kephart, M. Willard Kerchief Powell III, Kurt W. Kern, Dallas L. Kearns, William J. Kerwood, James C. Kessinger, Jason M. Kessler, Kevin J. Kessler, Richard J. Kessler Jr., Eric C. Kesterson, Jeffrey D. Kettle, C. X. Com, Hamayun S. M. Khan, Kareem R. S. Khan, Mark D. Kidd, Wayne A. Kidd, Ricky A. Kiefer, James M. Keel, Shane E. Kellion, Christopher S. Kiernan, John F. Kim, Christopher R. Kilpatrick, Andrew J. Kilpella, In C. Kim, Jang H. Kim. Youngjin Kim, Youngkoon Kim, Luis G. Kim, Minhee Kim, Woo Shin Kim, or Shin Woo Kim. That one I'm not sure about. Sorry. Sergeant Kim. Brandon T. Kimball, Dexter S. Kimball, Paul W. Kimbrough, Joseph G. Kimmey III, Danny L. Kimmey, Matthew A. Kimmel, Kevin C. Kimmerly, James F. Kimple, Kenneth E. Kincaid IV, Jeremiah C. Kinchin, Levi B. Kinchin, Bradley D. King, Brandon M. King, Charles M. King, Eric D. King, it's cold. I know, I'm Air Force. So my threshold has never been that great for handling cold. All right, where were we? I'm going to start up a little bit. I think I might repeat a few of these. Just don't want to forget anybody. Joseph G. Kimmey III. I know I had done Brandon T. Kimball, so I'll start there. Brandon T. Kimball, Dexter S. Kimball, Paul W. Kimbrough, Joseph G. Kimmey III, Danny L. Kimmey, Matthew A. Kimmel, Kevin C. Kimmerly, James F. Kimple, Kenneth E. Kincaid IV, Jeremiah C. Kinchin, Levi B. Kinchin. Okay, I think I've repeated a bunch of these. Bradley D. King, Brandon M. King, Charles M. King, Eric D. King, Janelle F. King, Jared L. King, Leon J. King, Jeremy E. King, Jerry R. King, Paul N. King, Ryan C. King, Jonathan P. Kingman, James O. Kinlow, Lester O. Kinney II, Adam G. Kinzer, Anthony D. Kinslow, William S. Kinzer Jr., David M. Kirchhoff, Jeffrey L. Kirk, Jonathan E. Kirk, Joshua J. Kirk, David A. Kilpatrick, Hanson B. Kilpatrick, Scott L. Kilpatrick, oh, I was saying Kilpatrick, David A. Kirkpatrick, Hanson B. Kirkpatrick, Scott L. Kirkpatrick, Michael D. Kerspel Jr., Brandon M. Curtin, Nicholas C. Kirvin, Charles A. Kaiser, Timothy C. Kaiser, Daniel L. Kissling Jr., Dennis D. Kisseloff, Charles B. Katowski III, Rice W. Klasno, Nicholas B. Kleiboker, Alan Klein, Chris K. Kleinwatcher, Keith A. Klein, John K. Kleinsmith Jr., Joshua P. Klinger, Eric J. Klusacek, David C. Nadel, Michael J. Knapp, Tony L. Nair, Marquez A. I. Knight, Timothy A. Knight, Floyd G. Knighton Jr., Ryan C. Noss, Garrett C. Knoll, Alan J. Knopp, Eric J. Knott, Joseph L. Knott, Joshua L. Knowles, Adam L. Knox, Jabron S. Knox, Renee Knox Jr., Sarah M. Knutson, Brent W. Coach, Matthew A. Koch, Michael E. Koch, Stephen R. Koch, Edward W. Kohler III, Gary A. Kohler, Shane M. Coley, Lance J. Koenig, Adam J. Kolhas, Alan D. Kokesh Jr., Alexander J. Kolasa, Obadiah J. Kolath, Zachary A. Koda, Kevin T. Colm, Charles V. Kompa, Martin W. Konder, Benjamin S. Kopp, Scott A. Copenhafer, William C. Koprince Jr., Patrick W. Kordsmeyer, Thomas F. Koritz, Jason E. Korn, Noah M. Corte, Bradley S. Courthouse, Corey C. Koster, Edward A. Koth, Jason B. Kotrobos, Ryan J. Kovacic, Stephen M. Kowalczyk, Jacob H. Kowalik, Corey J. Cowell, Aaron K. Kramer, Edward C. Kramer, David W. Kramer, Elmer C. Kraus, Suresh N. A. Kraus, Travis C. Craigie, Dustin L. Kreider, Tyler R. Kreitz, Brandon J. Kreischer, Jared J. Krem, David K. J. Kreuter, Dale J. Cridlow, Andrew M. Krippner, Nathan M. Krisoff, Eric S. Christensen, Tyler J. Kritz, Bradley G. Kritz, Jason M. Kropat, Sergey Kropov, Kurt E. Kraut, Eric J. Kruger, Army S. Kruger, Kurt E. Krautz, Christopher R. Kruse, Kevin M. Christ, Jared K. Kubasak, Christopher D. A. Kube, Brian J. Kubik, Ronald A. Kubik, David C. Kule, Matthew J. Kuglix, Larry R. Coons Jr., Gregory T. Kuse. John Kulchik, Adam M. Kulagowski, Christopher M. Kurth, John F. Kurth, Russell A. Kurtz, Edwin B. Kutz, Patrick F. Kuchbach, Joshua J. Kainach, Douglas L. A. LaBouffe, William W. Labadie Jr., John K. Laborde, Reno S. Lacerna, William K. Lacey, James P. B. Lackey, Joshua S. Ladd, Jason K. Laffler, Matthew P. LaForest, Anthony S. Lagman, Jonathan A. Lahman, Dustin D. Laird, Chad W. Lake, Floyd E. Lake Sr., Jared A. Lallier, Michael V. Lalouche, Alan D. Lamb, Jeffrey Lamb, Donald J. Lamar. Heard a noise. I think it's in my head. I'm on guard duty, so I'm reading the names, but I'm also supposed to be paying attention to my surroundings. I've determined that there is not a threat, and I will continue reading names. I did lose my place. I know I talked about Reno S. Lacerna, so I'll just start there and repeat a few names. William K. Lacey, James B. Lackey, Joshua S. Ladd, Jason K. Lafleur, Matthew P. LaForest, Anthony S. Lagman, Jonathan A. Lahman, Dustin D. Laird, Chad W. Lake, Floyd E. Lake Sr., Jared A. Lalliere, Michael V. LaLouche, Alan D. Lamb, Jeffrey Lamb, Donald J. Lamar II, Martin J. Lamar, Charles R. Lamb, Randall L. Lamberson, David E. Lambert, James I. Lambert II, James P. Lambert, Jonathan W. Lambert. Todd W. Lamka, Jean L. Lemy, Michael S. Lemertz, Andrew D. Lamont, Andrew W. Lancaster, Joshua T. Lancaster, Joseph M. Lancour, Brett W. Land, Jared M. V. Landaker, Kevin C. Landeck, Christopher A. Landis, Brandon J. Landrum, Sean G. Landrus, John F. Landry Jr., Joseph N. Landry III, David J. Lane, Mitchell A. Lane, Lee B. Lane, Randall R. Lane, Ryan H. Lane, Sean A. Lane, Victor M. Langarica, Richard P. Langenbrunner, Sean K. A. Langevin, Moises A. Langhorst, Luis J. Langlace, Sean M. Langley, Stephen M. Langmeck, Jane E. Lanham, Ira B. Lenningham IV, Jonathan M. Lankford Sr., Denise A. Lanneman, Jason M. Lantieri, Nelson M. Lantigua. Jose A. Lancerin, Stanley J. Lapinski, Christopher A. Lapka, Andrew E. Lara, Brandon T. Lara, Tracy L. Larimore, Brian W. Large, Samuel L. Large Jr., Cole W. Larson, Jackie L. Larson, Nicholas D. Larson, Ryan J. Larson, Scott Q. Larson Jr., Jeremy S. Lasher, Matthew C. Liskowski, Michael H. Lasky, Sean T. Laswell Jr., Thomas L. Latham, William T. Latham, Aaron Pierre Letimer, Jacob Latore, Paul M. Latourne, Karina S. Lau, Timothy J. Lauer, Casey M. Laware, Jeffrey D. Lawrence, Joshua S. Lawrence, Daniel C. Lawson, Eric T. Lawson Sr., Isaac S. Lawson, Garrett T. Lawton, Mark A. Lawton, Patrick L. Lay II, Travis J. Layfield. What's my time here? We're doing okay. Benjamin J. Lehman, James R. Layton, Bean Linnock, Matthew J. Leach, Patrick D. Leach, Jeff LeBrun, Ivan D. Lechowicz, Daniel A. Leckel, Renee Ledesma, Michael C. Ledsam, Ryan D. Leduc, Boom R. Lee, Carl W. Lee, Carly M. Lee III, Daniel T. Lee, Dick A. Lee Jr., Dustin J. Lee, James S. Lee, Jason T. Lee, Jinsu Lee, Mark A. Lee, Quixing Lee, Roger Lee, Samuel S. Lee, Terrence D. Lee Sr., Thomas E. Lee III, Weston C. Lee, Damon T. Lehan, Thomas R. Limhuis, James R. Leap Jr., Emmanuel L. Legaspi, Cody R. Legg, Matthew I. Leggett, Damon G. Legrand. That's 3,600 men and women who have given their life for this country in the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan War. That's half the names on the wall behind me. And I just think about the millions of hours of training and growing up and school and preschool and grade school and high school and college and basic training and their weapon system training and their deployments and the raising of their own families, and then it's all just gone. I mean, I believe in a lot more after this life, but for the people that are left here, that's really what this wall is for. We feel genuine pain and suffering when we have to continue on without these people in our lives, and especially if you lose a son or a daughter and you have a gold star, that missing place in your heart. It is tough. I don't even have an ability to identify, except for all of the dogs I've lost. Just absolutely devastated every single time, even though I know they're going to go before me. A mother and a father that lose a child is a difficult thing to accept in this world, and there's a reason that we have tribute walls like this. I'm so proud of the men and women that created this display. I don't know the whole story, but they did it on their own. They said, we don't have a memorial for the families of these people yet, and they are hurting, and they need to be honored and saluted and cared for, and they need to heal. And sacred places like this can help do that. It's partly seeing the names. It's partly seeing your friends and family and countrymen and countrywomen taking time out of their lives to teach our children and to remind ourselves about what it takes to defeat evil in this world. And even when sometimes some of our wars might be considered misadventures, you know, the men and women that were sent to do it gave all. We never know. I mean, I remember going to war myself. You don't know if you're participating in a just or unjust war. You just know when you sign up, I will agree to do the things that my country does. And part of the reason that democracy is so important in the world, because true democracies, I think it really is true. We don't fight each other because we care about our people. We care about the people of other countries. We're not run by power-hungry despots. So that's my time here. I've got a 12-minute break till my next set of readings. Hopefully my thoughts are continuing to be coherent into the wee hours of the morning. Get out my next set of names, which I'll start at top of the hour. Starting at 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. I remember this time frame. Well, actually, the sorties that we did, oh my God, there's so much dew on the ground and the computer is going to get ruined inside this backpack. Maybe I should put it in the car. But we do, if you're doing a 24-hour, they call it a VUL. It's like a vulnerability period. I always thought the word VUL was weird, but you do like a 4-hour VUL. I flew a single seat fighter called the F-15C Eagle, and so normally when we would go, we'd be over in the Middle East. We'd be due somewhere. My first experience in the Air Force was flying Operation Southern Watch. So before the second Gulf War, after the first Gulf War, Iraq had invaded Kuwait, and then we pushed them out of Kuwait, and then we said in the first Gulf War, And then we set up these no-fly zone areas. And so we said, north of this one parallel, you can't have any airplanes up. You can't fly your own fighters. You know, we took away their air sovereignty basically over their own country. And in the southern part of the country, that was the same. And so what we would do is we would fly out of an air base called Prince Sultan Air Base. It's in the middle of Saudi Arabia, and I think they had 24-hour coverage. Like, we enforced that no-fly zone 24 hours a day. So what you would do is you would take off from Prince Sultan Air Base, and then you'd fly north towards the area, and you'd go into Iraqi airspace where they would train their, you know, they would shoot weapons at you, but they weren't radar guided, so nothing was ever really, didn't ever feel like it was really risky. You didn't want to get shot down, you didn't want to die, and nobody ever got shot down because they were scared to turn on their radars that would actually guide those missiles to you, because U.S. military, I mean, we have weapons that can see that radar, and then that would be a hostile act, and then we would bomb. My airplane didn't carry bombs, but other airplanes did, and we would bomb that target. So the operators of those surface-to-air missiles would never turn on the radar because they didn't want to die either. They would need to shoot at us so that they could tell their superiors that they were shooting at the Americans, but it was never really a big threat. So that's just a long way about saying that we would go up there and you would have a vol. You'd be on station for 4 hours. So you'd be like in a 2-ship of fighters, and you just sort of do this racetrack. You go up 10 miles, turn around, come back 10 miles or 20 miles or whatever the distance of what's called a CAP. That's a combat air patrol. And so, you know, the amount of gas that you can hold in your airplane, you could be on station for like an hour to an hour and a half, depending on how fast you're flying and everything. And if sometimes you needed to fly faster, you know, your most fuel efficient airspeed was sometimes a little bit slow to be maneuverable. So anyway, that's getting into the weeds of the details about it. But what we would do is you would go up there, you would fly for a while, and then you'd have to go fly back over to a tanker aircraft, which is a giant, you know, they have these KC-10s or KC-135s, and they're these big airplanes, and they're just full of fuel, and they've got this boom that comes out the back, and you fly up to that, and you stick you've got this little gas tank window thing that you open that, and they fly this plug down, and then it gives you gas while you're flying around. And, you know, still to this day, I just can't, it's impressive to me that the Air Force, it's just commonplace that you just fly around, you fly up next to an airplane, and it gives you thousands of gallons of gas. Like, you know, you would never be able to afford a tank of gas, and as a regular person. And so anyway, you would go get gas from that tanker, and then you'd go back and be on station, and that was called a vol, your vol period. So you might have like a 4-hour vol, and then when we, you know, that first deployment I was on to Southern Watch, with the 2 days after we got back, after we landed at Langley Air Force Base, I was in Washington, D.C., on leave, about a mile or two south of the Pentagon, and that's when the September 11th attacks happened. We had just gotten home and we were on leave, and so everybody's like, okay, back to base. You know, you're like, you don't know what's going to happen, but you know, like, I'm going back to work. We're not on leave. There was no question about that. And then, you know, we immediately started, you know, that day, started combat air patrol. And because we were on leave, I didn't fly on September 11th. I've got some friends that did. But then for all of September, October, November, December of that year, we had 24-hour coverage of, that's just all we did for the rest of that fall. And we would fly up to DC, or sometimes if the president or the vice president and their families were at Camp David, then we would have coverage at DC and over at Camp David. Camp David is not too far from DC, but you would always have coverage over both of them. And so when you were in this time frame, you would have like a 2 a.m. The sort of the hardest one was 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. because you'd have to get to work, you come into work at like 10 p.m. or 11 p.m. and you brief up on what you're going to do and where you're going to go. And then you'd fly up there. um, if you needed to be on station at 2, you'd take off at like 1:30 maybe, 1:15, probably 1:30, I'd guess. It only took like 15 to 20 minutes to fly we were at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia, and we'd fly up to DC. And then there'd be 2 fighter jets there, and sometimes it'd be F-16s. It might be the F-16s that are stationed there at Andrews Air Force Base, right there in DC, the DC National Guard. Or it might be a squadron from New York, but a lot of times it was just our own airplanes. It was just our squadrons at Langley. We would just replace each other. And then there was always a tanker airborne. And I wouldn't say I loved the night flying. I loved being able to look down at the city and, just like, it's sort of like because we would always, it was about a 3-hour drive from Langley to DC. So we would, after we landed, if it was a daytime sortie, like sometimes we'd fly on, say, a Friday, afternoon. And I remember a few times we'd have a Friday afternoon flight that I'd land at like 4 p.m., get a quick debrief, and then be on the road back up to DC because we'd want to go out to the bars and everything. And we're having a good time. We're young fighter pilots. That was just the best. Such a cool experience, and I'm grateful for and just incredible people that we flew with too, that we worked with. But anyway, I remember you'd look down there and like, oh God, it takes 15 minutes to get back and land at Langley. And then I got a 3-hour drive to come back up here and go out with all of my friends. Because you could go out at Virginia Beach or Hampton Roads or the whole area there around Langley Air Force Base. But the real fun, when you're in your 20s, was to go up to DC and you go out to, what was it called? Was it Deep Ellum? Or you go out to Georgetown. And it was just, I would remember it'd be frustrating to be like, oh, I can't believe it's going to take me 4 hours before I'm like, if I could just land right here, I could go out right now. Anyway, sort of getting off track. I was talking about the VOL. Oh yeah, I was thinking about like that 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. shift. You'd get up there, you'd take off at like, 1:30, and you'd get up to DC around, at 2 o'clock to replace the 2 guys that have been there from 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. They fly home. Now you're on station for the next 4 hours. And, that 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock, like before the sun rises, once the sun starts rising, you somehow sort of start waking up. And you just drag. Now I would always bring, kind of like I got now, I'd have my snacks. I wouldn't take, you have piddle packs too, so that I would always want to be really hydrated. And so we'd have these little bags with crystals in them so that you could take a leak, and save that. You definitely needed those for ocean crossings and things. So anyway, it was just that fall of 2001, I felt very grateful to be in the armed forces because we were able to do something about the global situation, right? Like I had a job. Our job was protect the airspace of the United States. And we didn't know. We had no idea if there were more attacks like this. Once the cat was out of the bag that like, okay, we're going to have security at airports, it kind of eliminated the ability to do what they did. But you could still buy an airplane and fly it into things. And so we didn't know the threat. And, we were able to protect the airspace of the United States for the next 20 years successfully. And really impressive. Never had an accident. I'm going to talk about that in my next hour. And I'm saying an accident where like a fighter accidentally, shot down a U.S. airliner, because we were pointing live weapons at U.S. airliners, and they still do that to this day, to make sure that, they're not a hostile aircraft. You know that they're probably friendly, but they might not be, because obviously 4 of them were hostile on that day 23 years ago. And so, anyway, this hour, I'm remembering that experience, being like, oh my gosh, I got to get through this next couple of hours and pass the time. And it's interesting. Most of the almost, wow, I haven't even looked at the dates. I think all of the names, I wonder, it says the Gulf War. So I think that means the invasion after September 11th. So this wouldn't be 91. I don't think there's any dates in here in the 90s, which means that I need to check this, but I think that all of the deaths, all of these people that our country lost, have happened since that day. And in some ways, I think about, it is just nowhere close to the loss of life that we had in World War II, but it doesn't matter if it's your family member, that there's not a lot. And in some ways, it's worse because you don't have that shared experience of loss. You could just be on your own, And that's why this is here, because these people, they feel isolated and nobody can understand what they're going through. And we have to let them know that we understand, or that may be the wrong words. We can't understand. You cannot understand the feeling if you haven't been through it. But you can acknowledge that it's difficult, and I guess you can just acknowledge. You can pray for them. You can, come to places like, a sacred space like this and see the names and reflect on those types of sacrifices when we were working together. Because when you had a job, I can say that fall of 2001, it was a big crisis for this country. But we had a job and we worked together and we sort of came together. And it took, when did we kill bin Laden? It was like 10 years later. If you haven't seen this documentary, I mean, there's some movies about it, but the one that I saw recently was Turning Point. And it shows September 11th, and then it shows all of the things we did afterwards. It's an outstanding documentary. I would highly, highly recommend it. Just the way that we missed the mark. We didn't catch what was going on before September 11th, but we reacted thoughtfully. President Bush did a lot of things, and it's kind of like he handed off the baton to the Obama administration in a thoughtful way, and they finally were able to find bin Laden's compound in Afghanistan and bring him to justice. And that took sacrifice and cooperation and thoughtfulness, and just makes you so proud of the people that serve this country and that work in government on our behalf, and people that stand watch. It was right now, like I'm sitting here watching a memorial, but there's thousands of service members around the world that are looking out for our safety and that are looking out for threats. And, I kind of hope that they aren't as disheartened about the way that we are treating each other and dividing ourselves at this time. If you reflect on the news, it's just, you almost don't even want to watch the news because it's disheartening. But anyway, I'm 5 minutes past my time I was supposed to start, so it's 2:05. So if you're just joining, I am reading all 7,200 names that are on the Gold Stars tribute wall that is visiting my town here. It's in town for the weekend. It's open 24 hours a day. I live in a town called Oakley, Kansas. heart of the heartland, and our VFW auxiliary paid in collaboration with the Logan County Community Foundation to have this exhibit be brought to our town. And they need a 24-hour presence to make sure that people are respectful of the sacredness of this space while the display is here. And so I volunteered for the night shift tonight and to pass the time. And as I was saying, like remembering when we're flying, Homeland Defense back in 2001, you gotta have something to pass the time when you're doing these types of things. And so what I decided is that I wanted to spend some time, read every name that's on this wall, maybe just for myself to reflect on it, but to honor the families that whose names are on this wall. And so anyway, I'm doing 900 names an hour, which has taken me about 35 to 40 minutes per segment, and we're halfway done. So I've been out here for 4 hours. I got 4 hours left to go, and I'm gonna have a couple more ruffles before I start this next lift. Let's see. Oh, thanks, Melanie. Melanie says that my stories are fascinating. I don't know if I'm showing that on the screen or not. It's very hard to work these comments on a hide message. Okay. I don't know if it showed that to you or not. It's hard to run. I've never run a live stream from my iPhone before, so I just thought I'd try it. And anyway. All right, so, thinking about all these people that have given the ultimate sacrifice, I'm going to start with, this is name number 3601 and read the next 900 names on this list. Okay. Michael R. Lemiller, Jason A. Leto, Jacob C. Leicht, Hector Lila, David L. Leimbach, Ken W. Leiston, Kellyanne Lely, Eric N. Lemke, Matthew R. Lemke, Jason F. Lemke, Joseph G. Lem, Jerome Lemon, Joshua A. Langsdorf, Cedric L. Lennon, Guerrero S. Leon Bryan. Okay, this is another name where, because this isn't the way that these names are written, it's not first name, middle initial, last name. It's last name, middle initial, first name. So I have to transpose it, but sometimes if there's like Leon, like, is this Brian S. Guerrero Lee? I think it's Guerrero S. Leon Bryan. But it could be Guerrero Brian S. Leon. So this is a Army sergeant who died on July 10th of 2008 in Operation Enduring Freedom. So apologies to the Guerrero family if I don't have your name. Sorry for your loss, and would love to know more about your service. I'm glad that I'm here. Okay, Jesus A. Leon Perez, Christopher D. Leon, Charles E. Leonard Jr., Jaime E. Leonard, Brian J. Leonhardt, Nicholas W. Leotti, Brian S. Letendre, Ferraro K. Letafuga, William J. Lusink, Donnie L. F. Levins, Christopher P. J. Levy, Harry Liu, Matthew C. Llewellyn, Adrian J. Lewis, Brian A. Lewis, Daryl C. Lewis, Dwayne P. R. Lewis, Jason D. Lewis, Joel W. Lewis, Joseph M. Lewis, Lee A. Lewis Jr., Lex L. Lewis, Mason L. Lewis, Timothy D. Lewis, Roy P. Lusader Jr., Jesse M. Lotka, Dustin J. Libby, George V. Libby, Michael L. Licalzi, Wiljean T. Lieto, Victoria P. Leorance, Robert A. Leggett, Robbie G. Light, Anthony M. Lightfoot, Daniel R. Leitner Jr., Nicholas J. Leitner, Stuart F. Lyles, Eric A. Lill, Nathan E. Lillard, Arthur L. Lilly, Joseph M. Lilly, Michael T. Lilly, Daniel Lim, Henry W. Link, Darren M. Lind, John D. Lind, Michael B. Lindemuth, Justin W. Linden, Troy C. Linden, Robert D. Lindenau, Daryl W. Linder, Will D. Lindsay, David P. Lindsay. James T. Lindsay, Nathaniel B. Lindsay, Scott J. Lindsay, Jameson L. Lindskog, Eric J. Lindstrom, Roger G. Ling, Joey D. Link, Carl R. Lynn, Daniel L. Linabari II, Kevin E. Lipari, Terry M. Lisk, Joseph L. Lister, Jason T. Little, Kyle A. Little, Tommy S. Little, Nino D. Livaudes, Dale T. Lloyd, Keith E. Lloyd, Michael C. Lloyd, Edmund L. Lowe, Jeffrey S. Loa, Andrew T. Labosco, Todd J. Lobraco Jr., Gwendolyn A. Locht, Kenneth E. Locker Jr., John M. Lucky, Velton Locklear III, Roberto Lueza Jr., John D. Loftus, Joseph D. Logan, Adam E. Loggins, Elizabeth A. Lonke, Daniel J. Lodondo, Daniel J. Londono, John Eric Loney, Yovert Loney, Braden J. Long, Brian M. Long, Bunny Long, Jeremy Z. Long, Ryan P. Long, William A. Long, Zachariah W. Long, John M. Longoria, Dwayne E. Longstreth, Christian Longsworth, Andrew R. Looney, Brendan J. Looney, Jonathan E. Lutens, Damian R. Lopez, Juan Lopez Castaneda, William Lopez Feliciano, Jason Lopez Reyes, Angel L. Lopez, Edgar E. Lopez, Eduardo J. Lopez, Hilario F. Lopez, Hunter Lopez, Jesus J. Lopez, Joseph C. Lopez, Juan Lopez, Juan M. Lopez Jr., Manuel Lopez III, Ruben J. Lopez, Hugo R. Lopez Lopez, Richard M. Lord, Eduardo Luerdo, Christopherson B. Lorenzo. Just looking at my battery, I still have 3 lights. I think we might make it. I don't know though. 8 hours is a long time to go live. I don't know if this is gonna succeed. Raymond Lozano, Christopher W. Lauder, Christopher E. Loudon, Matthew S. Lurie, Joseph I. Love, Robert L. Love Jr., Scott M. Love, Zachary G. Lovejoy, Jeremy M. Loveless, Jamie R. Lowe, Jacob M. Lowell, Jonathan A. Lowry, Connor T. Lowry, David L. Lloyd, Christopher D. Loza, Angelo L. Lozada Jr., Victor R. Liu, Jason A. Lucas, Jeffrey A. Lucas, Joseph A. Lucas, Kevin A. Lucas, Leon H. Lucas Jr., Ronald G. Luce Jr., John A. Lucente, Joshua E. Lucero, Robert L. Lucero, Angel De Jesus R. Lucio, Brian C. Lukey, Jason C. Ludlam, Eric R. Lukin, David J. Luff Jr., Caleb A. Lufkin, Jacob R. Lugo, Martin A. Lugo, John Lukac. Joshua A. Lucayela, Ryan M. Lumley, Johnny W. Lumpkin, James H. Lumpkins, Kevin M. Luna, Scott B. Lundell, James E. London, Brett L. Lundstrom, Brian K. Lundy, Jr., Audrey D. Lunsford, Jonathan L. Lusher, Joe F. Lusk II, David C. Lutz, Derek J. Lutters, George A. Lutz II, Bryant J. Luxmore, Y. P. Lewin, Patrick L. Liebert, Sean E. Lyerly, Jason N. Lynch, Matthew D. Lynch, Robert A. Lynch, Scott A. Lynch, Terry J. Lynch, David I. Lyon, Christopher P. Lyons, James N. Lyons, John A. Lyons, Niall D. Lyons, Thomas F. Lyons, Christopher D. Mabry, Gregory E. McDonald, Stephen L. Mace, Bruce A. McFarlane. Cesar F. Machado Olmos, Fred L. Marcial, Joseph Marcial, Brian A. Mack, Kenneth N. Mack, Vorn J. Mack, Tyler R. McKenzie, Bryant W. Mackey, Herman Mackey III, Michael J. McKinnon, Thomas R. McPherson, Robert D. McCroom, Nicholas A. Madaris, Eric A. Madison, Joshua B. Madden, Russell E. Madden, Stephen R. Maddies, Anthony R. Maddox, Vincent A. Madero, Ronnie G. Mador Jr., Nicholas A. Madrazo, Blake A. Magawai, Anthony O. Maggie, Brandon E. Maggart, Joseph B. Maglione, Patrick D. Magnani, Shane R. M. Mahaffey, Marcus Mahdi, Brent M. Maher, Jared L. Mayer, Sean P. Mayer, William J. Mayer III, David P. Malenbrock, Thomas D. Mahalik. Michael C. Marr, Mark A. Maida, Russell M. Makowski, James M. Malachowski, Dan T. Malcolm Jr., Alexis V. Maldonado, Jose L. Maldonado, Pedro A. Maldonado, Torre R. Mallard, Toby W. Mallet, Jimmy M. Malone, John J. Malone, Patrick A. Malone, John W. Maloney, Adam M. Malson, Michael H. Maltz, Timothy L. Manchester, Curtis Mancini, Philip F. Maines, Anthony L. Mangano, Michael T. Manibog, Travis L. Mannion, Jason D. Mann, Matthew P. Manikin, Nicholas J. Manikin, Ian D. Manuel, William F. Manuel, Pablo Manzano, Mila L. Maravillosa, Sidney J. Marceau Jr., Matthew Marcellus, Howard S. March Jr., Jason N. Marchant, Robert J. Marcanti II, Miguel A. Marcial III, Luigi Marcianti Jr., John W. Marcoum, Joshua S. Marcoum, Lyndon A. Marcus Jr., Paul C. Mardis, Douglas J. Marancorez, Jeremy E. Maresh, Giovanni Maria, Jude C. Mariano, Robbie M. Mariano, Jose S. Marin Dominguez Jr., Javier Marin Jr., Kristen K. Marino, Ralph J. Marino, Adam L. Marion, Christopher L. Marion, Keith R. Mariotti, Jonathan A. Markham, Taylor D. Marks, Gentian Marcoux, Donald M. Marler, Justin C. Marquez, Christoph J. Marquis, Chad E. Marsh, Bradley W. Marshall, Evan A. Marshall, James E. Marshall, John W. Marshall, Randall T. Marshall, Chase S. Marta, Robert N. Martins, David J. Martin, Ethan J. Martin. Jack M. Martin III, J. E. Martin, Jonathan L. Martin, Ryan A. Martin, Shane R. Martin, Sean P. Martin, Stephen G. Martin, Thomas M. Martin, Timothy P. Martin, Vernon W. Martin, Wyatt J. Martin, Matthew M. Martinick, Francisco A. Martinez Flores, Salazar L. R. Martinez, Trinidad R. Martinez Lewis, Alex Martinez, Anselmo Martinez III, Francisco Martinez, Francisco G. Martinez, Glenn E. Martinez, Jesse J. Martinez, Joseph L. Martinez, Michael A. Martinez, Michael J. Martinez, Michael R. Martinez, Misael Martinez, Oscar A. Martinez, Rafael Martinez Jr., Rene Martinez, Robert A. Martinez, Victor A. Martinez, Virgil C. Martinez, Philip J. Martini, Michael D. Martino. Jacob D. Martyr, Justin R. Martone, Michael A. Marzano, Ryan D. Maseth, Anthony L. Mason, Casey P. Mason, Christopher E. Mason, Colin T. Mason, Johnny V. Mason, Matthew D. Mason, Nicholas C. Mason, Glenn S. Mason, Robert A. Mazzarelli, John R. Massey, Connor G. Masterson, Arthur R. Mastrapa, Johnny V. Mata, Ramon Mateo, Charles E. Matheny IV, Randy J. Matheny, Marcus C. Mathis, Michael B. Matlock Jr., Edwin A. Matos Collin, John J. Matek Jr., Anthony D. Mattioni, Joshua P. Matero, James C. Mattison, Clint R. Matthews, Matthew C. Mattingly, John A. Maddox, stretching my back a little bit, Matthew E. Matula, Andrew G. Matus, Jamie O. Magons, Keith M. Malapin. Donald C. May Jr., Eric N. May, Jason P. May, Kenneth B. May Jr., Patrick W. May, James B. May II, Thomas J. Mayberry, Danny E. Maybin, Joseph P. Mayek, Christine L. Mays, Ryan L. Mahan, Chad B. Maynard, Kenneth W. Main, Michael L. Main, Barry W. Mayo, Pablo V. Mayorga, Chauncey R. Mays, Carlos Mazon, Alec F. Majur, Anthony M. Mozzarella, Andrew L. McAdams, Kenneth K. McCanich, Brian P. McAnolte, Montreal S. McGarn, Morgan M. Macbeth, Chester J. McBride, Zachary W. McBride, Patrick R. McAfee Sr., Jonathan B. McCain, Daniel L. McCall, Rodney L. McCandless, Herschel D. McCants Jr., Marquis J. McCants, Christopher D. McCarthy, Joseph C. McCarthy, Ryan T. McCant, Ryan M. McCauley, Randy D. McCauley, Charles J. McLean, Kyle B. McLean, James F. McClamrock, Jason M. McClary, Jeremiah P. McCleary, Jonah D. McClellan, Daniel B. McClenny, Joshua M. McClemens, Matthew Q. McClintock, Sean P. McCloskey, Christopher M. McLeod, Joseph T. McLeod, Megan M. McClung, Charles P. McClure, Jason J. McCluskey, Jonathan E. McCauley, Daniel G. McCollum, Riley J. McCollum, Andrew H. McConnell, Daniel J. McConnell, Brad P. McCormick, Clinton T. McCormick, David P. McCormick, Gregory W. G. McCoy, Steve A. McCoy, James R. McCoy, Christopher M. McCracken, Eric S. McCrae, Christopher A. McCraw, Donald R. McCune II. Sean P. McCune, Ryan S. McCurdy, Jucton R. P. McDaniel, Mayakolas C. McDaniel, William L. McDaniel II, James R. McDaniels, Joshua B. McDaniels, Robert T. McDavid III, Nathaniel H. McDevitt, Edmund W. McDonald, Jason A. McDonald, Sean K. McDonald, Brian T. McConna, Richard B. McDougall, David L. McDowell, Mark R. McDowell, Robert M. McDowell, Brian McElroy, Anthony T. McElveen, Kevin J. McEnroe, Thomas M. McFall, Dwayne J. McFarlane Jr., Jackie L. McFarlane Jr., Michael E. McGann, Clayton D. McGara, Dustin K. McGaw, Philip D. McGeeth, John E. McGee, Robert K. McGee, Thomas P. McGee, Holly J. McGough, Ryan C. McGee, Arthur R. McGill, Timothy R. McGill. Brian D. McGinnis, Ricky L. McGinnis, Ross A. McGinnis, Michael A. McLaughlin, Donald R. McLaughlin, Timothy I. McGovern, Stephen M. McGowan, Michael M. McGreevy Jr., Daniel A. C. McGuire, Todd L. McGurn, James A. McHale, Jeremy W. McAlfee, Nathan R. McCone, John M. McHugh, Scott R. McHugh, James R. McElvain, Eric C. McIntosh, Joshua D. McIntosh, Scott A. McIntosh, Joseph A. McKay, David M. McKeever, Alan R. McKenna Jr., John J. McKenna IV, Peter A. McKenna Jr., Eric S. McKinley, Robert L. McKinley, Jeffrey R. McKinney, Antoine J. McKinsey, Adam T. McKiskey, Omar J. McKnight, Buddy W. McLean, Ian P. McLaughlin, Michael E. McLaughlin, Scott P. McLaughlin. Willie A. McLaughlin Jr., Garrett I. McLeod, Justin D. McLeese, David B. McClendon, Jason A. McLeod, Jeffrey A. McLaughlin, Aaron L. McLyman, Don S. McMahon, Graham M. McMahon, Jason T. McMahon, Michael J. McMahon, Jacob G. McMillan, William L. McMillan III, Heath A. McMillan, Michael J. McMullen, Barrett W. McNabb, Sean H. McNabb, Robert A. McNail, Andre D. McNair Jr., Robbie D. McNary, James D. McNaughton, Jeremiah E. McNeil, Spence A. McNeil, Philip D. McNeil, Justin J. McNelly, Michael L. McNulty, Richard L. McNulty III, Alan E. McPeak, Brian M. McPhillips, Connor A. McQuaggy, Jeremy R. McQuarrie, James H. McRae, Robert R. McGrill, Clarence D. McSwain. Joseph A. McSween, O.T. J. McVeigh, Daniel M. McVicker, John D. Mader II, Coleman J. Meadows III, Joshua S. Meadows, Dale W. Means, Andrew N.M. Meary, Michael J. Meaders, Cameron A. Meddock, Madeline M.A. Jesus M.A. Medellin, Brian A. Medina, Irving Medina, Preston R. Medley, Matthew S. Medlicott, Gene P. Medlin, William B. Mewson, Curtis R. Merrer, Daniel F. Merringer, Jacob A. Meinert, Christopher S. Myers, Tobias C. Meister, Benjamin E. Mejia, Bobby Mejia II, David A. Mejias, Mark W. Melcher, John W. Melly, Louis M. Melendez Sanchez, I meant to say, Anthony C. Melia, Casey L. Mellon, Julian S. Melo, Jacob E. Melson, Bradley L. Melton, Jesse Melton III. Joshua A. Melton, Kenneth A. Melton, J. G. Maliwat, Tracy L. Melvin, Kashif M. Memon, Ralph Mena Jr., Christian Menchaca, Fernando A. Mendez Aceves, Juan M. Mendez Covarrubias, Norberto H. Mendez, David A. Ruiz Mendez, or Ruiz David A. Mendez. I'm not sure. This is a Marine Corps Lance Corporal who died on November 12th, 2005 in Operation Iraqi Freedom. So to the Mendez family, sorry, I don't know the exact way to pronounce this name because of the way that the names are organized on this particular list. Antonio S. Mendez, Bobby Mendez, Antonio Mendoza, Hugo V. Mendoza, Matthew E. Mendoza, Ramon J. Mendoza Jr., Jonathan D. Mankey, Stephen P. Menemeyer, Joseph Menusa, Eddie E. Manyweather, Angel D. Mercado Valesquez, Gil Mercado, Raul Mercado, Luke J. Mercadante, Sergio A. Mercedes Saez, Chad M. Mercer, Christopher S. Merchant, Dennis P. Merck, William L. Meredith, Michael M. Merola, Ivan E. Merlo, Jason L. Merrill, Daniel D. Merriweather. Jeffrey S. Mersman, Dylan R. Marola, Christopher A. Merville, Brian M. Mescal, Christopher P. Messer, Scott A. Messer, Nicholas E. Mesmer, Michael J. Metcalf, Scott J. Metcalf, Daniel T. Metcalf, Daniel K. Medvin, Michael C. Metile, David E. Metzger, Jonathan M. Metzger, Brandon A. Meyer, Harrison J. Meyer, Jason M. Meyer, Barry K. Meza, Gilberto A. Meza, Seth R. McChild, Devin J. Mickle, Donald R. Mickler Jr., Joseph P. Mix, William K. Middleton, Jeffrey T. Middleton, Eliu A. Mirsandoval, Michael G. Mihalakis, Anthony G. Mahalo, Joshua McKeesey, Charles L. Milam, Matthew G. Miltzark, Jason D. Milio, Sean H. Miles, Gregory N. Millard. Joseph B. Millage, Albert J. Miller, Alexander J. Miller, Anthony S. Miller, Brian K. Miller, Bruce Miller Jr., Cale C. Miller, Clinton J. Miller, Daniel B. Miller Jr., Daniel E. Miller, David T. Miller, Dennis J. Miller Jr., Frederick L. Miller Jr., Harley D. R. Miller, James H. Miller IV, James L. Miller, Jerome D. Miller Jr., John W. Miller, Kyle R. Miller, Lowell T. Miller II, Marco L. Miller, Marvin L. Miller, Mikhail W. Miller, Michael F. Miller, Nicholas A. Miller, Patrick J. Miller, Paul J. Miller, Robert J. Miller, Robert J. Miller Jr., Ryan A. Miller, Ryan E. Miller, Scott A. Miller, William L. Miller, Pedro A. M. Millett IV. Scott F. Milley, Errol D. A. Millard, Jonathan M. Milliken, Kyle J. Milliken, Adrian G. Mills, Edward D. Mills Jr., Eugene C. Mills III, Jerry W. Mills Jr., Joshua M. Mills, Leah R. Mills, Stephen M. Mills, Ward M. Mills, Timothy J. Millsap, Avialo Milo, Robert T. Mininger, Gilbert Minjarez Jr., Brian L. Mintzlaff, Joseph Minucci II, Joseph A. Miracle, Dennis Miranda, Troy L. Miranda, Garrett A. Misner, Gordon F. Misner II, Alexander W. Mizildine, Jody W. Mizildine, Gregory J. Misman, Andre D. Mitchell, Curtis, stretching my legs. Oops, what did I knock? Oh, that's just the legs of this. Where's Curtis? I've lost my place now. Curtis A. Mitchell, David S. Mitchell, George A. Mitchell Jr., Keeman L. Mitchell, Adrian L. Mitchell, Michael W. Mitchell, Raymond N. Mitchell III. Sarah J. Mitchell, Sean K. Mitchell, Sean R. Mitchell, Derek D. Mitchum, Sean M. Mittler, David A. Mitz, Justin R. Mixon, Kelly J. Mixon, Jesse D. Mizner, Wilson M. Mock, Scott T. Modine, Joshua S. Modling, Timothy W. Moling, Thomas A. Moffett, Robert J. Mogensen, Yari Mokri, Nels A. Mahler, Jacob Molina, Joshua A. Molina, Jorge A. Mullen Bautista, Christopher M. Monahan Jr., Raul Moncada, Enrique Mondragon, Garrett A. Mongrella, Anthony W. Monroe, Christopher T. Monroe, Jeremy J. Monroe, Justin S. Monchke, Michael A. Munzer, Jesus M. Montalvo, Rick L. Mentenden, Jason W. Montefiering, Alexander Y. Monteith, Alfonso J. Montenegro II. It's my time. Jose L. Montenegro Jr., Osbrande Montes de Oca, Luis A. Montes, Brian P. Montgomery, Michael P. Montgomery, Rodbert J. Montgomery Jr., Ryan J. Montgomery, Thaddeus S. Montgomery II, Jared C. Monty, Damian M. Montoya, Diego M. Montoya, Michael J. Montpetit, Alberto D. Montrond, Milton M. Monson Jr., Michael D. Moody, William R. Moody, Evan J. Muldyk, Christopher J. Moon, Jai S. Moon, Adam G. Mooney, Antonio D. I. Moore, Benjamin G. Moore, Benjamin Moore Jr., Christopher L. Moore, Dwayne L. Moore, Gary L. Moore, Horst G. Moore, James L. Moore, Jason W. Moore, Joseph A. Moore, Joshua M. Moore, Keith J. Moore, Nathaniel K. Moore, Stuart W. Moore. William C. Moore, Cody O. Moosman, Travis A. Muthart, Brian M. Mokeen Jr., Arthur A. Mora Jr., Conrad A. Mora, Jose L. Mora Jr., Melvin Y. Mora, Michael A. Mora, Omar L. Mora, Ramon Mora Jr., Samson A. Mora, Jason M. Morales, Orlando Morales, Raimundo P. Morales, Gil I. Morales del Valle, Joshua M. Morberg, Kevin N. Moorhead, Brent L. Morrill, David J. Moreno, Fabrico A. Moreno, Gerardo Moreno, Jaime Moreno, Jennifer M. Moreno, Luis A. Moreno, Reese D. Moreno, Trista L. Moretti, Travis A. Morgado, John K. Morgan, Carl J. Morgaine, Dennis B. Morgan, Dwight J. Morgan, Keisha M. Morgan, Richard L. Morgan Jr. Paper's getting out of whack. James F. Moriarty, Darby T. Morin, Steve Morin Jr., Joshua L. Morley, Christopher R. Morningstar, Alan A. Moore, Brian L. Morris, Daniel M. Morris, Daniel T. Morris, Daryl J. Morris, Eric W. Morris, Geoffrey S. Morris, Jordan M. Morris, Kelly S. Morris, Matthew T. Morris, Ramon S. Morris, Ricky A. Morris Jr., Stephen L. Morris, Donald S. Morrison, Lawrence E. Morrison, Nicholas B. Morrison, Shauna M. Morrison, Alexandria M. Morrow, Jason W. D. Morrow, Marty G. Mortensen, Benjamin C. Morton, Cherry L. Morton, John D. Morton, Robert L. Mastillo, Sonny J. Moses, Timothy J. Moshier, Jason L. Muskie, Christopher E. Moscow, Keelan L. Moss. Walter M. Moss Jr., Alan Mostiero, Sky R. Mott, Todd A. Motley, Christopher O. Modry, James S. Mowdy, Clifton B. Mounts, Brian C. Mount, Brian K. Mowry, Kevin S. Mowell, James D. Maris, Clifford L. Moxley Jr., Ashley L. Moyer, Corey R. Mrachek, David M. Mudge, Nicholas A. Mueller, Sean A. Muir, Christopher W. Mullally, James P. Muldoon, Jeremy W. Mulhare Sr., Scott J. Mullen, Sean W. Mullen, Adam J. Muller, Ian M. Muller, Brandon S. Mullins, William J. Mulville, Michael L. Mundell, Raymond J. Munden, Joshua J. Munger, Rodrigo A. Mungarivas, Charles E. Munier, Christopher L. Muniz, Donald L. Munn II, Pedro A. Munoz, Thomas P. Marach, Marcus V. Morales, Matthew M. Murchison, Michael W. Murdoch, Herman J. Merkerson Jr., Michael C. Murphy, Philip A. Murphy Sweet, Christopher E. Murphy, Edward J. Murphy, Etienne J. Murphy, Michael P. Murphy, Sean M. Murphy, Stephen L. Murphy, Warren A. Murphy, Adam R. Murray, and David J. Murray. So that's 4,500. If you're just joining, I'm reading all 7,600 names of the people that have lost their lives to the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan War. And this was I'm doing 900 names an hour. And these were the names that I was to read between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. Central Time. And looking at my time, it looks like I've got 13-minute break. It's starting to get dewy out here, and my feet are wet and cold. I'm like identifying with with being on a watch duty in the middle of the night. There's somebody out there, kind of like it's on that wall, and the watcher on the wall. That's what he was saying. And I was also thinking about how, like, everybody in town is just asleep. This is just the best. Like, you get your really good deep sleep right in these hours. And they're experiencing time differently than I am at this very moment. But that's okay, because time will march on. I'm experiencing this moment, and I'm having a very special experience. I feel like I am surrounded by 7,200 spirits that are glad that this town and this country is honoring what they experienced and what their families are experiencing with that empty chair at those empty tables. So I got to take a break, though. I have to walk around, get some blood pumping through my veins, stretch my back, and I'll keep on reading. Let's see, so 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I've got 3 more hours of reading to go. I admit that I'm tired. Okay. Maybe I'll get up and stretch after I have a few more ruffles. Coffee's still hot, Donita. Oh, this is a Yeti. I guess they work. Good brand, Yeti. Impressive. Because I started this at 10 o'clock. So she gave me this. I think she came over about 11:15. And it's now almost 3 o'clock. Wow. That's a very thoughtful coffee delivery. Okay. Break time. Exercise.
I still got battery. Might make it.
Okay. Looks like it's still running. I still got battery. I'm back. I have to admit something to you. I turned on the car and turned on the heater, so I'm not really, I mean, I guess maybe I could be deployed somewhere that I had a Humvee that had a heater in it or something. I'm not really suffering. It's a gorgeous night. Um, the stars are out now. The clouds have kind of cleared. I can see the Big Dipper. It's kind of faint because this display is really lit up beautifully. And let's see. So I was on, I don't think I got out my next. Yeah, this was my 2 to 3 o'clock. I think this 3 a.m. to 4 a.m. period is the, oh, it's the one where your body just wants to sleep. It's the deepest sleep of the night. I guess it feels like it when you're awake at this hour. So let's see if I can find my next set of names. 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock. We're in the ends here. I think I'm gonna get a little snack. Maybe get a little sugar in my body. I brought some cookie dough. Love cookie dough. I didn't really bring a spoon, so forgive my etiquette. Oh, that's good. I'm so thankful to be living in a time when cookie dough was invented. Raw cookie dough is the absolute best for a little snack, in my view. This is chocolate chip. My mother makes this cookie dough with butterscotch, butterscotch chips, and does it with oatmeal and butterscotch. Oh, those are so good. I love that cookie dough. But today I just went with a little store-bought snack. Makes me think of that Friends episode where Phoebe's famous family recipe is Nisli Tulelsk. I remember that show was on. That show and Seinfeld. Seinfeld was my favorite. It was my absolute favorite show. Well, I guess when I was growing up, Cheers was my favorite show. I remember my interview for the for going to the Air Force Academy. No, it was a Dane Hansen interview, I think. We were standing in this room. Yeah, so I live in Oakley, Kansas, and I attended the Air Force Academy for college, but I didn't know if I was going to get in, and I applied for what was called a Dane Hansen Scholarship. And the Dane Hansen Foundation is a wonderful nonprofit that supports, can't remember how many counties, 26 counties, I think, in Northwest Kansas. And what they were really known for when I was, coming up in high school is scholarships. They were really big into education and wanted to help, everybody in the region have access to a good education. And so they interviewed us, and this one question, but we were in a room. They stood all of us. There were 12 of us, maybe, or 10 of us, sort of standing in a row. Maybe it was only 4 or 5. I can't remember. But there's a big boardroom. There were a bunch of people standing in there, and they went around and they asked different questions, and then it would go from person to person. And they're like, "What's your favorite TV show?" And I remember the other kids, as I recall, they were answering things like Nova or something like PBS or something educational. I was like, "Come on!" And I was just like, "Cheers!" It was Cheers, Ted Danson, and Danny DeVito's wife, Rhea Perlman. Just that show hit my sweet spot as a teenager. I just loved it. The Sam and Diane storyline. And so anyway, that was my answer. I was like, I'm not going to pretend like some educational show is my favorite show on TV. And so, and I did get I was awarded a scholarship, but I had to turn it down because you don't need scholarships if you go to the Air Force Academy, which one of the things I gotta say, I value my education here in Kansas. I really value the education of the Air Force Academy. It was fantastic. I mean, it's technical, but there's still the literature classes we had, the English classes we had were really enjoyable and educational. And I think they help give you a broad understanding, and they set you up for success in the world. And I really value that. And I think that's one of the reasons that, I think I threw away. I was looking at my notes here. I think it's one of the things that why our armed forces are so effective is that, we don't just train people to shoot, we train them to think and to collaborate, to work together. And that's why it's always a loss when you lose anybody in your life. But to lose, somebody to lose anybody, but when you lose just all those years of education and training and love that go into bringing up a person, it's tough. So I'm glad that I get to spend this time with all you guys. All 7,200 of you that are not here to enjoy this beautiful world that we live in. And so let's see. Behind schedule. Not really, though. It only takes me about 35 minutes to go through the 900 names for this 3 o'clock hour. So I'm going to continue on. We finished 4,500 of the names. We're in the M's. Had a little break. I stretched a little bit. I warmed up my feet in the car. So I was kind of cheating, but it's really damp out here. This dew, which we're thankful for. It's been raining basically, it started raining the afternoon of Mildred Kuhlman's funeral, and it hasn't stopped being humid and moist and fantastic. So we want to thank the Lord for bringing all of this moisture. And we're a farming community here in Kansas. And my father farms, my brother farms, and so they're of service to our country as well, in just a different capacity. My grandfather flew PBYs in World War II, and actually, I'm wearing his. Can't really see because I put up all these covers on it, but I'm wearing his the wings that he had. I think Aunt Judy gave me these wings. I've had them all sort of on display in my office. When we went to pilot training. I went to this program called NJEPT in Wichita Falls, Texas, Euro-NATO Joint Jet Pilot Training. And when we graduated and we got our wings, we were all in this room together with this class. And we had, because it was an international program, we had students from Germany and Norway, Denmark. I think it was Germany, Norway, Denmark. We might have had some other countries, but I remember Pep and George, and just loved those guys. Just a great group of guys. Such a great experience and such an elite program. And you're always scared that you were going to wash out, because you're never more than, they always say, you're never more than 3 rides away from elimination from the program. The whole year, you're under threat of constantly being eliminated. You fail one ride, then you got to go to a check ride. You fail that one, you got to go to an elimination check. You fail that one, you're out of the program, no matter how well you've been doing for the last 6 months. So it's always is performance, and people wash out even though they try their absolute hardest. So it's stressful. But anyway, I'm sort of diverging there. When we finished that program, they gave us our wings, and I think it's the first set of wings you got. Maybe it's just a symbolic set, but we broke them. And did you give half to somebody else? Like, I have half of my wings. I don't think I have somebody else's other half. But it was like a reason behind it. It's like that we're never going to be in the same room with that exact group of people ever, right? That everybody goes back to their country. You may see each other. You're going to be out serving each of your countries in your own various ways. And I remember I saw some of the guys that I trained with throughout the course of my Air Force career, but that ceremony, they were right. Like, we will never be back in the same room with that exact group of people ever, unless, I guess you could have reunions and stuff, and that's kind of something that would be incredibly fun. I'd love to go throughout life and do a reunion with my Kadena 67th Fighter Squadron, and a reunion with the 27th Fighter Squadron at Langley Air Force Base, and a reunion with the 2nd ASOS in Germany, and a reunion with 4th Squadron at the Air Force Academy. And all of these, if you're a young person and you're thinking about a career in the service, man, I don't know if my experience is normative, is the thing. I just had these diverse experiences, got to live all these different places in the world, got to always train and learn from, and be in community and fellowship with a different group of people every 2 or 3 years, and just fantastic people. And I just so value all of that. And that diverged from my original point, which is I've always had that half wing display, that it was like, this will be the only set that you ever break, right? The only set of wings that you ever break. Like, let's make that symbolic at the start. And so I had my Aunt Judy McCoy made this little display for my desk that had my granddad's wings on it, and this half broken set of wings that were mine, that I've just taken with me throughout my life. And so I thought today, I didn't have my flight suit, and I looked at my service dress, and it didn't have my rank on it. I'm missing, just different things. I don't have my full uniform. All the components weren't there. So instead I wore a t-shirt that I got for being part of the Empyrean Temple crew. And I'm also wearing this necklace that I got for that. My friend Memphis was saying, oh, like I said earlier, that I am kind of a temple guardian. This is a sacred space, and I get to sit here all night with these 7,200 names and sort of be with these 7,200 people, almost all of whom I did not know, but all of whom I do know, because I know their spirit. I know the type of people that they were, reflected in the type of people that I served with. I just, I don't think I experienced the kind of loss that a lot of service members experience, and certainly their family members. I've experienced, a lot of different pain and suffering in my life, just like everyone else that has a human experience, but not losing a child to a wartime conflict where your family sacrificed so that other families like mine get to lead these amazing, joyful, abundant, looking for the right words, but life others miss out on. And so, anyway, my granddad passed away before I was born, but he was a PBY pilot in World War II. My grandmother, his wife, Fern, she was a link trainer. And she also in the service. A link trainer is like how you learn to fly on instruments in when you're first learning to fly airplanes. And so she taught that. And, I remember her telling, like, she had to wash people out of her program. Like I was saying, I didn't wash out of pilot training and I didn't wash out of, F-15 training, but I was always nervous about it. And some people did. And, she had to wash people out because she's protecting their life, right? And she's protecting the country's aviation safety, making sure that, some people have a natural aptitude for a particular thing. And so when you are training in something and it doesn't end up working out, a lot of times that's for your own good. I think it's kind of the way God moves us around too. We want something and we don't get it. It might be because there's a much better thing for you that wouldn't materialize if you went down the path that you thought you wanted. You just can't see it. And so, anyway, I just remember that about my grandmother. And so, I just thought so I'm wearing my Empyrean Temple T-shirt and my Empyrean Temple pendant that I got, and my granddad's wings as sort of a tribute to the sacredness of this space, the sacredness of this night under the stars with these 7,200 people that gave everything for their country. And my granddad, who, was part of the effort that defeated Germany, ended the Holocaust, the last war that we can say absolutely was a necessary, just war. So it wasn't that long ago. We have to be so grateful for the sacrifices and the work that people put together to make it through that crisis. And it's kind of what I think about today. I'm like, okay, people think things are bad. They think the sky is falling, and it's just not. It's not falling. We're not at the depths of World War II. Like, we watch these documentaries about, I can't remember the name of this documentary I saw on the Holocaust. It's on Netflix, and it was it was released in like 1998. So it's many years on from the war, and it's all of these survivors, Holocaust survivors, telling stories and going back and healing from like the extreme trauma that they experienced in the concentration camps. And I feel like it kind of encapsulates the point of Viktor Frankl's Yes to Life, where there was still meaning, there was still beauty and generosity and perseverance. I mean, we saw the absolute limits of evil in the world, but we defeated them. And they endured suffering so far beyond anything we are experiencing right now. Not to say that, I think that young people with the technology, social media, the addiction-based business models of our opioid industry, of our social media companies that sort of are poisoning the minds and the hope of young people. I don't know how bad the suffering that they are experiencing when they are growing up and they're looking out at the way we're behaving towards each other. That's got to be pretty tough. So I don't want to take away from how difficult it must be as a Generation Z or as a teenager right now. It's tough. But if you watch these documentaries about World War II, you watch The War with Ken Burns, you watch documentaries about the Holocaust, like, I just don't think it's that bad. The problem is that in that conflict, it's kind of like what I experienced after September 11th. I was part of a team that was working together to make the country safer. So I had purpose, I had meaning, I had camaraderie, I had fellowship, I had community, and it was so rewarding to be part of a culture like that. And right now, we've got problems that I don't think are anywhere as bad as World War II, except for the fact that it doesn't seem like we're working together to overcome them. We're working against each other and making the problems worse. Some of us. But it's not really, on places like this where you see a person that creates a wall like this, creates a memorial. You see Marshall Ray and the VFW come together to say, hey, we should bring this here, and let's time it to be when the Run for the Wall is here. Let's really try and educate our young people and educate our community about the sacrifices that people have made and the greatness of the people of this country, the quality of the people that this nation can yield, as Marshall said in his Veterans Day poem. And then the Community Foundation funding the wall. It's like you see, I just see so much to be hopeful for, at least in this community. And I think there's pockets of that everywhere. We just sort of have to spread it. So anyway, I'm 23 minutes into my 3 o'clock hour, so I better get started on the next 900 names from this wall. And so I'll do a couple of stretches of my back before I start this section. Oh. All right, so in honor of the service of Dennis R. Murray, Clarence J. Murray Jr., Jeremy E. Murray, Joel L. Murray, Robert W. Murray Jr., Rodney A. Murray, Ronald L. Murray Jr., James P. Musak, Dimitri Muscat, Mitchell T. Mutz, Veshna Moy, Edward L. Myers, Philip A. Myers, Zachary T. Myers, Marlon E. Myrie, Krishna Nachampasek, Scott T. Nagorski, Russell H. Navi, Paul T. Nakamura, Nathan W. Nakis, Kenneth A. Nolly, Michael I. Nance, Dustin P. Napier, Roger A. Napper Jr., Richard D. Naputi, Mohsin A. Nakvi, Joe A. Narvaez, Brian K. Nazaman, Casey W. Nash, Christopher G. Nasson, Ryan J. Nass, Jason D. Nathan, Juan P. Navarro, Peter J. Navarro, Juana Navarrolano, Juana Navarrolano. I kind of like that name. Lance Corporal in the Marine Corps. Passed away on April 8th of 2006 in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Moises A. Navas, Kevin G. Nave, Rafael L. Navia, Bryn J. Naylor, Christine M. Ndrury, Benjamin H. Neal, Jacob H. Neal, Sean P. Neal, Troy D. Neely, Paul L. Neely, Robert J. Neer, Kenneth E. Nicotia, Jr., Rob G. Needham, Philip I. Neal, Charles L. Neely, Brendan P. Neenan, Peter C. Neasley, Christian M. Neff, Paul M. Neff II, Randy L. Neff Jr., Carlos J. Negron, Julio E. Negron, James D. Nell, Christopher T. Nyberger, Gavin L. Neighbor, William R. Neal Jr., Regilio Il Nelum, Albert M. Nelson, Andrew H. Nelson, Andrew P. Nelson, Caleb A. Nelson, Christopher J. Nelson, Craig L. Nelson, Gary L. Nelson III, Joshua N. Nelson, Lex S. Nelson, Mario Nelson, Richard J. Nelson, Travis L. Nelson, Travis M. Nelson, Aaron T. Nemelka, Sapuro B. Nina, Keith V. Nepsa, Marquez J. Nettles, Eric M. Nettleton, Paul C. Neubauer, Joshua M. Neutsch, Liam J. Nevins, Stephen M. New, Nicholas W. Newby, William R. Newgard, Jared P. Newliv, Christopher R. Newman, Clinton T. Newman, Eric C. Newman, William J. Newman, Jaime C. Newman, Randy L. Newman, Randy Newman, Lance Corporal, Marine Corps, OIF, August 20th of 2006. Everybody whose name jumps out at me as a Lance Corporal in the Marine Corps. William N. Newman, Daniel A. Newsom, Alan H. Newton Jr., Michael W. Newton, Robert J. Newton, Marisabang T. Ngrakid, Tan Q. Ngo, Dan H. Nguyen, Long N. Nguyen, Tevin L. Nguyen, Tung M. Nguyen, Joseph L. Nice, Jamie S. Nicholas, Brian J. Nichols, Donald L. Nichols, Jeffrey F. Nichols, Kenneth R. Nichols Jr., Rob L. Nichols, Andrew C. Nicole, Dominique Nicolas, Louis E. Niedermeyer, Matthew G. Nielsen, Mark I. Nieto, Isaac M. Neves, Rafael A. Neves Jr., Kareem M. Nikoi, Scott E. Nicely. The birds are already starting to chirp. Interesting. There's an article in the Washington Post yesterday that Lynn Musgrave shared with me about how listening to birds sing improves our mental health. They're making me think it's starting to be morning, and in some ways I kind of like being out here with all of these service members and the stars and God. And one airplane in the sky. It's cool. I don't know where I was, so I'm going to start on the top of this page. So some of these are going to be repeated. Reed K. Nishizuka. Oh, I think this is where I started. Reed K. Nishizuka, Patrick R. Nixon, Travis W. Nixon, Daniel S. Noble, Alan D. Nolan, Joseph M. Nolan, Marcos O. Nolasco, James M. Nolan, Kyle A. Nolan, Michael C. Nolan, Nicholas S. Nolte, Deborah P. Noonan, Zachary R. Nordmeyer, Michael A. Norman, William J. Normandy, Joseph C. Norquist, Cody R. Norris, Curtis L. Norris, Kyle P. Norris, Paul B. Norris, Christopher M. North, Jason L. Norton, Justin D. Norton, Byron W. Norwood, Leaf E. Knott, Karen E. Nauv, Adam J. Novak, Sean A. Novak, Andrew W. Nowaki, David P. Noazik, Justin L. Noyes, Mark A. Noziska, Israel P. Nuanes, Nicholas H. Null, Levi E. Levi E. Nuncio, Todd E. Nunez, David Nunez, Jason Nunez, Joe A. Nunez Rodriguez, Anthony M. Nunn, Keith A. Nurnberg, Joseph C. Nure, David T. Nutt, Mick R. Nygaard-Bukowski, Nathan J. Nylander, Nathaniel J. Nyron, William D. O'Brien, Cheryl L. O'Brien, Matthew J. O'Brien, Patrick T. O'Day, Shane K. O'Donnell, Justin L. O'Donohoe, Walter K. O'Hare, Andreas B. O'Keefe, Daniel T. O'Leary, Tanner J. O'Leary, Evan W. O'Neill, Jonathan C. O'Neill, Michael C. O'Neill, James J. O'Quinn Jr., Mark S. Osteen, Nicholas S. O'Brien, Michael S. N. O'Connor, Curtis A. Oakes, Donald S. Oakes Jr., Francis C. Obahi, Jasper K. Obakrerer, Brandon F. Oberleitner. Peña J. Obles Prado, Alberto L. Obud Jr., George R. Oborn Jr., Israel P. O'Brien, Alex Okagara, Alfonso Ochoa Jr., James S. Oshner, Robert D. Odell, Brian P. Odiorne, Charles E. Odoms II, Henry S. N. Oftiar, Justin A. Officer, John B. Ogburn III, Matthew D. Ogden, Wade J. Oglesby, Ramon C. Ojeda, Stephen M. O'Cray, Tony B. Oleas, Blaze A. Oleski, Randall Olguin, Nicholas H. Olivas. There's a train coming through, and the dogs are all going nuts. Oh! I've lost my place again. Pretty sure I just read Brian Odiorne. So Brian P. Odiorne, Charles E. Odoms II, Henry S. N. Officiar, Justin A. Officer, John B. Ogburn III, Matthew D. Ogden, Wade J. Oglesby, Ramon C. Ojeda, Stephen M. O'Cray, Tony B. Oleas, Blaze A. Oleski, Randall Olguin, Nicholas H. Olivius, Brian Oliveira, Jorge M. Oliveira, Galbraith L.A. Oliver, Nicholas J. Olivier, Michael C. Olivieri, Michael H. Ollis, Andrew J. Olmsted, Brian P. Olson, Daniel R. Olson, Nigel K. Olson, Toby R. Olson, John T. Olson, Nicholas P. Olson, Todd D. Olson, Javier Olvera, Robert C. Oneto Sikorsky, Justin B. Onwerde, Christopher W. Opat, Dean D. Opica, Brian J. Opskar, Kevin E. Oratowski, Julio C. Ordonez, Michael K. Oremos, Richard P. Orengo, Tyler J. Orgard, Kim S. Orlando, Eric J. Orlowski, J. D. Orns Bayadkins, Adrian N. Orozco, Osvaldo Orozco, Cody J. Orr, Elijah M. Ortega, William F. Ortega, Rivera J. O. Ortiz, Maria I. Ortiz, Billy J. Orton, Timothy R. Osby, Benjamin D. Osborne, Kyle B. Osborne, Jared H. Osborne, Pamela G. Osborne, Joshua S. Ose, Erjan V. Osman, John C. Osmalski, Michael T. Osorio, Sean A. Osterman, Ryan S. Ostrom, Scott A. M. Oswell, Deshan E. Ote, Kevin C. Ott, Nicholas S. Ott, Michael C. Ottolini, Brian J. Collette, Michael W. Collette, Ronald J. Ouellette, Tyler R. Overstreet, Kirk A. Owen, Michael G. Owen, Anthony C. Owens, Bart D. Owens, Brandon A. Owens, Corey C. Owens, David E. Owens Jr., Gregory Owens Jr., Ronald S. Owens, Vincent L.C. Owens, William R. Owens, Jesse A. Osbutt, Paul S. Pabla, Scott P. Pace, Anthony A. Pachi, Palomarco U. Pacificador, Pacificador, Palomarco U. Pacificador, Stephen M. Packer, Alan A. Pack, Raymond N. Pakleb Jr., Timothy P. Paget, Eliman G. R. Padilla, Fernando Padilla Ramirez, Bobby J. Pagan, James A. Page, Rex A. Page. Diegan W. Page, Sean W. Pankey, Mark C. Payne, Joshua C. Parrish, Michael J. Palacio, Rivera E. G. Palacios, Gabriel T. Palacios, Anthony Palermo, Eric T. Palawota, Ronnie J. Palares, Mark C. Palmatier, Jacob C. Palmatier, Benjamin J. Palmer, Lakiba N. Palmer, Charles O. Palmer II, Christopher L. Palmer, Corey L. Palmer, William F. Palmer, Eric C. Palmer, Joshua D. Palmer, Joshua M. Palmer, Nicholas J. Palmer, Jason T. Palmerton, Eric A. Palmisano, Isaac Palomares, Dale A. Panchote, Jose A. Panigua Morales, Larry W. Pankey Jr., Philip J. Panier, Christopher F. Pantos, Kevin M. Pape, David L. Paquette, Nicholas D. Nicholas D. Parada Rodriguez, Michael F. Perenzino. Jennifer M. Parcell, Alejandro J. Pardo, Javier G. Paredes, Alfred G. Paredes Jr., Benjamin J. Park, Day H. Park, Bradley L. Parker, Daniel R. Parker, Elisha R. Parker, Evan S. Parker, James D. Parker, Kenya A. Parker, Christian E. Parker, Richard K. Parker, Sabrant Parker, Tommy L. Parker Jr., Vincent E. Parker, Harvey E. Parkerson III, Larry Parks Jr., Joshua L. Parlett, Brandon A. Parr, David S. Parr, Brian P. Parello, Charles D. Parrish, Lawrence L. Parrish, Michael C. Parrott, David B. Parson, Lonnie J. Parson, Jason R. Parsons, Tyler E. Parton, Willard T. Partridge, Terrell L. Pasker, Skylar B. Patch, Christopher T. Pate. Ralph E. Pate Jr., Matthew P. Pathenos, Claudio Patino IV, Jason L. Patton, Justin T. Patton, probably Peyton, Travis L. S. Patricine, Daniel J. Patron, Andrew G. Patton, Christopher A. Patterson, Cody J. Patterson, Esau G. Patterson Jr., Jayton D. Patterson, Nicholas J. Patterson, Adam J. Patton, Brian M. Patton, Christopher G. Patton, James R. Patton, Michael R. Patton, Shane E. Patton, Henry Paul, Robert J. Paul, Yasia L. Pauley, Ronald L. Paulson, Jason G. Potch, Bradford H. Payne, Cameron K. Payne, Rocky D. Payne, Ronald R. Payne Jr., William L. Payne, Dylan R. Paytas, George J. Payton, Adam D. Peak, Joshua M. Pierce, Eric P. Piaro. Andrew R. Pearson, Brandon W. Pearson, Bryce A. Pearson, Samuel F. Pearson, Michael S. Pearson, Andrew M. Peterson Keel, Michael F. Peterson, Brian J. Pedro, Michael C. Peak, John A. Pelham, Phyllis J. Pelkey, Gennaro Pellegrini Jr., Justin R. Pellerin, Pedro L. Pena Suarez, Paul W. Pena, Roger P. Pena Jr., Abraham L. Pena Medina, Jorge L. Penaramaro Jr., Jonathan L. Penny Kelly, John M. Panich, Brian H. Paniston, Shane D. Penley, Ross A. Penninan, Gregory V. Pennington, Richard R. Penny, Justin O. Penrod, Brandon R. Pepper, Javier Perales Jr., Johnny J. Perales Jr., Rafael Peralta Guzman, Calvin M. Pereda, Andres H. Perez, Christopher S. Perez, Emily J. T. Perez. Jeffrey Perez, Hector R. Perez, Joel Perez, Jose A. Perez III, Jose R. Perez, Luis A. Perez, Nicholas S. Perez, Orlando A. Perez, Richard A. Perez Jr., Sergio E. Perez, Stephen J. Perez, Wilfredo Perez Jr., Adam L. Perkins, Adrian M. Perkins, Andrew C. Perkins, Michael J. Pernicelli, Carlos E. Parnell, Theodore L. Perrault, Dustin J. Perot, David S. Perry, John W. Perry, Joseph W. Perry, Charles C. Percy, Dustin W. Peters, Joseph M. Peters, Alyssa R. Peterson, Anthony D. M. Peterson, Dale G. Peterson, Justin D. Peterson, Daniel H. Pettori, Jason D. Petto, Jessine P.S. Petrie, Brett J. Petrikin, Neil D. Petchy, James L. Pettaway Jr., Christopher P. Petty, Erickson H. Petty, Jarek M. Petty, Christopher F. Pfeiffer, Jonathan R. Fender, Jacob M. Pfister, Travis D. Pfister, Jason K. Fan, Joseph E. Panouf II, Ryan S. Panouf, Robert W. Ferris, Mark P. Felon, Richard S. Phyllis, Chance R. Phelps, Christopher W. Phelps, Cote J. Phelps, Vladimir Felipe, Lawrence R. Philippon, Anton R. Phillips, Francis G. Phillips IV, James R. Phillips, John P. Phillips, Matthew B. Phillips, Michael E. Phillips, Ronald Phillips Jr., Sammy E. Phillips, Stephen L. Phillips, Edward O. Philpott, Ivory Phipps, Johanny R. Pichardo, Pierre E. Piche, Heath K. Picard, Joshua D. Picard. Aaron C. Pickering, Brandon T. Pickering, Randy W. Pickering, Emmanuel Pickett, Tyler P. E. Pickett, Noah M. Peer, Robert A. Pierce, Brian F. Piercy, Linda Pierre, Jordan B. Pearson, Jordan C. Pearson, Lori A. Piastala, Dawid Piatrick, Christian M. Pike, Jonathan A. Pilgrim, Paul J. Pillen, Victoria A. Pinkney, Carlos Pineda, Foster Pinkston, Trevor A. Pinnock, Amanda N. Pinson, Dennis L. Pintor, Matthew I. Pionk, Christopher N. Piper, Robert R. Pirelli, James D. Pirtle, James H. Pirtle, Jesse D. Pittman, Michael P. Pittman, David G. Plash, Michael G. Plank, Benjamin C. Pliates, Jason T. Plight, Joshua L. Platica. Raymond L. Plowar, Derek J. Plowman, Stephen Plumoff, Adam J. Plumadore, Jared C. Plunk, Terry L. Plunk, Alessandro Platino, Devin C. Posh, Eric J. Pullman, Jason T. Poindexter, David L. Poirier, Frederick E. Pocorny Jr., Andrew R. Pocorny, William C. Poling Jr., Johnny R. Polk, Jesse G. Pollard, Justin W. Pollard, Larry E. Polly Jr., Matthew M. Polini, Joe Polo, Vincent J. Pomonte III, Ruiz L. Ponce, James W. Ponder III, Diego D. Pongo, Christopher L. Poole Jr., Timothy J. Poole Jr., Jerry O. Pope II, Robert C. Pope II, Ralph M. Porras, Benjamin B. Portel, J. C. Porter, Marquis R. Porter, Jonathan D. Porto, William R. Posh. Gregory A. Posey, Robert G. Posivio III, Kenneth B. Pospisil, Michael V. Postal, Christopher M. Poston, Michael J. Pataki, Darren K. Potter, David L. Potter, Jerome J. Potter, Tony J. Potter Jr., Christopher S. Potts, Paris S. Poe, Dennis C. Polin, Lynn R. Powlin Sr., Alexander G. Povolaitis Jr., Chad W. Powell, James E. Powell, Joshua D. Powell, Joshua D. Powell. Okay, so we've got two Joshua D. Powells. Both are Army. One was a sergeant who died in OEF on June 4th, 2011, and one was a staff sergeant who died on September 21st, 2010. So my deepest sympathies to both of the Powell families. It's the first time that the two names have matched exactly in this list. Randall D. Powell, Kyle W. Powell, Matthew C. Powell, Caleb J. Powers, Joshua F. Powers, Benjamin G. Prang, Stephen C. Presnicki, Terry W. Prater, Clint J. Prather, Austin D. Pratt, Daniel J. Pratt, Dean P. Pratt, Dennis J. Pratt, John C. Pratt, Taylor Przinski. Kevin T. Preach, Brian R. Prenning, Joseph T. Prentler, Brandon J. Prescott, Michael B. Presley, Chisray L. Presley, Aaron L. Preston, Marcus W. Pruitt-Home, James E. Previtt, James E. Previtt, Kelly S. Prewitt, I bet that's Kelly S. Pruitt, Tyler D. Pruitt, Bruce E. Price, Charles L. Price III, Daniel J. Price, James W. Price, Job W. Price, Jonathan K. Price, Timothy E. Price, Michael S. Pridham Jr., Priest M. Tina, James D. Priestap, John R. Priestner, Kevin W. Prince, Michael, spelled M-Y-C-A-L, Michael L. Prince, Neil A. Prince, Michael S. Probst, Mark J. Procopio, Scott J. Procopio, David T. Proctor, Joseph E. Proctor, Russell J. Proctor, Jason A. Prophet, Brian C. Prosser, and Scott E. Pruitt. John P. Pryor, Matthew A. Puccino, Matthew D. Puckett, Gerard C. Puello Coronado, Kenneth I. Pugh, Robert S. Pugh, George A. Pugliese, Richard T. Pummel, Michael A. Purcell, Christopher M. Pusateri, Cody A. Putman, Lucas T. Payet, Michael W. Pyron, Jin Kui, Luis W. Qualls, Marquise A. Quick, Richard O. Quill III, John A. Quinlan, Adam D. Quinn, Patrick H. Quinn, Daniel A. Quintana, Brian L. Quinton, Thomas D. Rabjan, Luther W. Rabone Jr., Morales J. M. Rada, Stephen J. Raderstorff, Christopher C. Rafferty, Murad Rajamov, Christopher J. Raguso, Joseph A. Rahim, Baron Rai, Christopher K. Reibel, Carl L. Rains II. Pruitt A. Rainey, Ronald D. Reardon, Brandon P. Ramey, Richard P. Ramey, Gonzalez A. Ramirez, Angel R. Ramirez, Benito A. Ramirez, Christopher Ramirez, Eric U. Ramirez, Jean Ramirez, Ignacio Ramirez, Joel A. Ramirez, Ray A. Ramirez, Reyes Ramirez, Rogelio A. Ramirez, Talia S. Ramirez, William C. Ramirez, Julian A. Ramon, Vargas M. A. Ramos, Christopher Ramos, Hector Ramos, Tamara J. Ramos, Louis A. Ramos Velasquez, Brandon Ramsey, Carson J. Ramsey, Christopher J. Ramsey, David J. Ramsey, Jacob I. Ramsey, Joshua A. Ramsey, Matthew W. Ramsey, Wade C. Ramsey, Jason C. Ramsayer, Edmund L. Randall Jr., Ronald M. Rendazzo. Tony M. Randolph, Cleston C. Rainey, Daniel G. Rainey, Christopher Rangel, Jose C. Rangel, Ray Rangel, Probably Rangel, John K. Rankle, Sean P. Rankinen, Charles A. Ransom, Elijah J. M. Rao, Nicholas P. Rapavi, Patrick M. M. Rapicalt, Robert T. Rapp, Bradley D. Rapoon, Derek M. Rasmussen, Benjamin D. Rast, Samir A. M. Rateb, Joshua L. Rath, Gregory A. Ratzlaff, Thomas A. Ratzlaff, Nathan R. Rudenbush, Rel A. Ravago, Bryn T. Revere, Brian D. Rawl, Adam J. Ray, Clovis T. Ray, Jeremy E. Ray, Joseph R. Ray, Thomas C. Ray II, Jared J. Raymond, Pierre A. Raymond, Mariano M. Ramundo, Omid H. Razani, Brandon M. Reed. Curtis S. Regan, Regina C. Rayleigh, William J. Reckenmacher, Blaine E. Redding, Jason C. Redifer, Matthew K. Reese, Aaron H. Reed, Christopher J. Reed, Gerard M. Reed, Jeffrey A. Reed, Jerry D. Reed II, Jesse D. Reed, Jonathan R. Reed, Ryan Reed, Tatana Reed, Edward T. Reeder, Aaron T. Reese, Gary L. Reese Jr., Jason Reeves, Joshua H. Reeves, Roberto J. Reeves, Cesarego A.R. Regaldo, Jose Regaldo, James J. Regan, Chad R. Regulin, Jeremy F. Regnier, Randall S. Wren, Stephen C. Reich, Hall H. Reichley, Dylan T. Reed, Nicholas J. Reed, Paul J. Reedy, Shane M. Reifert, Zachary C. Reef. Job M. Regal, spelled Reigous. Thomas Riley Jr., John A. Reiners, Kevin J. Reinhardt, Gavin B. Renke, Donald C. Reese, Brendan C. Reese, Kyle J. Renahan, Ronald D. Renison, George S. Renchler, Robert K. L. Repke, Justin D. Rapoon, Mark T. Resch, Juan S. Retrepo, Mark A. Retmere, Thomas E. Retzer, Torres R. Reyes, Daniel F. Reyes, Jose J. Reyes, Luis R. Reyes, Mario A. Reyes, Seferino J. Reyna, Reyna, Edward C. Reynolds Jr., Sean C. Reynolds, Stanley B. Reynolds, Stephen C. Reynolds, Titus R. Reynolds, Raphael Renaissance. Kind of looks like rhinoceros, but it's Rhinocesaurus. Raphael Rhinocesaurus. Yader G. Reynoso, Matthew G. Reza, Trenton L. Ray. Trenton is Marshall Ray's son. Marshall is the reason this exhibit is here in this town. I didn't know Marshall before I came back to Oakley, and I'm impressed. I'm honored to know him as a friend. It makes me think of William Du Bois and Pyro. The way you just feel the love for their family, for their children, even though their children are gone. Such character and strength, and living with joy. Making meaning. Out of circumstances that don't make sense. Trenton died in Afghanistan on May 15th, 2013. It was 10 years ago last Monday. Jamal M. Rett, Willington M. Rhodes, David L. Rice, Demetrius L. Rice, Jeffrey L. Rice, Joseph A. Richard III, Matthew T. Richard, William T. Richards, Brian J. Richardson, Jonathan J. Richardson, Joseph A. Richardson, Ricky L. Richardson Jr., Stephen K. Richardson, the first, William D. Richardson, William D. Richardson. Okay, here we've got two William Richardsons. One was an Army corporal who passed away on April 3rd, 2005, Operation Iraqi Freedom. And the other is a Marine Corps Staff Sergeant who passed away on November 30th, 2005, also in Operation Iraqi Freedom. Colby L. Richmond, William S. Ricketts, Ariel Rico, Travis W. Riddick, Charles E. Ridgely Jr., Kenneth L. Ridgely, Jeremy L. Ridlin, Juan M. Ridout, Jeffrey J. Reek, Robert M. Rykoff, Andrew G. Rydell, Nicholas E. Reel, James D. Rickena, David G. Riaz, Greg N. Rewer, Wesley R. Riggs, Brian D. Riley Jr., Joseph W. Riley, Michael B. Riley, Ryan D. O. Riley, Joshua J. Reimer, Gary Wesley T. Rhymes, Diego F. Rincon, Douglas J. Riney, Michael R. Ring, Stephen A. Rintamaki, Daniel P. Riordan, Ordonez G. A. Rios, Dwayne R. Rios, Hernando Rios, Russell B. Ripito, Henry C. Risner, Michael E. Ristow, Ryan E. Ritzberg, Jonathan Rivadaniera, Juan L. Rivadaniera, Emil Rivera Lopez, Gregory Rivera Santiago, Milton Rivera Vargas, Daniel J. Rivera, Edwin Rivera, Jose A. Rivera, Michael D. Rivera, Paul A. Rivera, Richard A. Rivera Jr., Jose A. Rivera Serrano, John T. Rivero, Daquane D. Rivers, Frank K. Rivers Jr., Thomas E. Rivers Jr., Christopher T. Riviera, Tyler A. Rhodes, Timothy J. Rourke, Elliot J. Robbins, Thomas D. Robbins, Todd J. Robbins. William T. Robbins, Jonathan R. Roberte, Jeffrey G. Roberson, Alan C. Roberts, Anthony P. Roberts, Bob W. Roberts, Cody A. Roberts, Derek T. Roberts, Dion R. Roberts, Edgar N. Roberts Jr., Kevin C. Roberts, Marshall D. Roberts, Michael C. Roberts, Neil C. Roberts, Robert T. Roberts, Trevor A. Roberts, Forrest W. Robertson, Michael T. Robertson, Nicholas A. Robertson, Antoine V. Robinson, Carlo M. Robinson, Charles D. Robinson, Christopher L. Robinson, David G. Robinson, David S. Robinson, Fernando D. Robinson, Heath M. Robinson, James C. Robinson Jr., Jeremiah W. Robinson, Joshua J. Robinson, Michael A. Robinson, Simone A. Robinson. All right. Well, I talked a little bit too much with my banter in our last hour, so we're a little bit behind schedule, but that's okay. I found out they actually would like me to stand guard until 7 o'clock and not 6 o'clock. So If this runs a little long, that's fine. Oh, 2 hours left, really 3 until my 7 o'clock swap out. So I'm gonna go take a little break here. That's 5,400 service members who have died, including Trent and Ray. The Pyro Du Bois. It's interesting, I didn't know either one of those fine young men in life, but I know them, I know their spirit in death because of the memory and the legacy of their families. And I'm so proud to live in a country that honors the spirit of those that have gone before us. You did good, Pyro. You did good, Trenton. Your character shines through in your father's. Really does. And I'm honored to know you, Marshall Ray, and I'm honored to know you, Ham Du Bois. I really am. So anyway, these birds are really chirping. Didn't know how early they start chirping. I mean, I don't know when sunrise is here. So I'm on break. I might take 10, come back. Let's see. Yeah, I'll just take a few minutes break. Get my blood flowing. Get my energy back up for my last couple of hours of my time at the wall.
Okay. Break over.
Oh, man. This would be one of those times on an ocean crossing where I would be taking. So when we flew ocean crossings, did them a couple times. They were the greatest trips. Um, we flew from like Alaska to Japan, flew from U.S. to Europe, Europe back. One of those really long ones, like you'd have like a 12-hour flight. We'd get these prescription amphetamines that the Air Force was able to buy, and they're so good and so effective. And I'm having to just take one mentally in my mind right now in order to make it through the next couple of hours. And so, I guess what I can do, this Coke Zero really doesn't cut it by comparison. But we get back to reading these names. Okay, need my next batch. All right, 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock. We've read 5,400 names so far out of 7,200 men and women who gave everything so that we could enjoy the freedoms we have. Freedom of movement, freedom of religion, freedom of thought. Hasn't always been that way. David Moss teaches this course at Harvard Business School that they have set up a nonprofit to expand it, to teach it to high school students. And I've been thinking about looking into it to see if I'd love to get it here in Kansas. It's on the importance, it's a case study course on the history of democracy. And I think it's basically an American history of democracy. But it really tries to showcases, how important it is for us to cherish and embrace and respect the democratic traditions that we have. And we look at, he has these stuff where he looks at, sometimes we think, oh, could we be more efficient like China? Or, specifically I think China. They are efficient. They have a, one-party capitalist, communist capitalist system. But they just don't have the freedom of thought that we do here. And one of the things he says is, if you want to know what's really going on, look at where the rich people in China send their children to school and where they send their money, and they keep it all abroad because they can't trust the government, like a dictatorship type of an existence without democracy. We're so far our younger generation is so far removed from the possibility of not having the freedoms, of not having the democratic traditions that we have, that we don't know how awful it will be if we lose it. And so, anyway, we gained it. We gained the right to organize ourselves with a brilliant, brilliant system of government created by our founding fathers through military sacrifice, military dedication, and then we preserved that. World War I, World War II, especially. When we weren't looking for a fight, but we met the challenge when it arose, and that's why we're out here honoring the people that did that. And so that's why I'm reading these names. Why I'm mentally taking I'm gonna internally consume like God and internal energy. Please create amphetamines to get me through the next 2 hours, and to really be present for reading the names of these American heroes, to honor their families. I don't want to phone it in the last 2 hours, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I'm trying to just amp myself up, sing the Air Force song in my head. Off we go into the wild blue yonder, climbing high into the sun. Here they come, zooming to meet our thunder. Atom boys, give her the gun. Down we dive, spouting our flame from under. Off with one hell of a roar. We live in flame or go down in fame. Hey, nothing can stop the U.S. Air Force. I'm in this barbershop music group that performs in Waukene. I've done it the last 2 years for Memorial Day, and they do the Armed Forces medley. We take that song too fast, in my opinion. Well, I guess the learning tracks on it are too fast, but it's all 4 of the services, versions of their service songs, and it's fun to honor those traditions. The Navy's Anchors Away and all that stuff. But I'm not going to subject you to all of the other services verses. I'll just give you that serenade of the Air Force motivational song. And maybe at the end of this, I'll do the third verse. The third verse of the Air Force song is what we sing at the end of football games in the service to honor those we've lost. And here's a toast to the host. And so try and think about the upbeat verses of that song to motivate myself, and the somber third verse to honor those that we've lost. And so anyway, continuing on with the names of those who gave the ultimate sacrifice during the Gulf War, the Iraq Wars, and Afghanistan Wars. I've finished 5,400 names, and now I'll read 900 more names that are on this wall behind me, in alphabetical order, starting with Thomas L. Robinson, Santa W.A. Robles, Adrian Robles, Lisbeth Robles, Joseph E. Robsky Jr., Robert M. Robson, Moses D. Roca, Nathaniel S. Rock, Marlon T. Rockhold, Ricky W. Rockert Jr., David S. Roddy, Malcolm D. Roddy, John D. Rode, Joseph E. Rodewald, Christopher B. Rogers, Joshua P. Rogers, Joshua R. Rogers, Christopher D. Rogers, Contreras L. O. Rodriguez, Ramirez N. D. Rodriguez, Juan R. Rodriguez Valesco, Antonio R. Rodriguez, Arturo E. Rodriguez, Daniel A. Rodriguez, Dominic N. Rodriguez, Gregory A. Rodriguez, Jaime Rodriguez Jr., John P. Rodriguez, Jose Rodriguez, Joseph E. Rodriguez, Mario Jr. Rodriguez, Matthew R. Rodriguez, Michael J. Rodriguez, Ricardo X. Rodriguez, Robert M. Rodriguez, Rodolfo I. Rodriguez, Rodolfo Rodriguez Jr., Ronald A. Rodriguez, Omar G. Roebuck, George R. Rowell Jr., Jacob J. Roelli, Alan G. Rogers, Alan L. Rogers, Gregory S. Rogers, Jason A. Rogers, Jeffrey A. Rogers, Jesse S. Rogers, John M. Rogers, Justin R. Rogers, Michael A. Rogers, Nicholas K. Rogers, Philip G. Rogers, Christian Rojas Gallego, Daniel Rojas, Jonathan Rojas, Kenny D. Rojas, Michael M. Rojas, Matthew D. Rowland, Rob L. Rolfing, Justin A. Rollins, Cruz A. Roman, Vincenzo Romeo, Daniel A. Romero, Joshua G. Romero, Ramon Romero, Christian J. Romig, Brian M. Ramirez, Edwin W. Roodhouse, Kyle W. Rookie, Robert E. Rooney. Timothy D. Roos, Lester G. Roque, Rosa Alexander Jr., Angel Rosa, Richard H. Rosas, Christopher D. Rose, Scott C. Rose, Adam J. Rosema, Thomas C. Rosenbaum, Mark E. Rosenberg, Randy S. Rosenberg, Adam C. Ross, Andrew P. Ross, Eric S. Ross, Jacob A. Ross, Justin D. Ross, Kenneth G. Ross, Marco D. Ross, Jonathan M. Rossi, Andrew J. Ruffton, Larry I. Rogel, Lawrence A. Roki, Nicholas R. Rausch, David L. Ralston, Gary T. Rovinsky, Alan B. Rowe, Blue C. Rowe, Brandon J. Rowe, Michael D. Rowe. Roger D. Rowe, Michael C. Roy, Patrick H. Roy, Nicholas J. Rosansky, Jonathan D. Rosier, Charles R. Rubado, Isela Rubalcava, Hernandez J. A. Rubio, Keith F. Rudd, William P. Rudd, Brady J. Rudolph, Christopher M. Rudzinski, Matthew P. Ruffner, David A. Rurin, Cesar B. Ruiz, Clinton K. Ruiz, Jose L. Ruiz, C. E. Ruiz, Manuel A. Ruiz, Pablo A. Ruiz II, Gregory P. Rund, Gregory B. Rundo, John M. Runkle Jr., Luke S. Runyon, Michael L. Runyon, Michael L. Ruoff Jr., Bruce A. Rushforth Jr., Theodore B. Rushing, Aaron J. Rusin, Colton W. Rusk, Blake H. Russell, Drew E. Russell, John W. Russell, Jonam J. Russell. Michael L. Russell, Ryan D. Russell, Andrew D. Russoli, Monta S. Ruth, Christopher N. Rutherford, Kevin S. Rux, Mark T. Ryan, Timothy L. Ryan, David E. Rylander, Lyle W. Reimer II, Yevgeny Rindach, Corey J. Reistad, Thomas E. Saba, Wilberto Sabulo Jr., Scott A. Sabo, Dominique J. Sacco, Lucas D. Sazek, Charles M. Sadell, Carlos N. Science, Jose L. Science III, Lance S. Sage, Rashid Sahib, Justin A. Saint, Gail Saintville, Steve M. Sakoda, Ricky Salas Jr., Rudy Salas, Anthony E. Salazar, Brendan N. Salazar, Bruce C. Salazar, William I. Salazar, Rudy A. Salcido, Slayton R. Saldana, Adriana L. Salem, David J. Sally, Eric D. Salinas, Zachary S.R. Salmon, Richard M. Salter, Edward M. Saltz, J.R. Salvacion, Solomon T. Sam, Jesse M. Samek, Benjamin W. Samus, Sonny G. Sampler, Joey T. Sams II, Dennis K. Sampson Jr., Marco M. Sampson, Tenzin L. Sampton, Princess S. Samuels, Augustin D.S. Sanz, Alberto V. Sanchez, Daniel R. Sanchez, Efrain Sanchez Jr., Emilian D. Sanchez, Enrique C. Sanchez, Ian T. Sanchez, Javier Sanchez Jr., Marie V. Sanchez, Oscar Sanchez, Paul T. Sanchez, Humberto A. Sanchez, Roberto D. Sanchez, Jeremiah T. Sancho, Charles R. Sanders Jr., Christopher A. Sanders, Gregory P. Sanders, Justin T. G. Sanders, Ronnie L. Sanders. Ryan T. Sanders, Flores F. D. Sandoval, Frank M. Sandoval, Leroy Sandoval Jr., Matthew J. Sandry, Monroe J. S. Sandvik, Barry Sanford Sr., Michael R. San Marco, Christian R. Sanicolas, Daniel J. Santee, Annabelle Santiago Jr., Ronchester M. Santiago, Trinidad Santiago Jr., Ed Santini, Jason A. Santora, Neil A. Santoriello, Carlos M. Santos Silva, Dave M. Santos, Delphine M. Santos Jr., Fernando Santos, Esaias E. Santos, Jeremiah S. Santos, Jonathan J. Santos, Luis D. Santos, Timothy G. Santos Jr., Brandon R. Sapp, Jessica Y. Sarandrea, Charles O. Sare, Cameron B. Sarno, Nathan C. Sartain, James G. Sartor, Scott D. Sather, Oscar Saceda Jr., Timothy L. Saunders. Anthony J. Susto, Jeremiah E. Savage, John J. Savage, Ryan J. Savard, Ronald W. Sawyer, Stephen P. Saxton, Philip N. Stiles, Paul A. Saylor, Timothy D. Sane, Michael P. Scarborough, William D. Skates, Jorge A. Skatliff, Rex L. Shad, David A. Schaefer Jr., Michael W. Schaefer, Kenneth J. Schall, Kurt D. Schamberg, Robert C. Sheets Jr., Daniel E. Scheibner, Daniel R. Schiele, Jens E. Schubert, maybe it's Jens E. Schubert, Christopher G. Scherer, Christopher J. Schirkenbach, Daniel R. Sherry, Jason D. Showerman, Nicholas D. Schiavolioni, Richard L. Schild, Jonathan E. Schiller, Philip C.S. Schiller, Rhett W. Schiller, Patrick W. Schimmel, Joseph L. Sachiro, Justin E. Schmalstieg, Benjamin W. Schmidt, John T. Schmidt III, Jonathan P. Schmidt, Justin B. Schmidt, Peter W. Schmidt, Ronald A. Schmidt, Joshua A. Schmidt, Jared M. Schmitz, Joshua M. Schmitz, Jacob S. Schmucker, Jeremiah W. Schmunk, Kyle R. Schneider, Matthew E. Schneider, Sean M. Schneider, Shayna A. Schnell, Anthony J. Schober, Colin R. Schmuckel, Shockmel, Christina M. Schoenrecker, Richard P. Schoner, Brian J. Schaff, Michael D. Scholl, Julian S. Schulten, John M. Schoolcraft III, Mark H. Schoonhoven, Christopher J. Schornak, Dustin H. Schrage, Matthew E. Schramm, Brian K. Schramm, Edward A. Schroeder II, Scott A. Schroeder, Nathan A. Schubert, Brandon S. Schuck, Rosalind L. Schulte, David E. Schultz II, Joseph W. Schultz. Nathan J. A. Schultz, Christian C. Schultz, Daryl J. Schumann, Jason A. Schumann, Jordan C. Schumann, Benjamin C. Schuster, Kobe G. Schwab, Jacob M. Schwally, Matthew S. Schwartz, Michael A. Schwartz, Joseph C. Schwedler, Mark A. Scialdo, Drew M. Scobie, Bryce M. Scott, Christopher J. Scott, David A. Scott, Earl R. Scott, Joshua A. Scott, Joshua M. Scott, Justin A. Scott, Carrie D. Scott, Patrick B. Scott, Lucas C. Scott, Ricky Scott, Stephen K. Scott, Stephen M. Scott, Brian J. Skripsick, Michael P. Scusa, Andrew Seabrooks, Russell G. Seeger, Aaron L. Seal, Stephen A. Seal, Joshua M. Seals, Timothy J. Siemens, Miles C. Sebastian, Benjamin L. Saban, Robert M. Secker, Michael T. Seeley, Aaron N. Sesson, Juan E. Segura, Leroy Segura Jr., Robert A. Seidel III, Tyler R. Seidelman, Mark S. Seiden, Matthew R. Seidler, Christopher S. Seifert, Anthony P. Sieg, Carl S. Seigert, Ricardo Sayeha, Danton K. Setzinger, Joshua D. Seitz, Dustin M. Sekula, David D. Self, John T. Self, Todd W. Selge, Dennis L. Sellen Jr., Bernard L. Sembley II, David P. Senth, Matthew K. Serro, Juan M. Serrano, Nazario Serrano, Adam P. Cervez, Anthony R. Servin, Timothy G. Serwinowski, Daniel L. Sesker, Darren T. Settle, Robert J. Settle, Tavares D. Setzler. Raymond S. Seviatasi, Glenn M. Sewell, Daniel R. Sexton, Devin P. Seymour, Michael B. Shackelford, Dean R. Schaefer, Edward W. Schaefer, Jason A. Schaefer, oh, what that is. Oh. Jason A. Schaefer, Jeffrey P. Schaefer, Wentz J. H. Schoneberger III, Derek L. Schoenfield, Jeremy R. Shank, Michael A. Shank, Neil M. Shank, Michael P. D. Shannon, Stephen D. Shannon, Zachary L. Shannon, Stephen F. Shapiro, Charles S. Sharp, Ryan D. Sharp, David H. Sherritt II, Jeffrey R. Shaver, Alan W. Shaw, Christopher D. Shaw, Alan T. Shaw, Daniel J. Shaw, Eric B. Shaw, Jordan M. Shea, Corey M. Shea, Kevin M. Shea, Kurt S. Shea, Timothy M. Shea, Casey Sheehan, Kevin F. Sheehan. Let me get some water. A little. Okay. Ronnie L. Shelley Sr., Jimmy L. Shelton, Randall S. Shelton, Stephen E. Shepard, Adam R. Shepard, Daniel M. Shepard, Christopher L. Shepard, Joshua D. Shepard, Jeffrey C.S. Scherer, Alan D. Sherman, Anthony L. Sherman, Benjamin W. Sherman, Stephen R. Sherman, Anissa A. Sharrow, James A. Sherrill, Andrew C. Shields, Andrew J. Shields, Jonathan B. Shields, Bradley N. Schilling, Daryl W. Ship, Jeremy S. Schock, Justin B. Shoecraft, Jared M. Shoemaker, Russell K. Shoemaker, Harry N. Shandy Jr., Brad S. Shutter, James A. Schull, Kevin R. Shoemaker, Dustin M. Shumney, Forrest B. Sibley, Kenneth L. Sickles, Dustin L. Sides, Todd M. Seibert, Eric R. Seiger. Thomas C. Seichert, Billy J. Sirks, Ashley Seitzema, Randolph A. Sigley Jr., John P. Sigsby, William M. Sigua, Stephen J. Sicko, Alfred B. Seiler, Brandon M. Silk, Alfredo B. Silva, Eduardo S. Silva, Eric H. Silva, Marco A. Silva, Sean A. Silva, Joshua B. Silverman, Sam Sim, Anthony W. Simmons, David N. Simmons, Leonard D. Simmons, Sean E. Simmons, Wendell J. Simmons, Chad J. Simon, Derek T. Simonetta, Aaron W. Simons, Abraham Simpson, Christopher C. Simpson, Jacob M. Simpson, Jonathan J. Simpson, Keith B. Simpson, Mark A. Simpson, Michael H. Simpson, Charles M. Sims, Jacob M. Sims, John T. Sims Jr., Justin D. Sims, Kafele H. Sims, Marky T. Sims, Sean P. Sims, Isaiah J. Sinclair. I'm sorry. Isaiah J. Sinclair, Army Sergeant, passed away on March 26, 2005. It just makes me think of Amy Sinclair, Mandy. So have you all seen The Good Place? Such a brilliant show. And it's about heaven and hell. And if you're in heaven, if you're in the good place, and hell is called the bad place. But then they have this place called the medium place. I think it's Mandy Sinclair. And this character, she just loves cocaine, and but she's living all alone. She's the only person in the medium place where it's not great. You have VHS tapes, and somebody brings her this giant bag of cocaine, and it's a hilarious character. This is a brilliant show, and so Isaiah J. Sinclair, I hope that you had a great life, and I am sorry for your family's loss. I don't mean to be disrespectful to the Sinclair family. I just, if you haven't seen that show, it's just good, and I needed some energy to keep my spirits up and keep me moving. My toes are getting wet from all this dew. Okay. Christopher G. Singer, Gurpreet Singh, Uday Singh, Channing G. Singletary, Todd A. Singleton, Amy R. Sinkler, Andrew H. Sipple, Stephen F. Serco, Aaron J. Sissel, Christopher A. Sisson, Justin L. Sisson, Robert C. Sisson Jr., David L. Sisson, Christopher F. Sitton, Matthew S. Sitton, Garth D. Sizemore, James L. Skalberg Jr., Roberto C. Skelt, Bradley J. Skelton, Nicholas M. Skinner, Benjamin A. Sclaver, Wade A. Slack, James A. Slape, Michael J. Slater, Benjamin C.J. Slavin, Brian D. Slavenas, Russell L. Slay, Eric W. Slobodnik, Michael Slobodnik. It's Mindy St. Clair. And I think, yeah, it's Mindy St. Clair. She lives in the medium place. Brilliant character. I just have this sense that everyone on this list is in the real good place. And I'm glad that I get to spend this all night with them. Turned out to be a great night. I'm really glad that this exhibit is here. I'm glad that I'm getting to do this, and I'm glad that our country is the type of place where we don't forget these types of sacrifices. Okay, continuing on. Antonio J. Sled, Brandon U. Sloan, Douglas E. Sloan, Richard P. Slocum, Thomas J. Slocum, Matthew S. Sluss Tiller, Kenley A. C. Slutman, Andrew R. Small, Corey L. Small, Mark J. Small, Sarah K. Small, Eric S. Smallwood, Albert E. Smart, Keith L. Smet, Aaron A. Smith, Aaron M. Smith, Adam O. Smith, Antoine D. Smith, Benedict J. Smith, Benjamin A. Smith, Benjamin K. Smith, Bradley R. Smith, Brandon C. Smith, Brian D. Smith, Bruce A. Smith, Christopher G. Smith, Darren A. Smith, Daryl L. Smith, David C. Smith, David J. Smith, Edward Smith, Edward B. Smith, Eric A. Smith, Garrick D. Smith, James L. Smith, Jason E. Smith, Jason T. Smith, Jeremiah D. Smith, Jeremy D. Smith, John D. Smith, John M. Smith, Jonathan K. Smith, Jonathan L. Smith, Justin S. Smith, Kevin J. Smith, Kevin S. Smith, Lee M. Smith, Matthew R. Smith, and Matthew R. Smith. Both were Marine Corps. One was a corporal who passed away on January 26, 2005, and one was a lance corporal who passed away on May 10th, 2003, both Operation Iraqi Freedom. Michael A. Smith, Michael J. Smith, Michael J. Smith Jr., Orentheal J. Smith, Paul G. Smith, Paul R. Smith, Griffin R. Smith Jr., Raleigh C. Smith, Richard A. Smith, Ross A. Smith, Scott D. Smith, Scott R. Smith, Shannon M. Smith, Stefan M. Smith, Tara J. Smith, Timothy M. Smith, Tristan C. Smith, Tyler J. Smith, and Tyler J. Smith. Both were Army private second class, I guess is what PV2 is. March 21st of 2008 is when Tyler lost his life in OIF. And then Staff Sergeant Tyler Smith passed away on April 3rd, 2012, Operation Enduring Freedom. Zachary D. Smith, Brandon W. Smitherman, Mark T. Smikowski, Brandon K. Sneed, Eric L. Snell, D'Angelo B. Snow, Jesse A. Snow, Teresa M. Snow, Stephen P. Snowberger III, Adam P. Snyder, Alan L. Snyder, Devin A. Snyder, Joshua D. Snyder, Matthew A. Snyder, Norman K. Snyder, Timothy D. Snyder, Stephen C. Sokolowski, Christopher P. Soderlund, Katie M. Sorensen, Merrick A. Soha, Stanley J. Sokolowski III, Christopher M. Soulsby, Gordon G. Solomon, Roderick A. Solomon, Ismail G. Solario, Juan M. Solario, Valdovinos D. A. Solorzano, Adrian V. Soltau, Omar Soltero, Charles R. Soltes Jr., David M. Sonka, Kevin H. Sonnenberg, Mike T. Sonata Jr., Matthew R. Soper, Skipper Soram, Ryan J. Sorensen, Armando Soriano, Thomas Sotelo Jr., Danny R. Soto, Joshua W. Soto, Carl O. Sotopinedo, Louis A. Safront, Eric D. Safrine, Richard A. Sokenka, Kafa B. Sorivong, Kenneth C. Soslin, Jared W. Southworth, Tristan H. Southworth, Maxon W. Soviak, Nicholas J. Sovey, Nicholas R. Sowinski, John C. Spar, Philip I. Spakowski, Jacob D. Span, Gina R. Sparks, Jason L. Sparks, John T. Sparks, Orion N. Sparks, Corey E. Spates, Theodore A. Spatol, Rylan S. Spalding, Jonathan R. Spears, Jordan L. Spears, Christopher J. Spear, Michael R. Spear, Nicholas P. Spehar, David M. Spilaki. Oh, my back's a little sore. Not the end of the world. We're getting there. Joseph B. Spence, Clarence T. Spencer, Cole E. Spencer, Ray A. Spencer II, Raymond N. Spencer Jr., William C. Spillers, William D. Spencer, David S. Spicer, William C. Spillers, Trevor J. Spink, Trevor L. Spink Jr., Ronald J. Spino, Thomas Z. Spitzer, almost lost my place, Curtis R. Spivey, Michael K. Spivey, Christopher J. Splinter, Clifford A. Spone III, Marvin R. Sprayberry III, Clinton E. Springer II, Lance C. Springer II, Charles K. Springle Sr., Tyler M. Springman, Nicholas A. Sprovstoff, birds are getting loud, Brian N. Spry, Brad D. Squires, Shannon L. Squires, Brian R. St. Germain, John B. St. John II, Chris N. Stats, David R. Stats, Jeremy L. Stacy, William C. Stacy, James B. Stack, Michael B. Stack, Donald V. Stacy. Okay. Stephen A. Stacy, Austin G. Staggs, Nathan E. Stahl, Michael R. Stallman, John R. Stalvey, Cameron J. Stambaugh, George C. Stancio, Jeffrey R. Stenfest, Jared D. Stanker, Chase B. Stanley, Cody R. Stanley, Derek A. Stanley, Matthew J. Stanley, Robert M. Stanley, Trevor J. Stanley, Michael L. Stansberry Jr., Jordan R. Stanton, Kenny F. Stanton Jr., Seth M. Stanton, Tracy L. Stapley, Lucas V. Starchovich, Christopher G. Stark, Sean V. Starkovich, Jeffrey B. Starr, Michael L. Starr Jr., Scott A. Sterney, Camilla M. Steedley, James M. Steele, Joshua E. Steele, Timothy, neck exercise, stretching. Joshua E. Steele, Timothy J. Steele, Eric M. Stefani, Brandon K. Steffi, John H. Stein, Nicholas P. Steinbacher. David S. Stelmut Jr., Derek T. Stenroos, James D. Stevenson, Hoyt C. Stevens, Blake C. Stevens, David A. Stevens, John S. Stevens, Riley G. Stevens, Andrew K. Stern, Mark A. Stetz Jr., Andy A. Stevens, Francis W. Stevens III, Joseph W. Stevens, Randy L. Stevens, Stephen P. Stevens II, Benjamin A. Stevenson, Jeffrey S. Stevenson, Robert A. Stever, Carla J. Stewart, David H. Stewart, David S. Stewart, Ian W. Stewart, James D. Stewart, Patrick D. Stewart, Matthew P. Steyert, Joshua C. Stickland, Joseph F. Stifter, Antonio G. Stiggins, Alan L. Stigler Jr., Johnny L. Stiles, Matthew H. Stiltz, Brian L. Stilwell, Shane M. Stinson, Jesse W. Stites. Glenn H. Stivson Jr., John C. Stock, James L. Stoddard Jr., Kyle P. Stokely, Michael J. Stockley, Sean A. Stokes, Douglas C. Stone, Gregory L. Stone, John T. Stone, Mark A. Stone, Gerald T. Stone, Samuel D. Stone, Christopher T. Stonecipher, Clint J. Story, Travis M. Stottlemyre, Brandon L. Stout, Christopher T. Stout, Crystal G. Stout, Kyle B. Stout, Matthew R. Stovall, Michael D. Stover, Michael J. Strachota, Morgan W. Strader, Adam J. Strain, Michael J. Strange, William R. Strange III, Kirk A. Straczewski, Mark E. Stratton II, Francis J. Straub Jr., Matthew F. Stratton, Scott B. Stream, Gary E. Streeter, William A. Strello, Christopher D. Strickland, Eichmond A. Strickland, Joshua T. J. Strickland, Thomas J. Strickland, Leonard A. Stokes, Charles C. Strong, Jesse W. Strong, Johnny R. Strong, Joseph A. L. Strong, Jonathan F. Stroud, Sasha Struble, Mark N. Stubenhofer, Scott R. Studenman, Brian E. Studer, Gregory S. Stoltz, Adrian B. Stump, Michael R. Sturdivant, Brandon C. Sturdy, William R. Sturgis Jr., Paul J. Storino, Brandon M. Steyer, Jesus A. Suarez del Solar, Roger A. Suarez Gonzalez, Joseph D. Sewell, Cody D. Suggs, Milton E. Suggs, James E. Suh, Wilberto Silveras, Christopher J. Sullivan, Javion S. Sullivan, John M. Sullivan, John R. Sullivan, Narson B. Sullivan, Sean P. Sullivan, Vincent M. Sullivan. James E. Summers III, Jeremy R. Summers, Severin W. Summers III, Vincent E. Summers, Ming Sun, Astor A. Sunsen Pineda, Daniel A. Suplee, Robert A. Serber, Jake W. Suter, Preston J. Suter, Stephen J. Sutherland, Ernest H. Sutphin, Michael J. Sutter, Billy A. Sutton, Greg L. Sutton, Stephen G. Sutton, Timothy J. Sutton, Sean M. Such, Philip J. Svitak, Daniel F. Swain, Harry R. Swain IV, James E. Swain, Robert A. Swaney, Brett D. Swank, Aaron M. Swanson, Christopher W. Swanson, Justin J. Swanson, Matthew K.S. Swanson, Timothy A. Swanson, Sharon T. Swartworth, Paul A. Sweeney, Robert W. Sweeney III, Christopher P. Sweet, Jack T. Sweet, Thomas J. Sweet II, Franklin A. Swigger, Gary G. Swenchonis Jr., Curtis M. Swenson, Jason W. Swiger, Nathaniel T. Swindle, Jason M. Swindle, James M. Swink II, Christopher W. Swisher, Tyler B. Swisher, Pendleton L. Sykes II, Sean D. Sykes, Jonathan M. Silvestre, Paul R. Syverson III, Adrian B. Sweck, Stephen W. Swiddick, Brian Tabata, Donald T. Tab, Joseph M. Tackett, Iman A. Taha, Patrick S. Tainch, Stephen L. Talamentes, Christopher M. Talbert, DeForest L. Talbert, Robert D. Talley, Fernando S. Tamayo, Travis R. Tamayo, Jeremy P. Tamburello, Eddie D. Temez, John C. Tanner, Philip C. Tanner, Nicholas A. Tanton. Samuel Tapia, David M. Tapper, Linda A. Tarango Grease, Michael Y. Tarlavsky, Abraham Tarwo, Darren E. Tate, Jacob A. Tate, Sheldon L. Tate, Michael R. Tatham, James D. Tatum, Nemo W. M. Tuala, Peter W. Taub, Robert J. Tateris Jr., and Tofiga J. Totolo. So that's 6,300 of the 7,200 names on the Gold Star Tribute Wall here on display in Oakley, Kansas. And I got one more set of 900 names to read. I am really needing to stretch my legs and wish I had to change the socks. Haven't even been marching around, but the dew is legit this morning. Very humid morning. So anyway, I'm going to take a break. I will be back for the conclusion of reading all of the names on the Gold Stars Tribute Wall. If you want to check this exhibit out, it's tributewall.org. Invite it to your town. I'd highly recommend it. It's really great education. It's meaningful to be here. I do feel like it is it's a spiritual place of wherever it's sitting, you know. I think the spirit of our nation's sacrifice goes with this exhibit everywhere it goes. But I'm on my break. Okay, see you guys in a minute.
Looks like the live stream is still there. One person. Let's see if anything chatted. I don't think so. You can show it. Nope. Hold on. There we go. Sorry. My little external battery on this phone has 2 bars, so I think it's gonna make it. The battery in my body, 1 bar. I have, you know how you have that sleep just crawls up the back of your neck when you're really tired, and man, I am there in it. Yeah, I've been out here for 7 hours and 21 minutes. I can't actually see the time, but 5 o'clock to 6 o'clock. 1. Well, I must be tired. I don't remember reading Tafiga J. Totolo's name. But I must have, because it was sitting here. I think this is my last hour. I was thinking about, you heard that song, Memory Lane? I don't think it's J.J. Heller. It's, I walk down memory lane, 'cause I love running into you. It's just this beautiful song about, you know, it's kind of what I was thinking about. I don't actually know these people, but their families, that's all they get to do. They get to walk down memory lane. Remember the love that they shared. Remember the good times. Remember the sorrow. Remember the love. And what we have to do as a society is honor that. And so I am tired, but I am also, feels like I want to linger a little bit. You know what I'm saying? In this hour before the morning light. What is that other song that makes me think of? Oh, I think the new Mary Poppins. There's that song about, do you lie awake time and night just before the dawn in the morning light, wondering where the place where the lost things go. It's also a beautiful song. That's kind of where we're at right now. I'm awake at that moment just before the dark in the morning light, searching for the things we used to know, searching for the place where the lost things go. too tired to remember the words, but the sentiment of the song is maybe all you're looking for. It's inside of you. Continue now at the last 900 names of the men and women who have given all to this country's latest wars, the Gulf War, the Iraq War, and the Afghanistan War. Iosa F. Tavay Jr., Ian M. Tawney, Michael E. Tayuato, Aaron J. Taylor, Archie A. Taylor, Brent R. Taylor, Brian N. Taylor, Christopher J. Taylor, Christopher M. Taylor, Cynthia R. Taylor, David G. Taylor Jr., David W. Taylor, Dion L. Taylor, Houston M. Taylor, Jeffrey S. Taylor, Joel A. Taylor, John E. Taylor, Jonathan W. Taylor, Jonathan A. Taylor, and Keith E. Taylor. Mark D. Taylor, Matthew D. Taylor, Matthew J. Taylor, Michael C. Taylor, Michael V. Taylor, Nicholas A. Taylor, Norman R. Taylor III, Shannon D. Taylor, William G. Taylor, John M. Teal, John R. Teal, Brandon L. Teeters, Prince K. Tiwaya, Louis E. Tejeda, Ryan A. Tejeda, Zachary D. Tellier, Gianner A. Tello, Robert G. Tenney Jr., Joshua A. Tarando, Eric D. Terhune, Miguel Terrazas, Alec R. Terwisky, Jonathan Tesser, Jason A. Tetrault, David W. Texter, Justin T. Thacker, Nathan Z. Thacker, Jerry A. Tharp, Sean D. Tharp, Joseph J. Theinert, Steve M. Theobald, Jordan P.P. Theobald, Christopher R. Thibodeau, Joseph C. Thibodeau III, Thomas R. Thigpen Sr., Jesse L. Fiery, James E. Thode, Adam L. Thomas, Adam S. Thomas, Brian M. Thomas, Brian R. Thomas, Cameron H. Thomas, Carl Thomas, Colin T. Thomas, David W. Thomas, Jesse L. Thomas, Jr., John F. Thomas, Kendall Thomas, Christopher D.S. Thomas, Kyle G. Thomas, Matthew B. Thomas, Michael D. Thomas, Robert E. Thomas Jr., Sean M. Thomas, Michael A. Thomason, Paul W. Thomason III, Alejo R. Thompson, Anthony O. Thompson, Blair D. Thompson, Christopher W. Thompson, Daniel J. Thompson, David J. Thompson, Jabari M. Thompson, Jacob M. Thompson, Jarrett B. Thompson, Lance M. Thompson, Matthew V. Thompson, Michael E. Thompson. Nils G. Thompson, Stephen S. Thompson, Kevin C. Thompson, William E. Thorne, Jonathan B. Thornsberry, Dwayne A. Thornsberry, John D. Thornton, Robert C. Thornton Jr., Stephen W. Thornton, Brandon T. Thorson, Robert B. Thrasher, Joshua A. Throckmorton, Frank F. Tai, Richard J. Tiemann, Benjamin D. Tiffner, James R. Tiarina, Donaldson P. Tiller III, Jesse D. Tillery, Joshua M. Tillery, Patrick D. Tillman, Jesse R. Tilton, Harry H. Timberman, Tina S. Time, Jason G. Timmerman, David M. Timmons Jr., Humberto F. Timoteo, Jeremy L. Tinnell, Patrick A. Tinnell, Douglas L. Tinsley, John Tinsley, John E. Tipton, Amy C. Tirador, Joshua K. Titcomb, Brandon T. Titus, Mundo Del Mundo J. Tio, or Mundo J. Del Tio. Last name is Tio, T-A-I-U. Would the first name be Del Mundo J. Tio? I think that's probably right. This is a Navy commander who passed away on October 12th in 2012, Operation Enduring Freedom. Sorry to the Tio family if I misunderstood the way this name is written. Annius A. Tobar, John T. Tobiason, Andrew R. Tobin, Brandon S. Tobler, Jeffrey P. Toksilowski, Lee D. Todichin, Benjamin H. Todd, David J. Todd Jr., John H. Todd III, Jason Togi, Victor H. Tola de Pulido, Ross L. Toles III, Benjamin B. Tollefson, John O. Tollefson, Norman L. Tollett, Troy O. Tom, Joseph A. Tomchi, Zachary B. Tumzak, Nicholas A. Tomko, Joshua A. Tomlinson, Travis M. Tompkins, Francis L. Toner IV, Timothy Toney, David T. Tumalatier, Aaron S. Toppin, Eric M. Torbert Jr., Aaron C. Torian, Jose A. Torre Jr., Joshua L. Torrance, Daniel Torres, George D. Torres, Juan M. Torres, Luis R. Torres, Michael S. Torres, Omar E. Torres, Richard Torres, Teodoro Torres, Elias Torres III, Michael L. Tosto, Eric L. Toth, Eric W. Totten, Sean P. Tusha, Jacob J. Toves, Michael L. Towns, Robin L. Towns Sr., John R. Townsend, Joshua R. Townsend, Cody J. Taus, Tromaine K. Toy Sr., Jacob T. Tracy, William J. Tracy, Seth R. Trahan, Tyler J. Trahan, Du H. Tran, Kwok B. Tran, Ragaral R. Transfiguration, Philip J. Travis, James M. Trebor, Stuart S. Trejo, Joseph F. Tremblay, Gregory R. Trent, Nelson D. Trent, Richard K. Trebethick, Brett L. Tribble, Chad M. Trimble, Andrew Triplett, Marvin L. Trost III, John B. Trotter, Tyler S. Trollillon, Chester W. Troxel, Tyler J. Troyer, Eric S. Trueblood, Francis M. Trussell Jr., Daniel A. Tsu, Andrew L. Tuazan, Lamoral J. Tucker, Mark L. Tucker, Robert W. Tucker, Ronald J. Tucker, Stevenson C. Tucker, Thomas L. Tucker, Stephen R. Tudor, Salamo J. Tialulu, Morgan C. Tulang, Tulsa T. Tilao, Gregory L. Tull, Michael J. Tully, Liu Tumanuvalo, John T. Tumilson, Jacob H. Turbot, Nicholas D. Turcotte, Lyle D. Turnbull, John C. Turner, Eddie Turner, Estelle L. Turner, Neil I. Turner, Ricky L. Turner, Roger C. Turner Jr., Thomas B. Turner Jr., Wardell B. Turner, Emery J. Turpin. Brian J. Tutton, Benjamin W. Tuttle, Jordan E. Tuttle, Joshua T. Twig, Abraham G. Twitchell, Bobby L. Twitty, Wade M. Twyman, Peter P. Zeich II, Corey P. Tyler, Marcus A. Tynes, and Andre D. Tyson,
Eugene A. Ewell III, Drew M. Ulis, Brian S. Ulbricht, George M. Ulloa Jr., Jose E. Ulloa, Aaron D. Ulam, Robert D. Ulmer, Colby J. Umbrell, Daniel P. Unger, David M. Unger, Gregory D. Unruh, Robert O. Unruh, Clinton R. Upchurch, Wilfredo F. Urbina, Ayosiu Uruo, Ernest E. Utt Jr., Michael A. Uvane, Nicholas K. Uzinski, Angelo J. Vaccaro, Nathan J. Vacho, Steve Vahavalios, Steve Vahaviolos, Gary A. Violent, Eric P. Valdepeñas, Ramona M. Valdez, Ruben Valdez Jr., Stephen A. Valdez, Jennifer A. Valdivia, Donald E. Valentine III, Roger E. Valentine, Robert Vallejo II, Melissa Valles, Alst J.N. Van, Alton A. Van, Camp D.E. Van, Deucen B.K. Van, Paris B.J. Van, Slyke B.K. Van, Zoist T.A. Van, Adam J. Vanelstein, Gene A. Vance Jr., Alan J. Vandenberg, Kyle R. Vandegiesen, Matthew R. Vandegrift, Jacob T. Vanderbosch, Christopher J. Vanderhorn, Josiah H. Vandertulip, Thomas E. Vandling Jr., Joseph A. Vandrumu, Joseph M. Vanek, Kenneth R. Van Giesen, John J. Vangson IV, Darren D. Van Komen, Gary Van Leuven, Gary F. Van Leuven, Timothy R. Vannerman, William Z. Vanosdal, Jalfred D. Vacchiarano, Alexander R. Varela, Robert D. Varga, Oscar D. Vargas Medina, Anthony Vargas, Julio Vargas, Daniel R. Varnado, Terry L. Varnador II, Christian Vasquez, Gary J. Vasquez, Justin L. Vasquez, Manuel J. Vasquez, Mark D. Vasquez, Daniel M. Vasilian, John S. Vaughn, Michael L. Vaughn, Aaron C. Vaughn, Brian A. Vaughn, Jason W. Vaughn, Richard A. Vaughn, Travis R. Vaughn, Frederick E. Vasquez, Jason A. Vasquez, Omar J. Vasquez, Richard L. Vasquez, Dennis J. Viter, Mark R. Vescione, Francis M. Vega, Michael W. Vega, Jeremiah J. Vitch, Marcelo R. Valesco, Jorge L. Velasquez, Paul A. Velasquez, Andrew Velez, Francesca Velez, Jose A. Velez, Jose M. Velez, Jake R. Veloza, Juan C. Venegas, Anthony Venetz Jr., Dane T. Van, Jared C. Verbeek, Daniel R. Verbicki, Justin A. Verdaja, Russell J. Verdugo, David M. Veverka, Augustus J. Vicare, David M. Vincente, Eric R. Vick, Craig M. K. Vickers, Chirisak Vidarcorn, Barbara Vieira, Cesar S. Vigliazzone, William D. Vile, Ruben Villa Jr., Jorge E. Villasis, Miguel A. Villalon, Javier A. Villanueva, Jonathan M. Villanueva, Joselito O. Villanueva, Emmanuel Villarreal, Jorge Villarreal Jr., Ramon A. Villatoro Jr., Yeshebo Tarasco, Franklin R. Villorio, Timothy R. Vimoto, Donald W. Vincent, Dustin D. Vincent, Scott M. Vincent, Anthony M. K. Vinage, Philip D. Vinage, Alex A. Viola,
Don C. Verre, Travis N. Vergadamo, Thomas E. Vitigliano, Eric Vizciano, Robert L. Vokes Jr., Randall D. Voas, Paul C. Volke, Kimberly A. Voltz, Ross E. Vogel III, Lance H. Vogler, Demetrius L. Void, Robert J. Volker, Chad J. Volmer, Ron K. Gigi Vaughn, Zernick J. E. Vaughn, Adriana M. Vorderbruggen, Matthew J. Vossabine, Douglas M. Vos III, Mark T. Voss, Michael S. Voss, Paul K. Voss, Brent T. Vroman, Jeremy D. Vrooman, Ty Vue, Andrew P. Wade, Chad S. Wade, Curtis R. Wade, Patrick L. Wade, Tristan M. Wade, Brandon J. Wadman, Michael B. Wafford, Christopher A. Wagoner, Peter D. Wagler, Gregory A. Wagner, Terry D. Wagoner, Matthew G. Wagstaff, Gregory L. Wall, Andrew K. Waits, Dustin S. Wakeman, Stephen J. Wahlberg, Eric J. Waldron, Brett E. Walden, Aaron J. Walker, Alan K. Walker, Antoine L. Walker, Brian L. Walker, Daniel B. Walker, Jeffrey C. Walker, Jeffrey D. Walker, Jonathan D. Walker, Christopher C. Walker, Laura M. Walker, Matthew H. Walker, Morris L. Walker, Ryan D. Walker, Timothy H. Walker, Sandra T. Walker, Frank B. Walkup IV, Thomas A. Walkup Jr., Mark A. Wall, Andrew P. Wallace, Brandon L. Wallace, Daniel W. Wallace, David W. Wallace III, Ellery R. Wallace. Jeffrey R. Wallace, Matthew P. Wallace, Terry O. Wallace, Richard P. Waller, Johnny C. Walls, Frank J. Walls, Jonathan M. Walls, Thomas A. Wallsmith, Christopher G. Walsh, Jonathan P. Walsh, Justin T. Walsh, Nicholas R. Walsh, Sean M. Walsh, Tyler R. Walsh, Joshua E. Waltenbaugh, Switzerland K. Walter, Rowan D. Walter, Ronald R. Walters, Gary W. Walters Jr., Lee D. Walters Jr., Howard A. Walters, Richard A. Walters Jr., Zachary J. Walters, Brett A. Walton, James J. Walton, Christopher I. Waltz, Aaron J. Ward, Andrew M. Ward, Christopher M. Ward, Eric L. Ward, Jason M. Ward, Joshua A. Ward, Albert D. Ware, Carol J. Ware Jr., Joshua J. Ware, William T. Warford III, Juanita L. Warman, Christopher T. Warndorf, Heath D. Warner, Richard D. Warner, Robert P. Warrens II, Charles H. Warren, Eric D. Warren, Christopher C. Warren, Kyle R. Warren, Mark C. Warren, William T. Warren, Christian M. K. Warrener, David J. Warson, Kevin G. Waringe, Nanchez L. F. Warshalanta II, Rusty L. Washam, Benny J. Washington, Wavarez J. Washington, Michael T. H. Washington, Christopher B. Wasser, Forrest J. Waterbury, Kendall D. Waters Bay, David L. Waters, James A. Waters, Glenn J. Watkins, Joshua C. Watkins, Timothy D. Watkins, William R. Watkins III, Cody G. Watson, Craig N. Watson, David L. Watson, Franklin N. Watson. Jason R. Watson, Kimmel L. Watts, Kelly E. C. Waters, Christopher E. Watts, Donovan E. Watts, Justin J. Watts, Samuel T. Watts, Andrew T. Weathers, Aaron A. Weaver, Christopher L. Weaver, Davy N. Weaver, Drew W. Weaver, Jennings P. Weaver, Jason M. Weaver, Shannon V. Weaver, Todd W. Weaver, Brandon J. Webb, Charles J. Webb, Christopher R. Webb, Matthew A. Weber, Mark K. Weber, Robert F. Weber, Leroy O. Webster, Jamie D. Weeks, Michael S. Weger, Kyle B. Werley, Dennis P. Weichel Jr., Michael R. Weideman, David J. Weigel, Joseph M. Weiglein, Ian P. Weichel, Matthew W. Weichert, David G. Weimortz, Timothy R. Wiener. Robert M. Wenger, David T. Weir, James M. Weiss, David J. Weisenberg, Douglas J. Weismantel, Andrew R. Weiss, Jonathan D. Welch, Nicholas S. Welch, Robert F. Welch III, Joseph T. Welke, Charles G. Wells Jr., Larry L. Wells, Lonnie D. Wells, Mark C. Wells, Stephen M. Wells, Wesley R. Wells, Michael J. Wedley, Adam M. Wenger, Brad A. Wentz, Cody L. Wentz, Earl D. Werner, Raymond D. Werner, James D. Werdish, Christopher J. R. Wesley, Kevin S. K. Wessel, Bobby R. West, Christopher J. L. West, James G. West, James G. West, Jason M. West, Jeremy D. West, Kyle G. West, Laurent J. West, Matthew J. West. Philip G. West, Robert H. West, Theodore M. West, Kennel W. Westbrook, Marshall A. Westbrook, Theodore S. Westhusing, Michael E. Weston, Alexander E. Weatherby, Abraham S. Wheeler III, Donald L. Wheeler Jr., Joshua L. Wheeler, Dexter E. Wheeluth, Mason D. Whetstone, Glenn J. Wetton, Blake D. Whipple, Mark C. Wisenant, Gerald A. Weishunt, Andrew F. Whitaker, Joshua R. Whitaker, Marquis A. Whitaker, Aaron D. White, Anthony J. White, Ashley White, Benjamin D. White, Christopher N. White, Delmar White, Duane L. White, Dunui A. White, James P. White Jr., Jeffrey L. White Jr., Joseph V. White, Kenneth R. White, Kevin W. White, Lucas T. White, Nathan D. White, Raymond L. White, Robert C. White III, Robert F. White, Russell P. White, Stephen J. White, Stephen W. White, William W. White, Joseph C. Whitehead, Sean J. Whitehead, Jason D. Whitehouse, Joey D. Whitener, Chase R. Witham, Justin R. Whiting, Dion M. Whitley, Nicholas S. Whitlock. I can see the morning light. Just breaking. I mean, the earliest bit of twilight has happened. Still see the stars. Okay, I was on the whites. There's a lot of whites. I'll start with Robert F. White. I think I did Robert C. White III, Robert F. White, Russell P. White, Stephen J. White, Stephen W. White, William W. White, Joseph C. Whitehead, Sean J. Whitehead, Jason D. Whitehouse, Joey D. Whitener, Chase R. Witham, Justin R. Whiting, Dion M. Whitley, Nicholas S. Whitlock, Justin M. Whitmire, Joffrey A. Whitsitt, Daniel P. Whitten,
Joshua R. Whittle, Dante J. Whitworth, Nicholas J. White, Craig B. Wibberley, Travis M. Wilkhals, Grant A. Wickman, Chasen J.T. Wycliffe, Vernon R. Widner, Lee A. Wigand, David A. Weiger, Jeffrey S. Wykamp, Jeffrey L. Weiner, Corey D. Weens, Michael J. Wiseman, Michael J. Wiggins, William B. Whiteman, Christopher A. Wilbur, Carlos E. Wilcox IV, Matthew E. Wilds, Ronald H. Wildrick Jr., James L. Wiley Jr., Andrew C. Wilfart, Joshua S. Wilfong, Kiefer P. Wilhelm, James B. Wilkie, Justin T. Wilkins, Charles T. Wilkerson, David A. Wilkie Jr., Charles L. Wilkins III, Adam A. Wilkerson, Kyle W. Wilkes, Eric W. Wilkus, Brian D. Willard, Gary D. Willett, Cheyenne C. Willie, Andre L. Williams, Anthony L. Williams, Arthur C. Williams the fourth, Austin T. Williams, Benjamin D. Williams, Bryant D. Williams, Charles A. Williams II, Christian B. Williams, Clarence Williams III, Clint E. Williams, David B. Williams, David V. Williams, Dennis M. Williams, Derwin I. Williams. Dwayne E. Williams, Eric E. Williams, Eugene Williams, Jeffrey A. Williams, Jesse L. Williams, Jesse L. Williams, both Army, both staff sergeants. One of these, Jesse Williams, died on April 8th, 2007 in Operation Iraqi Freedom. The other died on December 17th, 2013 in Operation Enduring Freedom. Keith M. Williams, Leslie D. Williams, Luke C. Williams, Matthew J. Williams, Michael J. Williams, Michael L. Williams, Philip B. Williams, Ronnie D. Williams, Taft V. Williams, Wesley J. Williams, Wesley R. Williams, Patrick O. Williamson, Tracy C. Willis, Christopher R. Willoughby, Brian S. Wilson, Christopher M. Wilson, Dana N. Wilson, Ivan I. Wilson, Jamie D. Wilson, Jerry L. Wilson, Joe N. Wilson, Justin N. Wilson, Lamont N. Wilson, LaRon A. Wilson, Lee C. Wilson, Maitland D. Wilson, Matthew W. Wilson, Miguel A. Wilson. Nicholas Wilson, Nicholas E. Wilson, Robert J. Wilson, Ryan J. Wilson. So Robert J. Wilson and then Ryan J. Wilson, Shane G. Wilson, Stephen J. Wilson, Thomas R. Wilson, Wade D. Wilson, William R. Wilson III, Nicholas D. Wilt, Thomas J. Wilworth, David N. Wimberg, Kegel J. R. Wimpy, Trevor A. Weiner, Christopher D. Winchester, Ronald D. Winchester, Nathan L. Winder, Philip E. Windorski Jr., Nathaniel D. Windsor, Daniel W. Weinegard, Jessica M. Wing, Damon G. Winkleman, Harry A. Winkler III, Jordan D. Winkler, Ryan G. Winslow, Peter E. Winston, Vincent C. Winston Jr., Jonathan D. Winterbottom, Jeanette L. Winters, Leston M. Winters, William J. Wishowichi, Clinton J. Wisdom, Benjamin B. Wise, Robert A. Wise, David A. Wisniewski, Justin D. Wisniewski, Donovan D. Witham, James Witowski, Philip L. Witowski, Michelle M. Whitmer, Joshua E. Witzman, Owen D. Witt, Kevin M. Witt, Brett A. Witteveen, Aaron X. Whitman, Jeremiah T. Whitman, Harold P. Witzke III, Zachary R. Wobbler, William J. Wojtowicz, Mark A. Wojewski,
Buchachowski, Edviges G. Wolf, James R. Wolf, Colin L. Wolf, Dwayne G. Wolf, Jeremy L. Wolf, Stuart A. Wolfer, Adam F. Wolf, Brian M. Wolverton, Elijah T.W. Wong, Brett E. Wood, Brian M. Wood, Edwin C. Wood, George A. Wood, John E. Wood, Nathan R. Wood, Ronald T. Wood, Roy A. Wood, and Ryan M. Wood. William W. Wood, Zarian A. Wood, Julian M. Woodall, Peter Woodall, Romanez Woodard, Daniel Romanez L. Woodard, Daniel E. Woodcock, Anthony L. Wooden, Michael R. Woodliff, Eric P. Woods, Gary L. Woods Jr., Julian A. Woods, Shane W. Woods, Travis M. Woods, William B. Woods Jr., Ryan A. Woodward, Curtis L. Wooten III, Chris J. Workman, Dustin L. Workman II, Jason R. Workman, Frank J. A. World, Christopher D. Worrell, Matthew D. Worrell, James R. Worcester, Earl J. Worthy, Robert A. Worthington, James M. Wasika Jr., Charles J. Wren, Thomas A. Wren, Brian A. Wright, Christopher S. Wright, Derek D. Wright, David T. Wright II, Gregory A. Wright, James C. Wright. Jason G. Wright, Jeremy R. Wright, Kyle J. Wright, Terry C. Wright, Thomas G. Wright, Joe L. Wrightsman, Christopher M. Wrinkle, John T. Roboleski, Luke C. Woolenwaber, Daniel R. Wyatt, Derek A. Wyatt, Matthew A. Wyatt, Stephen E. Wyatt, Sterling W. Wyatt, Charles E. Where's my place? Charles E. Wyckoff Jr., Jacob H. Wykstra, Nathan L. Wyrick, Patrick Xavier Jr., Vorasek T. Zaysana, Nicholas G. Ziarchos, Benjamin B. Yehuda, Jonathan T. Yale, Dustin A. Yancey, Jonathan C. Yancey, Michael J. Yarborough, Michael E. Yashinsky, Eric D. Yates, Michael E. Yates Jr., Niall Yates III, William C. Yauch, Alejandro J. Yazzie, Clifton J. Yazzie, Henry Ibarra III, Hatakayu Kakeu M. Yerby, Jonathan A. V. Yellner, Luke C. Yepson, Roberto J. Ilescas, Keith Joachim, Jarrett M. Yoder, Justin R. Yeomans, James M. Yohn Sr., Diktar V. Yolkin, Anthony R. C. Yost, Joshua V. Yeomans, Rodrika A. Yeomans, Christopher D. Young, Donald M. Young, James C. Young, John J. Young, Joshua A. R. Young, Mitchell W. Young, Ricardo D. Young, Ryan C. Young, Kelly D. Youngblood, Travis L. Youngblood, Trevor J. Urista, Andrew J. Zaburek, Frank R. Zeringer III, Jesse M. Zamora, Jose Zamora, Christopher T. Zanetis, Nicholas J. Zangara, Paul W. Zanowick II, Adam O. Zanuto, Stephen G. Zapasnik, Mark A. Zapata, William A. Zap, Thomas J. Zapp, Mickey E. Zuan, Angelo A. Zawade, Edgardo Zayas, Kenneth E. Ziegler II, Kevin L. Ziegler, Matthew T. Zelmer, Douglas A. Zembeck, Daniel L. Zerbe, Andres Zermeno, Benjamin T. Ziske, Miroslav S. Zilberman, Dennis W. Zielinski II, Nicholas E. Zimmer, Michael C. Zimmerman, Russell J. Zimmerman, James L. Zimmerman, Christopher S. Zimmerman, Travis C. Zimmerman, Christopher E. Zimney, Matthew R. Zindars, Nicholas L. Ziokowski, Daniel Zizumbo, Ian T. Zook, Ryan L. Zorn, Brent B. Zoka, Scott A. Zubowski, Robert P. Zerheide Jr., Gunnar W. Zwilling, Michael S. Zyla, and Casey P. Zillman. I think I can hear the Catholic Church bells ringing. Yeah. It's all the way on the east side of town. They ring at 6 a.m. And I think they're ringing this morning in memory of everyone who has served this country. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this place. What will be our legacy? What will our children say? Let them say of me, when my days are all through, America, America, I gave my best to you.